awesome. And, we have so many people watching who are pre-medical students who want to become physicians like you. And a lot of people focus very heavily on things like grades, test scores, but there are a lot of qualities that make an excellent physician. And what are some of those qualities that, don't get talked about as much? Everyone focuses on doing well in school and getting good grades, but what are those qualities that are so important to see in a future physician?
Well, I'm going to answer the question in a way that you might not expect, but I have found that it is one of the most common pieces of advice I give when I'm talking to medical students at Purdue University or pre-meds at Purdue University. And that is do everything you can to score well on the MCATs. And this is just me being real with you all. Grades have become a squishier measure when you're looking at admissions committees because so many people have weighted grades or come from different schools or different backgrounds. But the MCATs are the equalizer. And I will tell you that there's no counseling I can give to a student who has a bad MCAT score that is going to raise that MCAT score and open doors that have been closed to them because of it. And I hate that it's a screen, but it
Mhm.
is. And so that's what I would say, number one. Now, back to your question, grades and test scores open doors. They do. They got me scholarships and into medical school, but they actually don't define the best physicians or leaders. What matters just as much, if not more, empathy, resilience, curiosity, integrity, and leadership through service. So pre-meds often overlook how well you listen to people who are different from you, how you bounce back from setbacks, and whether or not you can build genuine partnerships. I didn't grow up knowing doctors. I had to develop, the grit to keep going when the path wasn't clear. Admissions committees and future patients want to know, can you connect with a scared patient? Can you advocate when the systems fail? What are you going to do when everything you read in the book actually doesn't work? Can you lead teams under pressure? These are human qualities that actually separate good doctors from great ones who can truly change lives and communities. And I would say the more that you can develop those other characteristics and learn how to talk about them when you're presenting yourself for your medical school interviews, I think the better the chance you will be, with the caveat that it has to be on a foundation of acceptable grades and acceptable test scores to open that door for you to walk through.
Absolutely. And so it's a really long journey and a long process of becoming that individual, of getting studying for the tests and then applying and going through medical school. And kind of you've been through it all now. And maybe looking back, what's something that like you wish you had known about this whole process, about being a pre-med, about being a medical student, about being a physician that, you wish you had known before you started on the whole journey?
It's a good question. And I would say I wish I'd known earlier how important it is to protect your own well-being and to build a broad support network from day one. I was a STEM kid. I was gifted and talented. I was type A hard charging. And I was so focused on excelling academically that I didn't fully appreciate how emotionally and physically demanding the journey would be and the support that I would need to help me get through some tough times. I would have prepared by seeking mentors sooner, especially those who looked like me or came from similar backgrounds, and by prioritizing habits like exercise, sleep, and real connections outside of studying. And I will tell you, it's something that we are spending much more time thinking about and talking about, especially on the heels of COVID. There are many unfortunate things that happened and came out of COVID. But there are also some good things, and one of those is a focus on physician wellness and on support systems. Medical school rewards perseverance, but the reality is it also tests your character. And understanding the public health and leadership skills that they're just as vital as clinical knowledge, I think would have helped me integrate my MPH interest earlier, in addition to the wellness tips that I gave you earlier. So don't wait until residency, I would say, to start thinking like a well-rounded physician leader, even as medical school is continually putting you in a frame of mind where you feel like you have to single-mindedly focus on the classroom and getting the best grades you can.
For sure. I mean, it's such a challenging journey. It's a long journey, right? And a lot of people watching today have already been on that journey for some time, but it's a process, and you grow a lot during, the path to becoming a physician. And you became an anesthesiologist, right? You went through a residency, you
Mhm.
trained specifically in that field. But when it comes to choosing a specialty, that is a difficult decision too. A lot of people might go into medical school already having an idea of what specific kind of path they want to pursue. But what advice would you have for somebody who knows, hey, I want to be a doctor, but what kind of doctor should I be? How do you figure that out?
Well, number one, and this goes back to what I said earlier, it can be frustrating for folks who don't know what they're doing when it seems like everyone else around you does. But the reality is, many medical students, if not most medical students, at least a significant proportion of medical students, change their mind at least once and usually multiple times in terms of which residency they're going to choose. So I tell that to you to say it's okay not to know what you want to do, especially if you're someone like me who didn't know doctors at all. My kids, they 100% know what an anesthesiologist is because their dad's an anesthesiologist. I didn't even know what anesthesia was until my fourth year of medical school. I mean, I had an idea, but I didn't get to take an anesthesia rotation. And by that time, I'd already committed to internal medicine. So, true story, I actually applied to and matched in internal medicine initially, and then had to switch into anesthesia because it was late that I discovered that I had an interest in anesthesia. And I chose it because it combined acute hands-on care with immediate impact. Some residencies are more public facing than others. For instance, radiology is maybe not the profession that you want to go into if you're someone who really wants direct and continual patient care.
Mhm.
Internal medicine is much more cerebral. You get your lab test, you gather your team around you, you look through all the new signs and symptoms that have come in overnight in the labs, and you think through what's the differential diagnosis. And some people are drawn to kind of that slower cerebral way of thinking. Anesthesia, well, the pulse ox is dropping and I need to figure it out in the next 30 seconds or the patient's going to die. And
Right.
some people love that and other people don't. As someone who had been an asthmatic, I was drawn to managing airways and pain and physiology in real time. And it also gave me a perspective on opioids and alternatives, which later actually informed my work on the opioid epidemic as Surgeon General and as State Health Commissioner. So I'd say to you, when you're going through your rotations or talking to people, focus as much on what you don't like or what doesn't fit about what they do as what does. And it's okay if you go through three or four or 8 or 10 different
Right.
rotations or talking to folks and don't quite find your fit, but just make sure each time you're asking yourself, okay, what did I like about this? Did I like being in the operating room? Did I, even if I don't want to be an obstetrician or a gynecologist, do I like the fast pace, or do I like kind of sitting back and thinking through things? So that way you understand the characteristics of the specialty that you ultimately choose, even if you don't know what it's going to be. Shadow broadly, and reflect on what energizes you. As I mentioned, procedures, long-term relationships, systems level change, and consider how the specialty that you're thinking about aligns with your values and allows you to serve the populations that you care about the most. A great example of this is pediatrics. If you just love kids and absolutely want to work with kids, okay. If you're really passionate about women's health, maybe you want to be an OBGYN or a family practice doctor. And talk to residents and attendings honestly about both the good and the bad. Your
Mhm.
specialty ultimately needs to fit who you are and what you want to become, not just what pays the most or what looks good on paper.
Right. And And that decision, it's like you were saying, it's okay to kind of go back and forth and make certain choices and then ultimately decide, okay, this is what I want to pursue.
Exactly.
Even if you've kind of committed to the path, you can always kind of step back and say, what do I really want to do? And that's I see a lot of people in the chat writing the specialties that they're interested in right now, which is awesome. And so, as a physician, you have to be, a great communicator. You have to be a great leader. The physician is the leader of the healthcare team. As Surgeon General, you were the ultimate nationwide leader and communicator. But for people who are watching right now, who are pre-meds, who are not in the hospital yet, who aren't working as physicians yet, but are developing those skills, how can somebody develop those communication skills or those leadership skills that will ultimately make them an incredible physician down the line?
Well, as you mentioned, medical training it is a great training from a communication standpoint. You have to learn to communicate one-on-one with patients. In most instances, most specialties, you have to learn to work within a team format and to communicate with, and in many cases, lead a team. For me, clinical medicine and especially anesthesia trained me to stay calm amidst chaos and to communicate directly and clearly when lives are on the line and to make decisions with incomplete information. And these are all skills that I use daily as health commissioner and as a U.S. Surgeon General. In the operating room, you learn to prioritize, to explain complicated risk very simply to anxious patients and families, and to coordinate multidisciplinary teams, nurses, PAs, surgeons, techs. These same abilities, they helped me translate complex science for the public,
Mhm.
learn to listen to a broad array of concerns, and to build partnerships across government, communities, and sectors. Medicine teaches humility in the face of uncertainty and the importance of evidence-based action. And so I would say that's medical school. What you can do now is really look for opportunities to hone those skill sets that I mentioned through leadership positions at the undergraduate level, through community engagement activities and volunteer activities at the undergraduate level. Because at the end of the day, as I said before, and I'll reiterate because it's important, the test scores open the door, but what really determines whether or not you're going to be a good, a great physician are those soft skills that involve communication and leadership.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's important to kind of develop those as you go and do activities that'll allow you to foster those communication and leadership abilities. But pre-meds, it's very difficult to be a pre-medical student. Pre-meds often face rejection or burnout or self-doubt, really. It's a competitive process. So how did you personally handle challenges or times or moments when you felt like your path was maybe uncertain or when you weren't sure of how things were going to look like in the future? How do you handle that? It's such a difficult path.
Well, I faced plenty of doubt. I mean, I've just got to be perfectly honest with you, and I say that because it's okay not to be okay sometimes. Um, Growing up, as I mentioned, without role models who looked like me, I wondered oftentimes if medicine was possible or the best way forward. There were rejections, there were tough exams where I didn't get the grades that I wanted. There were personal family challenges that were occurring as I'm trying to focus on medical school, including my brother's substance use struggles. And those are all real, and that's why you need that support system around you. But what helped was reframing setbacks as data points and not definitions of my worth. I believe it was Nelson Mandela who famously said, I never lose, I either win or I learn. And I leaned on my why, improving health for communities like mine. And I built a support network of mentors, of family, and of faith. For me, that was something that I leaned on in tough times. I stayed physically active, prioritized sleep when that was possible, and reminded myself that the path isn't always linear. Step A leads to step B leads to step C. Sometimes step A leads to a sideways step, and then sometimes a slightly, or may seem at the time like a slightly backward step. Many successful physicians, including yours truly, had multiple detours throughout their career. So persistence, self-compassion, and focusing on growth over perfection is what got me through. I'd finish by saying if your path feels uncertain, that's normal. Keep moving forward, or at least keep moving one step at a time, and seek help when you need it. That would be my advice.
Right, absolutely. And then kind of touching on that, then it can be such an emotionally demanding field, medicine. Like when you're in the operating room and you're taking care of a patient, and you're making sure that they stay alive, right? Like that's a heavy toll to hold, and it can be very emotionally demanding. Like, are there certain practices or habits that you try to do in order to allow you to kind of handle those things as they come? It's just it can take a very emotional toll on you taking care of patients and sometimes even seeing bad outcomes. So how do you handle that?
Well, at medicine, as you mentioned, will test your emotional reserves. So, being intentional about your habits is essential. Me personally, I prioritize regular exercise. And that's how I unwind. And if my wife will tell you, if I don't get my workout in, I get cranky. Time in nature. And maybe that's a holdover from growing up in a rural community, but I love going for hikes, going for walks, being outside. For me, I really do get seasonal affective disorder, so I need to make sure I'm getting my sunlight and my time outside. And then strong relationships outside of work. Mindfulness or brief reflection, sometimes asking yourself, why did I choose this? Helps reconnect with during those tough times and helps you, really reflect back on the bigger why. I also try to make space for mentoring and giving back. And what I would say to you all is, even right now, there are people in the communities that many, if not most of you grew up in, who can't even dream of being where you are right now. Their parents didn't go to college, and they, in their minds, can't imagine even going to college. So you can be a mentor to someone right now, and it will remind you of the impact that you can have and the even greater impact you're going to have in the future. This is important also. Set boundaries where you can. Seek therapy or peer support without stigma if you need it, and celebrate small wins. Young people today are really leading the way on mental health, and I want to applaud you all for this. And I encourage students, all of you, to normalize it, continue normalizing talking about it, taking time out, and not feeling bad, saying, "Hey, I'm anxious. I'm depressed." We wouldn't feel bad saying, "I sprained my ankle at the basketball game last
Right.
night, and I, and now I need to wear this boot." But we're terrified to acknowledge that we're having mental health struggles. Staying grounded, it ultimately means remembering you are a human being first, and then you are a physician. So protect your well-being so that you can sustain the compassion that drew you to medicine.
That's excellent advice. It's all about making sure it's sustainable field, like you said, right? Because you don't want to go through all this training and then not be able to have a long and kind of prosperous career where you make an impact on so many people. So that's excellent, excellent advice. Now, medicine is always changing, right? What things are like,
Ain't that the
yeah, what
truth?
things are like today may not be what things are like in 10 or 20 years. And kind of I'm combining a question I had for you with a question from the chat that I saw from Jeruvo, which says kind of, do you think AI will have a big impact on the future of the medical field? What changes should pre-med students be kind of looking ahead towards to help prepare and be the physicians of the future?
Well, I don't like to frame things from a problem standpoint, but the big concerns that we have are a cost. The United States spends more on healthcare than any other nation by far. We spend about 2.5 to 3 times per capita on healthcare, what any other country does. So that's number one, cost. But coordinated with that, we're actually getting terrible outcomes. It'd be one thing if we were paying more and getting more, but we have some of the lowest life expectancy in the OECD, some of the lowest maternal and infant mortality rates. So that's a challenge. And then workforce. We will never be able to produce enough physicians to work our way out of the problem with our current systems. Particularly, again, we just talked about mental health. We're never going to produce enough psychiatrists, particularly addiction psychiatrists, to treat our way out of the problem. So with that as a premise, the answer to your question would be, from my standpoint, I think healthcare is going to shift towards three things. I think it's going to shift towards prevention, towards personalization, and three, towards technology. So think precision medicine, AI-assisted diagnostics, and telehealth expanding access. What we're going to see is more of a focus on health equity,
Mhm.
on social determinants, and on integrating mental and physical health. Because one of the things I try to impress upon folks is that as much as I love practicing medicine, it's only about 20% of what determines a patient's outcome, what happens in a clinic or a hospital or an operating room. The other 80% of their health status is determined in the community. Workforce challenges, including burnout and shortages, are going to demand better team-based care and policy advocacy. So we're going to need to be thinking about how do we work with pharmacists and PAs and nurse practitioners and doulas and community health workers. And then climate change and emerging threats are going to continue to require constant adaptability. And so I'll give you an example. In anesthesia, what we learned was use of some of our inhaled agents actually contributes to climate change in a significant way. And so we first had to acknowledge that and then change our own individual practice patterns to help make the environment a better place. I'd say as students, you should prepare by gaining skills in data literacy, in communication and leadership, and in public health. I actually was on a panel with Mark Cuban a couple of months ago, and my son was there. He's in college. And I said, Mark, what advice would you give my son? And I'll give you the same advice Mark gave my son. He said, learn everything that you can about AI right now, because it is you're truly at a unique moment in history. It only happens about once every 75 or so years that you have a seismic innovation that really changes everything. And AI is going to be, it already is, that innovation. So the more you learn about it and the more you get comfortable integrating it into your care and your learning as a tool, the better prepared you will be to harness this opportunity. Learn to partner with communities and use technology ethically. That's going to be important because even as we see AI increase, that increases the risk of shenanigans and of real harm occurring to folks. What if we have, I mean, AI is based on algorithms. What if the algorithm is biased? We already know many of our medical algorithms are biased. Pulse oximeters work differently on Black people than white people. It took us decades to acknowledge that. The kidney and organ transplant criteria that we use is based on algorithms that rate people of different colors and ethnicities differently. You put that into AI, and the old adage was garbage in equals garbage out. That's not true anymore. Now it's garbage in equals exponential garbage out in a fraction of the time. I think the doctors who thrive will be those who ultimately treat the whole person in a changing system while advocating for better policies and embracing the change that is around them as opposed to resisting it. So I'll close by saying stay curious and flexible because the future rewards lifelong learners. So it's not just about getting through medical school and residency, it's about continuing to learn and evolve.
Definitely. And the future could look so different with all of the tools that are becoming available with AI. And it just, we don't even know what things are going to necessarily look like. We just know things are going to be different. But as long as you focus on taking care of individuals, doing the best you can, it's going to be okay. And we're seeing a lot of questions in the Q&A, and I want to get to some of them. And a lot of them are actually about just your career. Like, how did you end up becoming Surgeon General? What were the steps to becoming Surgeon General of the United States?
That is a great question. I'm going to give you an abbreviated version of obviously a very long story, but I'll start off by I was at Johns Hopkins earlier this week, and I'll tell you what I told the students there. The surest way to not be Surgeon General is to try to repeat my path to becoming Surgeon General. And I don't say that to discourage you. I say that because you should know that most people my stage of my career will look back and tell you they had no clue their career would take the pathway that it took when they were at your stage. Now, for me, as I mentioned to you several times, grew up poor and rural. We didn't go on a lot of vacations. And when I became a medical student, this is a true story. I'm being very honest with you all. Someone told me the American Medical Association meeting is in Hawaii. And if you join the student section, you can get a free trip to Hawaii. I'd never been to Hawaii in my life. I never dreamed of going to Hawaii. So I said, sign me up. Um, and I signed up and I went to Hawaii and I went to the American Medical Association student section and I fell in love with advocacy. I fell in love with the idea that even as a medical student, I could create resolutions that became policy of the organization, which then became policy of the United States of America. The reason we don't have smoking on airplanes right now is because of a resolution that started at the American Medical Association student section. So anyway, continued in the American Medical Association student section, and then resident fellow section and young physician section. And on my state level, eventually got on the board of trustees. And in all of those roles, I would go back and forth to Washington, D.C. and talk to my members of Congress. And one of those members of Congress happened to be Congressman Mike Pence. Well, Congressman Mike Pence eventually became Indiana Governor Mike Pence, and he needed someone to run his state Department of Health. And I knew a little bit about him. He knew a little bit about me. I had established my leadership bona fides through my work with the American Medical Association and the Indiana State Medical Association. I had my master's in public health and my MD, so I checked the minimal boxes. And then I was asked by then Governor Pence to run his state Department of Health. And I did that for about 3.5 years until Governor Pence became Vice President Pence. And that is how my name got thrown into the hat to be Surgeon General of the United States. And so I could have never predicted that path. And if you put me back in time, even knowing what I know now, I probably couldn't repeat it all over again. But I think the keys were developing those skill sets that I told you about: advocacy, communication, networking, and not being afraid to try something new, to try something different.
Right. Wow, what a story too, right? And you can never really know how things will play out, but that's how your story develops, and that's the beauty of it, right? And
I'll give you another quick tidbit there that is interesting, and this goes back to what you may see in the moment as a failure or as a missed opportunity. I was accepted to Harvard. I was accepted to Washington University, and I was accepted to Indiana University for medical school. I ended up going to Indiana University because they gave me the best financial aid package. Harvard gave me nothing. WashU gave me a pittance of a partial scholarship. And Indiana University actually offered me a full scholarship plus a stipend to go to medical school. And I tell you that story because I grew up poor. I knew I was going to have to incur loans for everything. So it's okay to have to make decisions based on your own personal circumstances, whether you're married or not, whether you have people to support, whether or not you have support from other folks. My kids, their dad's a doctor. They don't have to think about that, and that's okay too if that's you. But the lesson and why tying it back to this story is I went to Indiana thinking, gosh, I passed up that opportunity. That, yeah, call it a failure, call it what you want, missed opportunity. But I gave up Harvard to go to Indiana University. Well, guess what? Had I gone to Harvard, I would have never met Mike Pence and been Surgeon General of the United States. And so you never know where your pathway is going to lead. All you can do is embrace what is in front of you at the moment and make the best of it that you can. And for me, a choice that I was kind of forced into due to circumstances beyond my control ultimately led me to the highest position in the land from a physician standpoint.
yeah, wow, that's incredible. Thank you so much for sharing that. And so on that topic, then, I mean, you've had an extensive career and a unique career, and you've had a lot of accomplishments through it, right? Whether as an anesthesiologist or in the public health kind of area. And, when you were Surgeon General, you mentioned you dealt with natural disasters, you dealt with coronavirus pandemic. So Teneri asks in the chat, in the Q&A, what do you consider to be your greatest achievement as a physician and kind of as a leader in the health space in the United States?
It's a great question. Um, I would say, there's an easy answer to that question, and it goes back to what I said earlier about what contributes to health. Only about 20% of clinical care clinical care only contributes to about 20% of your health. Um,
Mhm.
your larger environment is the other 80%. Why did I come back to that to answer your question? I love practicing anesthesia. Love it. I love my 1 day a week in the operating room. I truly feel like on many of those days, I'm saving lives and I'm having direct impacts on patients. Um, that said, and we don't have time to go over it, but if you're interested, you can look up my TED Talk. I talk about how I was frustrated because the same patients kept coming in over and over and
Mhm.
over again. So I was making an impact in the moment, but I didn't feel like I was making a larger impact in their lives. So the answer to your question are two things. Number one, when I was Indiana State Health Commissioner, I actually helped get syringe services programs legalized in our state, and that led to Kentucky legalizing syringe service programs, and Ohio increasing syringe services programs, and a much broader acceptance nationally of syringe services programs and harm reduction. And so, even though I can't tell you a single person who I prevented from getting hepatitis or HIV, there are undoubtedly hundreds, thousands, maybe tens of thousands of people who've avoided preventable harm because of my work on syringe services programs. And then, as a corollary of that, when I was Surgeon General, I put out an naloxone advisory, and we saw naloxone dispensing go up by 400% nationwide. I can't tell you a single individual whose life I saved with that advisory. But with a 400% increase in dispensing, again, tens of thousands of lives were likely saved. And that may be a conservative estimate through that policy advocacy and me using my bully pulpit as Surgeon General. So the bottom line is I clearly have saved infinitely more lives in my time as health commissioner and as Surgeon General, though I can't point to a single life that I actually saved, than I will ever save in my entire career as an anesthesiologist, though I can point to multiple lives I individually saved as an anesthesiologist. So those are two things I'm incredibly proud of as I think back on my career. And I would say to you all, you don't have to be a Surgeon General or a health commissioner to have a larger impact. You can be on hospital committees. You can be involved in your local community on school boards, or just leaning in other ways to have a broader impact using your influence, your credibility as a physician to change policies and change systems.
Wow. Yeah, and it's so true that, you might not necessarily know the individuals that you're impacting, but you're impacting so many. Vance here in the chat actually says, I can tell you several individuals the naloxone initiative saved. So kudos to you.
Thanks, Vance. I appreciate
Yeah.
you saying that. I mean,
And so,
and again, I put out that advisory. If any of you all aren't familiar with naloxone, look it up, Narcan, and you can look up Surgeon General's advisory on Narcan, because unfortunately, we still have a significant number of people dying of opioid overdoses, and we have a simple remedy. You just literally, it's a nasal inhaler you squirt in the nose, and you can save someone's life. So we want people to be familiar with it, comfortable with it.
yeah, absolutely. And we have time today for a couple more questions. So, one thing that you touched on was the importance of kind of meeting people, and you were from a rural area where you were, it was a challenge to get into medical school. It was a challenge to kind of network with other people in the medical field. And I'm seeing a lot of people in the chat kind of sharing their LinkedIn's for themselves and kind of creating groups so that they could all network with each other. But Laura in the Q&A asks, what advice would you give to those people who struggle with meeting other people who have similar interests to them, who have trouble putting themselves out there and networking. And, maybe networking is not the right word, but, somebody who wants to do something and meet people with similar interests, but is having trouble doing so.
Well, couple of things. First of all, we all have different personalities. There's introverts, there's extroverts, and then there's a whole spectrum in between. And I would say that if you are one of those introverts, then you just have to find safe ways, but consistent ways of putting yourself out there, because it really does matter, and it's why our systems tend to reward extroverts who often know nothing or know little over introverts who know a lot. And so I say that as part of you being the most effective physician that you can be. You're going to have to learn how to advocate for yourself and your patients, and that starts with putting yourself out there. But you mentioned something, and I would just reiterate what you said. There are so many opportunities you all have now as students that were not possible to me. LinkedIn, Instagram, Snapchat, TikTok, so many ways that you could live in Antarctica and you can still communicate with people about these topics. And this convening that we have today, the Premed Experience, opportunities like this are just fantastic. So continue to take advantage of these opportunities to hear what other people are thinking about and to network with one another.
That's so true. And we have almost 600 people on right now who have those same
Wow.
interests. So, and so many more who are going to be watching this recording. And Dr. Adams, you've made such an impact and answered a lot of questions. One last question for you for today, then, because you've shared a lot of advice, but if you could give one kind of overarching or main piece of advice to the future doctors who are watching today, who are learning from you, who are inspired by you, who are attending today and are spending their Saturday learning about how to become a future physician, what advice would you give them?
Hmm. I think I would say build authentic relationships and stay true to your why. This event today, as you mentioned, it was a fantastic opportunity to connect and will continue to be. I say will continue to be because I know you have more after this to connect with peers, with mentors, and with leaders. Don't just network for opportunities. Listen, learn, and support each other. As I said earlier, medicine is not a solo journey. The students who succeed are those who are going to remain humble, resilient, and committed to service over status. So embrace challenges as growth opportunities, seek diverse perspectives, and remember that representation matters. You being here means that you're already breaking down barriers for people from your communities, or who look like you or who think like you. So dream big, but ground your dreams in impact for your communities. And most of all, you've got this. You're here. You're already here. You've gotten over the biggest hurdle. So go make a difference.
Yeah, excellent, excellent advice. We can't thank you enough, Dr. Adams, for spending your time and giving advice and kind of sharing your story, because it's such a unique and incredible one. And you've made such a difference in the lives of so many individuals and then on a broader impact, the whole country. So we can't thank you enough. Everyone in the chat I see everyone thanking you and also sharing their own LinkedIns to network with one another. So this has been an awesome experience learning directly from you. And we're just so grateful. We're very grateful.
Thanks so much. And you all can check me out on LinkedIn or at on my Twitter at Jerome Adams MD, and would love to connect with you all. So thanks so much. Have a good
Thanks,
one.
Dr. Adams. Have a great rest of your day. And so, everyone, that was Dr. Jerome Adams, former United States Surgeon General. And thank you all for watching that. We have so much more to come today on the Premed Experience, including our next session, which is going to be very, very comprehensive. We have two admissions experts, Dr. Steve Ruby and Dr. James Kelly, who are Associate Directors of Advising at Med School Coach. And they're going to be talking about everything you need to know to get into medical school in 2026. It's going to be an hour-long session. They're going to be sharing so much incredible advice and giving you detailed answers that we're excited to have them on. Dr. Kelly, Dr. Ruby, how are you doing?
Good, Dan.
Good.
Good to
Thank
see
you
you.
for having us.
All right. Take it away, guys.
Great. So again, thank you all for coming. It's an honor to speak to everyone. Just to introduce myself, my name again is James Kelly. I've been with Med School Coach now for over 7 years. I'm a native New Yorker, grew up in Brooklyn. I went to Georgetown for both undergrad and then was lucky enough to stay around for medical school. Then went back up to New York for my training, did my intern year at Maimonides in a transitional year in general surgery, did my residency at North Shore Long Island Jewish, but it now called Northwell and associated with Hofstra Medical School. I'm in Manhattan right now, work in both private practice and city hospitals, teaching residents, and it's an incredibly rewarding experience. And just along with Dr. Ruby, we just have a passion for helping students getting into medical school.
So good morning, everybody. Thank you for joining us on this webinar. Just a little bit about myself. I grew up in Brookline, Massachusetts, and went to medical school at Columbia, stayed on for my general surgery 5-year residency at Presbyterian Hospital, and then went up to Boston to the Brigham and Women's, did a 1-year vascular fellowship back in 1983. My career was really centered at the University of Connecticut, where I was for almost 30 years. And I was primarily a practicing vascular surgeon, but did a lot of other things centered around mentoring. So I was the chairman of the admissions committee at the medical school and the program director of the integrated residency in general surgery. And I've been working with Med School Coach for the last 6 years. And I want to thank Owen for putting all this together and Dan for organizing this thing and being the MC. Looking forward to sharing lots of good information, and hopefully we'll get all of your questions answered.
Yeah, absolutely. So just a little bit of an overview of what myself and Dr. Ruby will be going over. Number one, acceptance rates and average stats at MD and osteopathic schools. Again, just to kind of give you a good idea of what's a good fit and kind of some basic requirements, along with MCAT and GPA, and also extracurricular activities, but also how many hours that you should be doing to make sure that an admissions committee understands that you've put in significant time and have dedicated yourself to that activity. Also some application components, obviously personal statement, easier said than done, as probably some of you already know. We're going to go over letters of recommendation, who to ask, and school lists. Very important to be strategic in what schools you apply to, and also enough schools as well. And then also after that, secondary essays, how to approach that, and also interviews. There's plenty of different types of interviews, traditional questions, but also MMIs where you might be given different types of scenarios. And we'll go over some ideas on how to prepare for that.
So I'm, happy to say that there's a lot of people who want to be doctors. So that warms my heart. I know it makes it a little bit harder for all of you out there because it's a competitive landscape, but it's great to know that it's still a noble profession. And when you hear Dr. Adams, like, what else could you do with your life, quite frankly, if you really want to have an impact? So people still want to go to medical school, around 50,000 applications each year. An interesting number is the number of reapplicants out of that. It's 23%. So there's a lot of people who don't get in the first time, but give it a try the next time, talking about large numbers of people. And the acceptance rate has stayed about in the low 40s for the last multiple years. And you see, it's kind of interesting that it's the same for MDs and DO schools. The actual number of applicants over the last 5 or 7 years, it went up in 2020 to 21. Nobody quite knew why that was. People called it the Fauci effect. It clearly had something to do with COVID. Maybe we ought to call it the Adams effect. I don't know, but and then it went down a couple of years, 22, 23, 24, and then it's gone back up just a little bit, but it stays sort of around the 50,000 applicant range. Next slide.
So what you need to apply, and again, as Dr. Ruby said, lots of people want to go into medicine right now, which is a great thing, but they're gonna, it's just a lot of things that everyone needs to do, and that's not to, intimidate anyone, but it's just you need to be well prepared. And you don't need us to tell this to you, but obviously good GPA and MCAT. But medical schools, and there's been a big push for this, they want a well-rounded applicant. So you really do need a diverse extracurricular portfolio. So you need 5 key pre-med activities and demonstrating the competencies for entering medical students, which we'll go over. But basically, to take a step back from this, it's really showing that you have a drive and commitment to help other people, and specifically working with patients for the right reasons. Not that you're pressured to go into medical school, not for any reason, but that you have a love of science and that you actually have that patient experience, that motivation, and you want to apply your science skills to helping other people, and also having that commitment to service. It's really important. Schools are looking for people who have dedicated their time to helping marginalized populations, and that you want to do this for a lifetime. That is not you're doing this just to get into school, that this is really a drive, like a fire inside you that you want to keep pursuing. So we'll go over all that.
This is not a really great slide here. It's hard to read this slide. But I would say, to keep in mind that this is a competitive environment, and you don't need to tell you that. The average getting into medical school in terms of academic metrics, your GPA would be, roughly 3.7-ish, with an MCAT of at least 513-ish. But the point I wanted to make here is if you look at the upper part of that graph, that you see that if you have outstanding metrics, greater than 3.79 GPA and a greater than 517, you have an 83% chance of getting into medical school, which on face value seems really good because it's twice what it would be, for all comers, if you will. But you have to ask yourself the difficult question: what happened to the other 17%? Like, why didn't they get into medical school since they have the same MCAT and the same GPA? And the answer to that is it's multifactorial. There's multiple things, but a lot of it, goes back to the quality of your activities list. As Dr. Kelly said, medical schools are looking for very well-rounded individuals who've done a lot and have done it at a very high level. And so that is oftentimes determines whether you get into medicals. Quite frankly, once you have the academic metrics, that can determine failure or success. The other big thing on that would be your interview. And we're going to get into the interview later, but those to me are the two things that really stand out after GPA and MCAT. Next slide.
Yeah, no, and that's an excellent point by Dr. Ruby. But also, I always think about it not to be intimidated by that, but almost motivated, because you have plenty, even if you don't have perfect stats, if you have a strong reason to get into medical school and you can articulate it very well, they'll look favorably upon that. But again, it's really important just to have that motivation and to have those great stats, but also, to put it all together. So anyway, to go over average MCAT and GPA at MD and osteopathic programs. So allopathic is a little bit more competitive. The applicant, their average applicant for an MD will be 3.67, but someone accepted will be 3.81. Same thing with an MCAT, 506 average for an applicant. But as Dr. Ruby mentioned, you want to get around at least around like a 512, 513. Osteopathic, the numbers are a little bit more favorable. Applicant 3.58, but matriculant 3.61, and the MCAT's lower, 502, and for someone getting in around 503. Still, again, it's showing that, you know, it's a little bit by the numbers easier to get into an osteopathic school, but you still need a strong GPA, and you need to be well prepared for the MCAT. And also, again, to have those strong reasons, especially too, I've seen people with better numbers for osteopathic schools than their averages, but not get in because they're not selling themselves why they want to go into an osteopathic career. They haven't had any osteopathic experience, so it goes well beyond the numbers. And that's why, again, it's important to have all those experiences and make sure that you're selling yourself well to these schools.
So Dr. Kelly just reviewed kind of where you need to be to feel comfortable applying. But I'd like to go over if your GPA and MCAT is not within range, or you know, what are you thinking? You just plow forward and say, I'll give it a try? Not a good strategy generally. So if we look at GPA and your GPA is below what we're looking at here in terms of success, the way to generally address that is through a special master's program. And there are a number of these across the country. Many of them are linked to medical schools. They don't guarantee your admission to medical school, but it does have somewhat of a strong link. And this will have a much better impact on increasing your GPA than a post-bac. So a post-bac is good if you need requirements, if you haven't taken organic chemistry because you were a lawyer before you decided you wanted to be a doctor. So if you don't have the requirements, post-bac is fine. But if you're looking to increase your grade point average, not going to work. You should be looking at a special master's program. Secondly, on your MCAT, if your MCAT is below, take it again. Taking it twice is common, extremely common. Taking it 3 times, I would say, best way to describe it is it's not uncommon. Taking it 4 times is very uncommon. So not many people are going to take their MCAT 4 times, but we certainly have seen people take it as many as 3 times. Now, if you take it twice, generally most schools will take the higher score. Some schools will average, and there's no way of actually knowing that. So, but you can go into it thinking they're going to take the higher score. People always ask, well, what if I take it and I go down? Is that going to mean I can't get into medical school? And the answer to that is no, because again, the school should be taking the higher one. And I understand there's a psychological aspect, it's human nature when somebody sees, oh, well, they went down. That's, you know, it's not a positive, but I don't think it's actually going to completely take you out of the game. So a low MCAT, don't sit on it, take it again. Next.
Yes, and that's a great point. Just to echo what Dr. Ruby just said, you know, just always be hopeful. Like if your numbers aren't perfect, there are ways to fix it. The one thing I would also say though is if you're not ready to do a master's program, don't do it, because if you take it and you're not in that mindset and you don't do well in a master's program, then you're basically telling schools that med school is not for you. You can't cut it. But I have seen plenty of students that I've worked with do a master's program, and it totally changes their application and they get in. So don't lose hope if your GPA isn't where it should be right now. So the prereq courses, this can, you know, for the most part, it's pretty straightforward, but this is really important to be prepared. And what I mean by that is that all schools are going to require kind of the basic classes, as we see biology, gen chem, organic chem, physics, usually, you know, a calculus or stats. A lot of schools now want a biochemistry. And also, again, we're talking about the well-rounded applicant. They want an English and a writing class. But now they're also kind of getting into like a sociology class or a psychology. Again, just showing that you understand society a little bit better, working with people. And then sometimes they also want like a genetics or more kind of specialized science classes like a cell bio. Be prepared, because you don't want to apply to a school, your stats match, it's a great fit, but you're missing a requirement. Now, the good news is that it's easy to fix and you could actually be doing a requirement while you're applying. But just, if you have a school that you're targeting, make sure that they don't require, for instance, like a genetics class, and that you don't have that on your transcript. But for the most part, again, you're doing your biology, organic chem, general chem. And again, all the admission requirements should be on MSAR for the classes. So just plan ahead for that, and know that, again, you can take your classes. If you're missing a class or two, you can take that, and schools will see that you're taking it while you're applying. Small points too, you don't want to take, some people will take like organic chemistry over the summer at a community college. Don't do that. An AdCom's going to see right through that. You want to take it with your fellow pre-meds. You don't want to try to back away from a challenge. Again, admissions committee will see that right away. Try to stay away from online classes. I have seen very unusual circumstances where a student absolutely had to do it online. We explained it on their application, and that was okay. But for the most part, again, schools are going to kind of shy away from if it was like online, you did it somewhere else. So just make sure that you're doing your classes at your college, or again, if you, as Dr. Ruby said, if you are another profession, post back that you're doing it with, again, people who are your peers, and you're not doing it again in community college or anything. So
the extracurriculars. This again is a super important aspect and component of the process. There's no question about it. The number of hours that you see there are, our best guess as to what would be ideal and what would be the bare minimum. And these are pretty tried and true. And I can also tell you that many students exceed these hours in every category in multiple ways. So medical schools are looking for both quality and quantity when it comes to extracurricular activities. I generally always taught my kids quality over quantity, and that is true to an extent here, but they want quantity. So if you have 3 really amazing activities, that's all you have, it's not going to cut it. So as you know, on an AMCAS application, you can have up to 15. You don't need to have 15 to get into medical school. That's not how it works. But you do need a lot. And a lot for me is double digits. So for me, if you're below 10 on your activity list, you're on the shy side, and you need to be thinking of other things that you possibly can do. 2 other points I'd make is that many times, quality is measured by the depth of engagement. And so if you do something and you get it in there for 20 hours, that's really not a quality activity. But if you've done something for hundreds of hours and shown continued engagement, that is the kind of quality that they're actually looking for. And then secondly, don't get involved with things that have diminishing returns. Do things that add value. So once you get, as an example, once you get to 100 hours of shadowing, 101 does not add any value. So don't keep shadowing once you get to 100. You got other things to do that you need to do to get into medical school. So it's about 100 hours of shadowing, and make sure it's with multiple different doctors in different specialties. And if you're going to be applying on the DO side as well, then you need to shadow a DO doctor as well. I think that would be extremely helpful.
no, absolutely. And just to kind of jump into that, I would also say too, schools are looking for someone who has shown a commitment, let's say, to research, and they want you to be accepted, or if you're accepted, to continue that. So if you've only done 200 hours of research, they're going to see right through that you're not a motivated person to do more research. However, if you've done 1,500 hours in one lab and maybe even more in another lab, they know that you're going to most likely day one start looking for research opportunities. Same with clinical experience. If you've only worked with a patient, a patient care experience for about 50 hours, you're not really selling yourself as someone who's truly motivated to care for patients. Whereas I know me and Dr. Ruby have seen students who have done maybe 1,000 hours working as an EMT, we see that. We know that that person is passionate about caring for patients at their worst moments, and they're going to have those experiences to bring with them to medical school. And that's what you're really looking for.
Yeah, I would just, I would just jump in it for 1 second, Jim, and just, it's the old check the box concept that medical schools don't want you checking boxes.
Absolutely. So the competencies and 17 pre-med competencies for entering medical students. I won't read all of these, but just again, the theme of our talk here is schools are really, we're looking for gifted students, but really ones who are truly motivated to help people. So again, some of these cultural awareness, cultural humility, empathy, and compassion, because you can excel in sciences and do wonderful things in the field of medicine, but perhaps more as a researcher because you don't have the just the real drive to be that empathetic, caring person, which a lot of people don't necessarily have. It can be very difficult. But again, interpersonal skills, oral communication, reliability. And when you're looking at these, it's one thing to say that you have them, but if someone's looking at your application, what are they going to see that you've done that really shows this? For instance, I've worked with students who have started their own charity. And again, nothing huge, but they saw a population or someone who didn't have a voice and they were motivated to help those individuals. So they did something about it. And then it shows leadership, it shows a lot of compassion. And the student I'm actually thinking about right now actually didn't have amazing grades, but they got in because that's what schools are looking for. Same thing, teamwork and collaboration. Dr. Ruby, I'm sure, has plenty of stories from his training when it's a tough night in general surgery, and you really have to rely on your team members. One weak link will sink a team. And that's why it's great if not that you have to have done, athletics in college, but I always emphasize if someone's done crew or lacrosse or something, that you can talk about your leadership and being able to appropriately motivate someone. Having a difficult conversation where maybe someone's not picking up their responsibilities, but you're not condescending, you're motivating. And that's so important. And again, of course, critical thinking, scientific inquiry. When someone's done research, I always say, don't just say what you did. Give me an example of when it got difficult, where you thought your experiments were going perfectly. You did everything right. You show up on a Saturday morning and it's wrong. You didn't get discouraged. You did some critical thinking. You figured out what was going on and you came back stronger. That shows me that you have great critical thinking. You have just an interest in scientific thinking, and you're going to be great for medical school. So think about all these competencies when you're looking at your activities and what you're trying to accomplish with what you're doing.
So you can read through this slide a little bit, but to summarize it here, people talk about how do we get into a top 20 school? Well, the first thing I would say is that there is no top 20. There's probably, in my view, a top 17, but that's a minor issue. And I would make sure that people keep in mind the goal here is to get into medical school. It's not to get into one of those schools. It's great if you do. Changes your life, and it's a great thing to do, but it's not what the goal here is. You probably need strength in all 5 categories to be competitive at those top 17 schools. As far as, I once in a while come across a student who hasn't done any research at all. It's pretty unusual. Most students have. I think it might not be as critical for a DO application. I do think it's going to be a huge stumbling block on an MD application. I wouldn't say it rules you out. I would never say that, but it certainly would make things a lot more difficult. On the clinical side, it's all about making sure you demonstrate your comfort level in being in a clinical environment. There are a variety of ways that you can do that. But medical schools really want to know that because not everybody is. I mean, everybody, you take organic chemistry, you say, okay, I want to be a neurosurgeon. That's not how it works. You actually have to be comfortable talking to people, touching people, seeing people at their absolute worst. And if that's something that you're comfortable with, and when you see them get better, if that gives you joy, that's what we're looking for. That is the person we're looking to go into medical school. Keep in mind, we have a lot of, doctors. Well, we don't have enough in the country, and Dr. Adams could probably talk for an hour or two about them. But we have a lot of okay doctors. We don't want okay doctors. We need great doctors. And to do that, you've got to be really strong in all of these categories. The last thing I would say is that if you've filled up the categories, and you have you're on your gap year, and you don't know what to do. A general thing is you can never have too much clinical, is what my kind of take-home message here is. So if you've done a lot of research and you've done a lot of leadership and you've done a lot of community service, just do some more clinical. That will never hurt you. I don't know. What do you think about that, Jim? You think that a reasonable statement?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And I think that that's a great point because let's say, for instance, you've worked as an MA in an office for a year and you have that experience dealing with patients, but also dealing with, perhaps maybe insurance companies and just the daily grind of an office. But then you're like, okay, now I'm going to try EMT work for a little bit. That's a totally different skill set. And you're getting patients in different types of patients and different types of problems that you need to solve. And when I'm looking at that application, I see someone who just has an absolute passion and a drive to always be caring for patients. And I think that's wonderful. So I would say definitely always more clinical for sure. And you could always try to do something a little bit different that you haven't done before. Also research too. I think schools always love research. You can always try to do a little bit more of that too as well.
Yeah, let me just jump in one more thing. So the things that people generally look at to do on the clinical side would be a medical assistant in a doctor's office, an emergency room technician, an EMT, or a scribe. And for me, the medical assistant and the ER tech are the best. And the reason that those are the strongest clinical activities is that not only do you have significant and constant patient contact, but you also have significant and constant doctor contact. You're always working side by side with the doctor. Whereas if you're an EMT, you got great patient contact, and it's great being an EMT. I'm not saying it's not, but you don't have the doctor side of it. You never speak to a doctor. And the flip side is the same on the scribe. So scribing is a good activity, not the strongest, because you have a great relationship with the doctor, but really don't in any meaningful way interact with patients when you're a scribe. You just kind of stand there. Okay, I'm done. Next.
Okay, so the cycle, and it's really important to keep track of this because there's a lot of hoops that you have to jump through, and it is manageable. But I've always seen students just not staying on track of things, and then all of a sudden it's a big crunch at the end, and then it just becomes an even more stressful process. So now, a couple things. Obviously, we all know personal statement, letters of recommendation. Now, a couple words on that. So for AMCAS, it opens up soon, early May. But the real key point is you want to submit end of May. And the reason for that is if you don't submit end of May, the applications are just building up and it takes longer for them to verify your grades. So I've seen students apply maybe like mid-June, late June, and it takes much longer for their grades to get verified. Whereas if a student applies right at the end of May, they're getting secondaries end of June, and it's rolling admissions. So you don't want to be slacking there. So what that means, personal statement, it takes longer for you to do this than you think. Plan early on. And I always tell my students, and I'm sure Dr. Ruby says the same thing, just get something down on paper, proverbial pen to paper. Doesn't matter if it's bad. Like anything else in life, put effort into it, and it starts to get better. Make it genuine. I also recommend too that to think about your most meaningful activities while you're doing your personal statement, because you don't want that overlap. Letters of recommendation, you can submit without your letters of rec, but schools will wait until they're filled. So you could submit, get your grades verified, but I think it's a good idea to just ask your letter writers beforehand. Target a good school list. You want plenty of schools. I usually tell my applicants around between 30 to 35. It depends. It's a give or take, but you don't want too little because you have to cast a broad net. You get surprises both ways where a lot of schools that you think you're a good target might say no, but you never know. At the same time, though, you don't want to apply to 60 schools and then you get a flood of secondaries and you just can't do it. And then you're just wasting your time. And then interviews, it takes a little bit of time. Some people will get them very early, starting end of the summer. Some people will get them in March. You just have to be patient and be alert for it. So just be aware of those different things coming up in the cycle and the different steps and stages, but stay on top of it. Know everything's going to take longer than you think it will.
All right, your personal statement. So this is an important part of the process. Not as important as grades, not as important as MCAT or the quality of your experiences and activities or of your interview, but definitely right below that in my view in terms of its impact on the process. So whether you're doing an AMCAS application or a Texas application or a DO application, the length varies a little bit between those. That's just in the details, not important. They're not significantly different. And usually you can use basically the same essay for all three. You just may have to modify it slightly. This essay has two themes to it, and that's it. Everything you write about just has to relate back to these two things. One, why medicine? What got you interested? What motivated you? We got to hear about it. We need an experience that you had that said, this is what I want to do when I grow up. And secondly, why me? Meaning, what's great about me? And if some people are very uncomfortable bragging about themselves, and I'm one of those people. I'm not a big bragging kind of guy. But if there was ever a time where you were going to brag a little bit and sell yourself, this is when you do it on your medical school application. So I always say you have to, like yourself, and you have to sell yourself. That's what the application is about, and that's really what the personal statement is about. There is a fine line. We don't want you to love yourself because that becomes very self-evident to medical schools, and they're not interested in those students. So you have to be a little bit careful there, not loving yourself, but you really do have to like yourself and sell yourself. To demonstrate these competencies, you need to tell stories that show that you're that kind of person. So tell a story that shows your service orientation. Tell a story that shows your cultural competence or your ability to demonstrate continuous improvement or your emotional intelligence or any really thing on that line. Keep in mind, I know a lot of great doctors. A lot of my friends are what I consider great doctors. They don't have every single one of those competencies. I mean, I wish they did. They don't. I know a few surgeons who don't have a lot of emotional intelligence, but we'll keep that between Kelly and myself. But again, you got to have most of those characteristics. Like you got to have most of them. You don't have to have every one. So look at those characteristics, put a check mark next to the ones you think you have, and come up with some stories to tell them. One last thing about this would be, this is a good time to put a positive spin on negatives or obstacles. And so if those turn out well and show that you're resilient, it'd be a very good, subject for this application. Now, the one thing I wouldn't do is I wouldn't spend a lot of time in your personal statement talking about your low grade point average. That's not something you really want to do. But other things that have happened in your life that were obstacles or negatives, this is a good time to show that you were able to put a positive spin on them.
And just to jump in a little bit, because I love talking about the personal statement, and Dr. Ruby made a great point that, you know, it's not MCAT or GPA, but it really can make your application stand out, and it's so important. I always say a couple things. One, use a narrative format. You know, we love to read stories. We don't want, you know, remember your reader is a physician reader. We can assume a lot of things, but we want to know about you, and we want to know about the experiences that shaped you. So give stories. The personal statements that I remember, and I still do, are the ones that told really poignant stories, but didn't try to do too much because it's only about a page and a half. So focus on a couple things. Know that you have your whole application, your activities, your secondaries, to mention some other activities that might you don't want to force in your personal statement. And just write something that you would enjoy reading. You know, think about, you know, a book or an article that you've read. Why did you enjoy it? What was the hook? What were the character developments that you appreciated? And also imagine yourself as an admissions committee member reading it. You're reading hundreds, maybe thousands of these. What's going to stand out? It's not just kind of the basic, like, I want to be a doctor for this, 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 and this. Tell a little bit of a story. Give us that hook. Give us an interesting development. But don't try to, again, make it too flowery. And those are the ones that are really going to stand out. And I'm sure, as Dr. Ruby can say, the really good personal statements, just like a good book, you're going to remember that. And that's so impactful for your application. And it's just important to communicate well as a physician. Okay.
This one's yours.
So letters of evaluation. So this can always be a little bit of a tricky one. So in general, you want two. I always tell people two science, one non-science. You know, if you've had some patient care experience, someone who's done that with you, and also your PI. It looks very suspicious if you've done research, you've been involved in research, and your PI is not writing your letter of recommendation. It's kind of like, well, what did you do? What happened there? Another important thing is that if your school offers you a letter packet, or more importantly, committee letter, use it. That's so important because, again, it looks suspicious if you're doing, or if you're offered a committee, because they're going to evaluate you. If you're shying away from that, red flag. However, if your school doesn't offer that, perfectly fine not to use it. What I like to recommend, and again, a lot of these science classes, as you guys know, big lectures, it's okay maybe if your professor, you don't have, you know, it's been a couple of years. This is one where you can, you know, self-select. I always say reach out. Everyone kind of likes a little bit of flattery. Say, I really enjoyed your class. Organic chemistry, I took so much away from it. Give reasons why. Say why you want to, you know, you're applying to medical school, and why you want to be a doctor, but then make it easy on them. Say, I'm happy to meet over Zoom. I'm happy to send you a draft of my personal statement, my CV, but also give them an out. You know, if they say that, oh, I'm busy, or, you know, I can write you a letter, but I don't know you well enough, it's not going to be the strongest, then bail. That's okay. That's them politely saying it's not a good idea. But that's fine, because then you can go to the next person. And again, don't be afraid if it's been a little bit of time. Again, you could reacquaint yourself with the professor if you need to, and then go from there. But I think also, if you're a little bit earlier in your pre-med career, try to go to office hours. Try to develop relationships with professors that you think might be good writers, or good writers for you, and keep that on your radar. And then when the time comes, you know, keep in touch with them. Maybe send them an email a semester or something. Not being annoying, but just keeping those lines of communication open, and then you'll be very well set. So those are really kind of the big things. You can also assign different letters to different schools. So for instance, let's say you did a lot of research, you have a couple different PIs. If a school is very research oriented, you can send more letters, you know, touting your research. However, if it's a more clinically based school, then you can perhaps, if you've done more clinical work, get a couple more of the writers that that you did, you know, your patient care work with. So you can tailor it. But again, 2 science, 1 non-science to pretty much every school.
So the school list is critical. This is part of the strategy. And I always tell my students that getting into medical school is about two things. It's about story and strategy. The story's on you. You guys are developing your own story from when you were born to right now, and that's you. The strategy we can help you with. Your advisors can help you with. The strategy is really, really critical. And I agree with Dr. Kelly that we're looking at about 30 to 35 schools. And I also agree that the rate limiting factor here is really the secondaries. And I find a lot of students, they think they're going to do 40 and they do that on the primary. And then when they get to about the 28th or 29th secondary, they quit. They just can't take it anymore. And I get that. So it's around 30 to 35, depending on your record. I would say make sure that you spread a wide net. I've worked with so many reapplicants, and when I ask them, okay, how many schools did you apply to last time? They say, well, only a handful because I had a low MCAT. Well, when you have a weakness in your application, that's when you apply to more schools, not less schools. So make sure you have a wide net and diversify the competitiveness. So we don't want to apply to just the top set, no matter what your record is, 4.0, 523, doesn't matter. Whatever it is, you have to diversify that list because you can't count on getting into one of those top 17 schools because everybody else has those grades and everybody else has that MCAT. So make sure you have a very diversified list when it comes to competitiveness and pay attention to out-of-state percentage. So for the public schools, this is a critical component of this strategy. And my general, I'd be interested to hear what Dr. Kelly says, but my general, cutoff point is 50%. So I try to get people to be interested in schools that have at least 50% out-of-state percentage. Now, if, for instance, Michigan is 48%, if you love Michigan and you want to be in Ann Arbor because you love football and go blue and you got to be at Michigan, that's fine. I'm good with 48. But I'm not good with Baylor at 15%. That just demographically does not work in your favor. That's all I got on this one.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I've worked with students who will see that, their grades in MCAT align with an out-of-state school, but if they accept 20% out of state, they're just not going to take you. I'd say about 50% is usually what I recommend my students. Sometimes it's a little bit of a give or take. I've had students who were very well qualified get into schools that were taking maybe 40% out of state. So I'll humor maybe a little bit below 50, but you, as Dr. Ruby said, you have to be careful there because if you're spending a lot of time on that Baylor secondary and you live in Vermont, they're not going to take you down in Texas. They're pretty strict about just wanting their in-state residents. So really important to be strategic. Your time is so valuable and you don't want to burn it just, on an application that they're not going to look at.
I'll just say one other thing on this, a little bit of inside baseball before we go on to the next slide, which is if you look at those state schools and you look at the students that they actually admitted from out of state, that cohort generally has higher MCAT and a higher GPA than the average for the school. At least that's the way it was at UConn back in the day. So you got to be a little bit careful of that.
Yeah. So this is always a tough part because you put your heart and soul into your primary application. You spend a lot of time on your personal statement. You do a great job on your activities. You submit everything, and then you get a little bit of break, and then you're bombarded with secondaries, and the work just then picks up times 10. And it's an interesting process because some schools will just automatically send you a secondary, others will pre-screen. So it doesn't necessarily mean that they're interested in you, but always a good sign to get a secondary. But the thing that always strikes me is that some secondaries have just a couple basic questions. Others are, I feel, almost longer than the primary application. And it's difficult because they might ask you about how you bring diversity to their school. which is, a great question, but you might have also answered that in the personal statement. So now what you need to do is basically say something new in the secondary, but, answering it in a unique way. So with a 2-week turnaround time, it can be very difficult since you've already said a lot of things in your primary, and again, you never want to repeat. So again, some only 1 essay, others up to 9. I know whenever a student sends me a Duke secondary, I'm setting aside maybe 3 hours to review it because it's a while. Same thing, word counts vary, but be prepared. Some schools can be very tedious. Now, what I always recommend too, just like a side note, when we're applying to schools and we're putting in some reach schools and someone's maybe putting in a Duke or a Hopkins, very competitive schools, but I always say make sure like you want to apply there because they're going to send you a secondary that's going to take you days and days and days to do. So think about the secondaries beforehand. Again, the 2-week turnaround time, it's not a hard and fast rule, but really try to stick to that. Because it shows a lack of interest if you're not sending it in within that time. But really the important thing is what Dr. Ruby and I always tell our students is pre-write your secondaries. To your advantage, for the most part, and there are exceptions, the questions are not changing year to year, at least not for the most part. So crucial, get your application in. I always tell my students, take a couple days off, relax, but then, early June, really start writing those secondaries. And the good thing is that there's a lot of repetition. So once you do 5 schools, the next 5 and the next 5 are going to be easier. And you can reuse your material. Again, you're not cutting and pasting, but there's a lot of repurposing.
Interviews, critical component of the process. And I have 2 words, preparation and practice. Everybody needs it. No matter how good you think you are at this, you need to prepare and you need to practice. There's no question about it. There's 2 kinds of interviews. There's the traditional interview, which, the standard questions, why do you want to be a doctor? Why do you want to come to this school? What are your strengths? What are your weaknesses? Kind of very standard stuff. And then the so-called MMI, which is a situational judgment test, very similar to a Casper or to a preview, maybe different formats, but fundamentally measuring the same things. They're looking at ethics, judgment, leadership, ability to make decisions, compassion. They're very different from school to school in terms of the number of stations and exact whether or not you're talking to an actual person or you're talking to an AI chatbot. Schools have it set up in very different ways. You can't really study for the MMI. In fact, you can't study for the MMI. I always say the biggest determining factor on an MMI or on a Casper is how your parents raised you. That is what's going to determine how well you do on these exams. But you can prepare. You can't study, but you definitely can prepare, and I highly recommend that. So any opportunities for mock interviews, doing it with multiple different people, I would do it. Last thing I would say on the interview, all the interviews these days are virtual, and you really have to pay attention to your Zoom environment. It is critical. So make sure you've worked this out and you understand your background, you know what that's going to look like, you know what you look like in that Zoom box, that you look professional, that you're not like this just little head sitting there in the Zoom box, that you've got the camera angle right, you've got the lighting right. All of these things, believe it or not, they actually matter a lot. So really pay attention to those things and really practice all of them. Sit on the interviews.
So, again, it's been great talking to you guys. Just a little housekeeping piece of information. If you're interested in working with us, please feel free to scan the QR code. It is a paid service. However, the meeting to determine if this is right for you and if you want to work for an advisor, work with an advisor, that's 100% free. So please feel free to scan the QR code. For general questions, you don't need to do that. Just put that in the Q&A section. And even if we don't get to it, someone will, from med school coach, get back to you with that answer. So just based on that, or after that, let's do some questions. So let's see.
Owen, are you going to run that part of it, or?
Yeah. So let's see. I'm just pulling it up here.
Okay.
Wow, the first one, on a hard day of medicine, what kept you going? Wow, that's a good question. I would say just again what we were talking about before, making sure you have that strong drive and commitment, and that really kind of starts from the beginning, and that's what we're looking for in applicants. I think it's really just having that higher purpose and that determination, and also just good stress management too.
Yeah, I would say, the life of a doctor is complicated because on the one hand, it's super rewarding. You're helping people at their worst possible time. What could be better? What a better way to spend a life than to do that? But on the other hand, being a doctor is really hard. It's brutally hard. It's both physically challenging because it's long hours, and it's very emotionally challenging. And I think sometimes people, as they're thinking about that career, don't really get that aspect of it. But your patients don't always do well. Some of them die. That doesn't feel good. Some of them have complications from things you've done to them, particularly if you're a surgeon. So it's an interesting life, but it's a great life.
Yeah. No, I can still, I remember when I first started doing cataract surgery, and you're gonna have your mistakes. I vividly remember my gloves filling up with sweat. It's an experience that you can't really describe until you've done it. But as Dr. Ruby said, it's just you have to realize that you're having such a wonderful impact on someone's life, but you have to accept those hard moments as well too. So I see Edward Chen. Let's see. I want to make sure we're doing this in the right order. Hold on. I want to make sure that we're getting it from ours here. Okay, here's one. What falls under the leadership experience category, extracurricular activities? I would say for me, that can be a whole bunch of different things where it's if you've been a team captain, that's a great experience. Even if you've been like a TA, I think that's good, especially if you've been training other TAs. Or, I always think too, like if you have to think outside the box, and, we were talking about someone who started their own charity, it doesn't have to be anything profound, but I say if you need something, if you need leadership experience, and you also see a marginalized population in your community, do something about it. And again, it could just be simply getting donations from local restaurants and bringing it to that community. That can really help. And then you get people to do that under you. And that's sustainable, and that's a wonderful thing.
Nothing to add on that.
Going through a lot of questions here. Let's see. So we have one. If I already started a graduate postbac program to help with my GPA, what should I do? The SMP may not be in range. How can I make the most of this program? Do you want to take this one, Steve?
Yeah, as long as you're doing it at the graduate level, that's fine. Post back at the graduate, because that ends up being a separate line on your application, a separate, GPA line. You just don't want to get it absorbed back into your, maybe questionable undergraduate GPA. So as long as it's on the graduate level, and as long as you get a 3.7 or better, you're fine.
Yeah. Okay, so Emily Rodriguez, I took biology 2 lecture with the lab online at a community college. Is this a setback? I think so. I know I was talking about community college before. That's not usually schools want labs in person. But I think I just want to know like a little bit more information. Like why did you necessarily have to do that? I think maybe having one isn't going to kill you, but I think that is something that I would advise my students to perhaps just address in their application, just so it's not seen as a red flag. But what do you think, Steve?
Give me that question again, because I was reading the chat and I didn't hear the question.
No,
I
no
couldn't
worries.
do two things at the same time, so go ahead.
She took a biology 2 lecture with the lab online at a community college.
Yeah,
Is that going to set her back?
that's not ideal, but again, I always say getting into medical school is about a million little things and they all have relative value. They all have relative value. That's not that big of a deal. That's not a make or break. That's kind of around the edges. So I don't have a strong feeling.
Yeah, no, that's right. I think as long as it's just not like a consistent pattern of trying to,
Right,
avoid labs or avoid
sure,
class at your college.
agreed.
I work as a medical assistant at 2 urgent cares where I do patient intake, vitals, and history, and I'm learning to do blood draws and vaccinations. Is this considered a quality clinical experience? Yeah, I think that's great. I think that's wonderful. Vitals are yeah, absolutely. Uh,
Thumbs up.
yeah. If someone was in a different profession, such as a lawyer, before applying to medical school, how should they attain these extracurriculars? Is it as important for them, or would they be granted a little more leeway? I like this question.
Yeah.
Steve, I want your opinion on this, but I think this is why it's crucial to take a little bit of time before you apply to medical school, because we completely understand why you weren't doing clinical research while you were a lawyer, but we want to see that you've made that transition to patient care. So it's not going to be one of those things where, oh, you were working in a different profession, you don't need those requirements. I think if anything, you need to dedicate a couple of years to getting that experience in addition to your pre-med recs to really sell your career change. But what do you think, Steve?
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I mean, I think, you bring something to the table, you're going to be somewhat unique with that kind of a background, and I think that's a positive. But on the other hand, you do have to show that you are comfortable in the clinical setting. I mean, you just have to. So you're going to have some kind of clinical. I mean, do you have to have research? Probably not. I mean, I think medical schools would understand that you don't have it because you were pre-law and then you were a lawyer. So I think you could probably get away with it, but you're not going to get away with zero clinical experience in my view.
Yeah. So Destiny McCombs, how do we find research opportunities? This is a question I get asked a lot. I think it's important just to perseverance, because I remember in residency when I was busy, everyone was asking me to do research because they wanted their papers published, and I didn't have time. I didn't want it. But then when you're out and you're trying to get something done, then no one has anything for you.
Right.
But it's networking, kind of what we were talking about, before we got on. But you can always, if you have a good network, especially if you're in school, that's great. Ask your professors, walk around, cold email, cold call, be persistent, offer to do anything, foot in the door. That's really the main thing. If you're not in school, if you're doing any clinical experience, ask the doctors you're working with. Even if it's private practice, they might know someone who needs someone. There's always someone who needs like a chart pulled, but I think it's just a lot of perseverance. If you're in an academic situation, use that to your advantage. If not, again, just keep asking, but use the doctors that you know.
I agree. Nothing really to add there.
Okay. Let's see. How does this advice, extracurricular hours, MCAT, GPA, change for those who are applying for an MD, PhD? I think to say the obvious thing is you really need good research for the PhD part, because you're going to have additional essays of explaining why you want to do this and everything. So I think it's if anything, maybe take a year or two off. The students that I've worked with that were successful for MD, PhD were the ones who did a couple years and just had significant research. You still need strong MCAT GPA, but I would focus on the research. But what do you feel about that, Steve?
Yeah, I would say that, but I'd also say medical schools still are looking at you from the doctor point of view. So even that you may have a great CV, lots of research, which you definitely need, but you also have to have the entire other part of getting into medical school. You can't just rely on that. And I would also caution people that you've made it much more harder. You made it much harder on yourself going that MD, PhD direction. And although I'm all for it, I would just remind people that the vast majority of doctors in this country who are doing research are MDs only, are not MD PhDs, the vast majority.
Yeah. So question, I have so much experience in healthcare administrative roles. Will that be a disadvantage? Yes, no, I'm kidding. That's completely fine. I think that's a great thing. What Dr. Ruby and I have been saying is that it's great to get different perspectives in healthcare. And I am always telling my students you need doctors in various roles. I don't know, but what do you think?
Yeah, I think they will. I don't get quite
Yeah.
yet. I mean, but yeah, I think that's a profession I probably wouldn't make a long-term commitment to.
Hospital phlebotomist, that's not a bad clinical experience, but again, as Dr. Ruby was saying before, you're not really working with a physician. So you can talk about, working with patients and making them comfortable, and it's great to be able to do a blood draw. Include it, but I wouldn't use that maybe as your focus for patient care.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Deanna, were you done? Are
Yeah,
you pulling
guys,
the hook
that
out?
was
Are we-
incredible. Yeah, both thank you, Dr. Kelly and Dr. Ruby. That was an incredibly comprehensive sort of presentation for the last hour, and thanks so much for doing the Q&A and sort of answering students' questions directly. Any last kind of parting words from your sort of presentation on how to get into medical school in 2026?
I think for me, and I'm going to forgive me for saying a cliche, but it's a marathon, not a sprint. So don't be discouraged. There's always things to improve upon, and we'll see your dedication. Keep working. And as we were saying, we're looking for well-rounded applicants who want to work with patients. We'll see that. So just be persistent, always.
Yeah, I just want to thank everybody for attending today and wish you all the best of luck.
Yep.
All right, thank you so much. So that was an incredibly comprehensive presentation, and the next hour is something that you don't want to miss. We have 4 incredible admissions experts on a panel for the next hour, and we're going to be getting to your questions. So we're going to rely on you all in the Q&A to be asking questions directly to these admissions experts at medical schools. We have 4 awesome people on today, and I want to introduce them all, and then we can get started. The first person is Dr. Megan Osborne, who's the Vice Chair for Education at the UC Irvine School of Medicine. We have Kayla Manning, who's the Vice President of Admissions at Rocky Vista University College of Osteopathic Medicine. We have Dr. Tyler Coyle, who's the Assistant Dean of Admissions at the University of Colorado School of Medicine. And then we have Laura Bruno, who's the Dean of Enrollment for St. George's University School of Medicine. Welcome, everybody, to the panel.
Great to be here. Thank you.
All right, so we want to get to as many questions as possible over the next 1 hour. And as you're all who are on, we have, looks like, over 600 people on. Ask questions in the Q&A directly, and these admissions experts will be answering questions in the chat as well as verbally, and we'll try to get to as many as we can over the next 60 minutes. So for the sake of time, I want to get started if that's okay. And for this first question, I want to ask each individual person on the panel because it's a kind of a broad question. Obviously, getting into medical school is competitive. So when you're reviewing an application, what are the most important components of a strong application that you see of somebody who you want to admit to your medical school? And I'll kind of direct the question at first to Dr. Osborne.
Yeah, I think that there are several components, with that being research, clinical experience, community service/school activities, and then personal qualities and academics. I think that those are all important in different ways to different admissions committee members as well as to different schools. We have we have a scoring matrix for our own admissions committee that weights all of those things. I'd say in terms of academics, it's a threshold. For me, it's if you get a 515 versus a 528 on the MCAT, like, it's pretty impressive if you got a 528, but it's not necessarily going to make your application more competitive. I think if you show me that you've got a 511, I know that you're going to be able to have no problem in medical school. So, and same thing for GPA. Like, I don't know, 4.0 from a University of California or a big school is pretty impressive, I would say. But GPA, once you're above a 3.7, I'd say that I think you're going to be able to cut it as well. But we want to see some research. We want to see a lot of clinical. We want to see some sort of unique or longitudinal community or school activity. I love seeing things like ASB president or president of a club or something that was sustained and something that showed leadership, orientation leader or something like that, and then community service with that, and then obviously everything else that comes in the application.
Awesome. Thank you. Laura, same question to you. Sort of the most favorable components you see of a strong application to your school.
Absolutely. So at SGU, we start really with the academic metrics. We are looking for someone who's going to be able to get through the program. So that is the benchmark. And that is measured for US students with your MCAT and your GPA. And of course, we're looking at, is there a successful trajectory through undergraduate? How are you doing in the science classes as opposed to, maybe some of the general ed? So definitely starting with the academics. Then we're moving on to the experiences. We're looking for someone who has really demonstrated interest in medicine. You can do that through your clubs, your paid experience, research, internships. But we want to see that there's some dedication. And then finally, those soft skills, the attributes, the character development. We want to make sure that this is someone who's not only going to make a wonderful medical student and a strong medical student, but really a fantastic doctor. And so it's really the combination and the culmination of those three things that we look for.
Awesome. And same question to you, Kayla. Thanks so much for joining.
Absolutely. Good morning, everybody. Or it's still morning for me, afternoon for many of those other that are joining today. So I don't want to reiterate what Dr. Osborne and Laura have already said. I think that's very important, but I will add, because I do represent a school that provides osteopathic medical education, is something that's very important to us is your service and your commitment to patient-centered care. And so whether you are able to talk about that through the activities you've been a part of, leadership roles that you've led, community service opportunities, or in other ways, we're looking for somebody who aligns with those foundational osteopathic principles. And that is something that we're looking for to come through as already repeated in your personal statement, in your supplemental essays, and in your interviews of why osteopathic medicine is the approach that you're looking to go down that path.
Great. And same question now for the fourth admissions expert on our panel, Dr. Coyle.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody. Yeah, I don't want to, again, repeat what's already been said. A lot of wonderful advice that resonates with me. A couple of thoughts. One is that a lot of pre-med students are high achievers. And so what I like to see in an application is you making your thought process visible for how and why you decided to pursue medicine beyond it being the next hard thing to do, like beyond it being what a high achiever might do. But for you to create a daisy chain in your application from your personal statement to your experiences that show me how and why you made the decision to go down this route of a profession, other than it just being, oh, this is what smart kids do. I'm a smart kid, therefore I'm going to try to do the next hard thing, and that seems to be medical school. The other thing I would add is that I really often will recommend pursuing depth over breadth. So I would encourage one or two activities that you really get deep into and do very consistently over time, rather than 7 or 8 things that you sort of dip your toe into. So those would be a couple of my high level thoughts, again, echoing the sentiment of everybody on the panel who's already offered their perspective.
Awesome. And so I'll kind of target individual people for this question now, because I'm going through the chat and also the Q&A specifically, where students are going to be asking questions, and we'll try to get through as many of them as possible verbally and then also by typing while we're doing this. But a question for Dr. Osborne. You mentioned this a little bit before, but there are in a way important sort of academic credentials that somebody needs to meet to apply or to be considered a strong candidate. But are there like exact numbers that you look for when it comes to a GPA or an MCAT, or is it the kind of whole application in general with all of the activities and everything? Are there specific kind of thresholds, or do you assign different values to different values on the GPA and the MCAT side?
So yes, there are certain thresholds for which you would receive a secondary application from our school versus not. I think that's true of a lot of schools, but there are some schools out there that will give you a secondary application when you really have very little chance of getting into their medical school with your academic metrics, like, close to 0%. And so we only want to give secondary applications to people that have a chance of getting into our school. So I think that if you look at the AAMC data, you can see what the acceptance rate is specifically for certain GPAs and certain MCAT scores. And you can see that, above certain GPAs and certain MCAT, so, the national acceptance rate is around 37-38% for LCME accredited schools. And you can see what GPA and MCAT scores put you at above that 37% and what scores put you at below. And so I think that that's a good gauge on your competitiveness for medical school. I would say that based on the literature, we see that students have a high chance of passing the USMLE when they've met the 50th percentile and above for the MCAT. And then I would say for me, I noticed that students who have a strong GPA in undergrad, regardless of the undergraduate institution, tend to do better in medical school, in my opinion. So students who have a not as strong GPA, but a really strong MCAT, I would say this isn't based on any data, but just my own personal, like what I've observed in my own students. Those students tend to do not as well as the students who have a strong GPA in undergrad and maybe not as high of an MCAT score.
That makes sense. And if anyone else wants to weigh in on any of the questions I ask, even if it's not directed to you, feel free. But now a question for Kayla, and it's something that Sweta asks, and it's about shadowing and things like virtual shadowing. It's kind of hard right now to necessarily like get all the paperwork to go shadow at a hospital or in our clinic, and maybe not a lot of physicians want somebody shadowing them, and it can be really challenging, especially for people who are maybe farther away from doctors' offices. So Sweta asks about kind of your thoughts on shadowing overall, and maybe like getting some experience just by watching different things online too. Like we're going to be doing a session at the very end of today, which is like a 1 hour kind of virtual case-based simulation that I'm doing with Dr. Nelson, and kind of those experiences where somebody's learning about medicine online. Does that count in some way? Should somebody include that on their medical school application?
I think you should include it. I do think that it also depends on which particular institution you're looking at. For instance, my institution, we do offer a rural medicine-based program. So if that rural medicine is something you're interested in, we recognize you're likely coming from a rural area, and so access to opportunity for shadowing experiences looks different. Demonstrating your ability to have been in a situation where you have clinical exposure is very necessary. I will say one thing to take into consideration is the types of letters of recommendation that are required. We have a letter of recommendation requirement that does require the student to have some clinical exposure in a supervisory role from a person who's supervised them. So while those experiences are great, if you can tie that to why they helped you to understand that medicine is the path you want to go in and why it's helping you to form you wanting to focus in specific areas, then yes, that's great. If it's just trying to hit the marks in some areas for those minimum requirements, it may not satisfy that. So I think as you're thinking about the schools you want to apply to, talk to the admissions teams. Every person on this panel will tell you we are here to help support you, guide you, and provide that insight. So before you even press the button to apply, call us on the phone and we'll walk you through what it looks like, how you can highlight, how you can utilize that, and why those experiences, even if they're at a distance or online, can be valuable in your application.
Thanks so much, Kayla. That's a great answer. And Laura, I don't want to distract you. I see you're answering questions in the Q&A, but a question that Ahil asked in the Q&A is about sort of clinical exposure and clinical hours. Like, are there certain activities that you find very valuable for a student who's applying to have done? And are there thresholds of how much time they've spent in those activities, whether years or specific hours, that you look for to make it seem kind of like a worthwhile endeavor from your side?
So one, I would say the good news is for our applicants, there's not a hard and fast rule. We're not looking for a minimum number of hours. I also think even though we're many years away now from COVID, obviously that changed the ability for applicants to shadow in some cases or have that hands-on experience. And while that's actually returned in some communities, in others, it just hasn't. It's sort of changed things more permanently. So I think there needs to be some flexibility. There certainly is flexibility on the part of our committee on admissions to try to look at what was available to that applicant. So in terms of clinical experience, maybe there is a local physician, a mentor, a family friend, sometimes even their own physician. We talk to many applicants who will say, that's how I first learned about my desire to become a doctor, by interacting with my own physician. And there might be some opportunities there. But beyond that, I think we have seen people who are resume builders and career changers who are doing things like they are giving some hours at their local hospital, they're in EMT, they might be in some allied profession. So that becomes very important. But if you are a high school or college student and you're thinking, how am I going to do this? I always say, look in your communities, look within your school for activities that might be more along the lines of humanitarian activities, blood pressure clinics, different ways that you can volunteer to, again, align your interest with the career and just show that you are making that effort.
Absolutely. Thanks so much for that answer. Dr. Coyle, a question for you. Now, Hudayf asks that a question about interviews specifically, because when somebody applies and you decide to give them an interview, during that interview or during that interview process, how can you tell if the applicant is just telling you what you want to hear, that they did good research by looking at your website, versus that they're truly genuinely aligned with the mission of your institution?
That's a good question. I guess there's always going to be an element of subjective assessment. If you interview a lot and you interface with applicants a lot, you start to get sort of a spidey sense where first when somebody is telling you what you want to hear versus genuinely expressing enthusiasm that's innate. And so, I do think it's important on the applicant side, though, to practice, do mock interviews and see if you can't get some feedback. Watch yourself on video. Because as uncomfortable as it is a really valuable practice to do that self-reflective assessment, watching yourself and saying, oh, I have this filler word that I use more than maybe I should, or maybe I need to adjust my lighting, or maybe, those kinds of things. So I think being deliberate in your application of the practice to the process is an important way of approaching it. Hopefully during your interview, you start to get a way to frame your experiences in a way that allows your best self to shine. And I'm confident that people can figure out a way to bring in their own experiences in such a way that it sort of lights up the conversation. And the interviewer can really say, oh, wow, this person is really, really humming along now. I can tell that they are really into this topic, that they really feel strongly about this. And so I would, think to yourself, like, what are the strongest parts of my application? What are the things that really get my motor running, that really excite me? And how can I figure out a way to incorporate those elements without being like super obvious or sort of obnoxious about it, but so that I can really highlight those as part of my application during the interview. Because making that connection is very important, and it can be kind of hard over Zoom, right? And so I think it's helpful to, again, to have some practice and to really reflect on what you find to be your sweet spot. I'll add just on one of the previous topics that was asked about shadowing. I personally see shadowing as the first step. And so on an application, you've got, say, 15 areas that you can include. Shadowing should be like one. And you should consolidate those shadowing experiences into a single line. I helped someone else out recently where they had like 5 different, 15 to 20 hour shadowing experiences on their application. I was like, that's not a very efficient use of space. Plus, going and standing in a room next to somebody doesn't really tell me all that much about your ability to do this. I want to see that you shadowed, and because you shadowed, you then took the next step and you decided to go and pursue X, or you started volunteering, or you started a club, or you got a certification and started working in a clinical capacity, and then you worked in healthcare. That's what I'm hiring people at CU who are going to be working in healthcare. So I kind of want to see that you've worked in healthcare, because that's often a fairly good predictor of whether or not you're going to be suited for that role in the future at my school.
Makes a lot of sense. Thanks so much for that comprehensive answer. And I see, Dr. Osborne, you have your hand raised.
I do. Let me see if I know how to lower my hand. Here we go. I agree 100% with everything Dr. Coyle said, especially the bit about shadowing. You should shadow for you. Don't shadow. You're not shadowing for me. You're shadowing for you. So you're shadowing to see if this is something that you want to do for the rest of your life. Is this something that I want to dive into? But there's no way that you can accumulate the number of clinical hours that you're going to need to accumulate to apply to medical school by shadowing. And please don't. That sounds extremely boring and terrible, and a setup to passing out because you're locking your knees and you're just gonna like pass out in the back of the operating room. So that's number one. But then interviews. So you asked about, can we tell if an applicant is rehearsed? So sure, we can tell if an applicant's rehearsed, but at the same time, like, thank you for rehearsing. Like, thank you for like practicing and being prepared. I'm thankful for that. I think where this could go wrong is if you're not if you can't answer a question that you didn't rehearse for. And so this is where I tell applicants, like, as you're going through all these experiences, you're going to see things that are interesting throughout working in clinical environments, right? There's going to be things that you see that are good. There's going to be things that you see that are bad. There's going to be things that you see that make you uncomfortable and make you like say, "Ooh, I don't like this feeling right now." There's going to be things that you do that like, "Oh my gosh, I made this mistake in front of someone. I'm so embarrassed." And so try to journal whenever you have that feeling, of, wow, this is interesting, or wow, this is terrible, or wow, this is making me sad or uncomfortable. And try to journal those experiences and look back on those experiences as you go throughout your journey to medicine, because those are going to make for a lot of really interesting essay question answers, interview question answers. If you can reflect back and say, "Oh, I remember this time that I was in the hospital and there was this patient they were taking care of and they weren't using an interpreter, and the patient wasn't understanding what people were saying, and they got the wrong instructions, and the patient had a bad outcome as a result of that." Like, if you can talk about that intelligently and say, "Here's where the healthcare system broke down," and you don't have to speak about it as an attending physician, but if you can just say, "Wow, I observed that patients don't really get the best care if they're not cared for with an interpreter or with a native speaker. And I would really like to help that because I am fluent in Spanish, or I'm someone who cares about languages, or I'm someone who will always go and get a certified interpreter when I'm taking care of this patient." And that's the lesson that I learned from this experience. So I think if you can kind of journal and be prepared for the things that you're unprepared for in those questions when you're on an interview, that rehearsing is fine, but then you'll be able to handle the things you didn't rehearse for too.
No, that makes sense. And the people who are watching today are at all different stages, but they all know they want to become doctors. There's people who are high schoolers. There's people who are in college already who are applying actively. There's people who are non-traditional applicants. And so one of the groups that we're seeing a lot of questions from is high schoolers. Laura, a question for you. If there is a high school student who knows they want to become a doctor, they know they want to apply to medical school, but it seems still kind of far away, what can they do now to prepare for that process down the line?
Well, first of all, I want to say thank you, because what I always talk to students about is just the massive doctor shortage that we are experiencing in the United States. And currently, there's not enough seats in US medical schools to close that gap. And so at SGU, we're always looking to sort of expand opportunities for students. So first, I would say thank you for considering the path. I think the most important thing is to really hone those academic skills. As I'm noticing a lot of the questions in the chat and coming up about, what could I do in high school? Some of those experiences are going to be limited, but academically, you should be trying to hone your study skills, trying to get a really strong foundation in STEM, right? Your math, your science, because every step of this journey is sort of a building block to the next. So if you're in high school right now, please prioritize your academics, but have some balance in your life. Well-being is very, very important. This is a very long journey. Try to have some community, interactions, try to have some clubs or activities. Keep testing the waters. Many students that we talk to will talk about the dream of becoming a doctor from a very young age. And as Dr. Osborne and Dr. Coyle mentioned, you've got to test that out, right? You have to be able to balance that childhood dream with the reality of medicine. And so try to get as much experience. Maybe in high school, this is about talking to people, trying to get a little bit of shadowing if you can, but mostly it's probably those conversations, and then you'll build on that.
Great. And then kind of building off that, one of the populations that we're seeing, a question for Kayla here in this Q&A and webinar today is non-traditional applicants. There are people who didn't go straight from high school to college to go to medical school and apply. There's people who took gap years. There's people who have completely separate careers. And so a question that I see from Isla and other people in the chat is, when you're a non-traditional applicant, say you're in the military or you had a completely different career, how do you view candidates like that? And what advice would you have for people who aren't going straight from college to applying to medical?
So one, I think the most important thing is that you pursue your passion. I think lots of students come in. Only 60% of our students that come into the program are coming directly from an undergraduate degree, which means and that would include those individuals who are taking a year of gap in between. That means there are lots of other people. So don't think of yourself as being, I'm struggling with this. Reach out to us and let us help you. I'll tell you, at my institution just this past year, I had an individual, she is in her 50s, and she found herself in college years ago, became pregnant, decided to focus on raising her family. Over the past 19 years, she took one class by one class by one class. Incredibly difficult to do while she was raising her children. She got into med school, and she did so with her persistence and her focus on her passion, and then telling us her story of why she wanted so bad to be a doctor, on top of obviously the academic rigor and criteria that needs to be met foundationally in order to apply. When she came to med school, I've never seen someone so happy to have her 3 children who are also in college at the same time come to her white coat ceremony, to see her cross the stage and put on that white coat. She is now on her journey. So I think don't put yourself in this bucket of what traditional and non-traditional looks like. Put yourself in this bucket of recognizing and understanding what your passion is and what you need to do persistently in order to get there. And then utilize that story to tell it authentically to your med school interviewers through your written materials to showcase while you are really prepared for this long-term commitment.
Great. And what a story. Wow. That's incredible. So kind of encouragement there to all of the people who maybe didn't know they wanted to be a doctor right from the womb. But a question for Dr. Coyle, it's about letters of recommendation, because you see a lot of letters of recommendation. And a question from Takia is, how do I bond with my professors or people who are going to be writing my letters of recommendation? And how do I ensure that I can later ask for a strong letter of recommendation and get one that's going to make a positive impact on the application?
Yeah, that's a great question. And there's a few different ways to approach it. And it's going to vary depending on where you're coming from. You know, if you're going to be asking your professor who's in 1,000-person lecture hall for a letter, that might be a little bit trickier than somebody who might be your professor or preceptor in a seminar where there's 10 other students or learners. And so I would say to try to be fairly strategic about it. I recall when I was going through the pre-med recs in college, I basically went to office hours every single week for one of my professors, even though I didn't really need to go. I would go and I would basically just chat about women's college basketball because that was what they were interested in and I was interested in it. And we just sort of became buddies, chatting about things that we had in common. And we would do some organic chemistry on the side. But really, it was really about making that deliberate effort of going there a couple times a week to build that relationship, knowing that at the end of the year, I was going to be trying to ask that person for a letter. I think the other thing is to be really explicit when you're asking somebody about a letter. You want to say, are you able and willing to write a strong, positive letter for me? Because I've seen some letters where clearly that was not the ask. And the letter is either quite mid or is outright like, I don't think this person really is all that great. And you don't want that. That's very, very unfortunate for those individuals. So you want to be really explicit about that when you're asking. And while we don't have like a hard and fast requirement at CU, in general, we are going to, most places I would say are going to want at least one letter from somebody who can speak to your presence in a clinical setting. And so whether that's a physician or a nurse or a physical therapist or a podiatrist or some kind of clinically providing service person, I would avoid having it all be from, you know, your undergrad prereq lecturers. Because we really want to see that somebody who makes their living interacting with patients or clients or however you frame them can say, yeah, I hung out with this person, I spent time working on a project with this person, or I taught this person, or I supervised this person, and they were good. You know, they didn't do anything that made the patients or clients feel weird. They were pleasant to work with. They showed up. They were professional. Those are the kinds of things that we're really going to want for the letter writers to be able to speak to. But as for like how to get you know, the strongest letters possible, I think it's everybody's going to have a different strategy and a different approach, but it might take some laying some groundwork and some proactive efforts like it did for me to make sure that I could secure a strong letter from a professor that I thought would help my cause.
Thanks so much for that answer. Yeah, because letters of recommendation, they can make a strong impact. So you want to make sure you're getting powerful letters that are kind of demonstrating how good of an applicant you are for everyone watching. And there have been a lot of questions. About gap years and kind of taking time off after college. And this is going to be for Dr. Osborne. Shyla asks, if someone doesn't take a gap year, is that frowned upon? Like, what percentage of people who are applying or getting admitted do you see that have taken a gap year some time between college and the application process with medical school?
So you may or may not regret asking me this question because I have very strong opinions about gap years. So I think they're absolutely necessary. So I think, and the reason being is it's just impossible to do it nowadays without it. And so if you think about it, so about 60%, 70% of people take at least one gap year. So if you don't take a gap year, you are competing with those people who took a gap year who probably have thousands and thousands of clinical hours. And the admissions committee is going to take that into account to some extent, but at the same time, it's going to be harder to totally quantify this. So what I give everyone this advice because number one, so if you're coming into undergrad, the one thing you cannot redo is your GPA. It is very hard to redo your GPA. So let's think about it. Let's think our goal is, let's say, a 3.75. Let's say instead of a 3.75, we get a 3.0 in undergrad. And let's say we took 100 units of coursework and got a 3.0. To get that GPA now to a 3.5, we have to take another 100 units and get a 4.0, and now we're only at a 3.5. And then if we want to get that GPA to 3.75, we have to take 200 more units on top of those 100 extra that we just took. And so now we're at 400 units of undergrad, and we have to do 300 of those units at a 4.0 in order to get that GPA up. I don't know if that math was correct. Please, someone tell me if that was incorrect. But it's just impossible to redo a GPA. Yes, there's postbacks. Yes, there's a lot, GPA. We look at GPA trends. We look at postbacks. We know that that's a rub, and so we know that we want to look at that trend. But that being said, in order to get that good GPA and to get clinical experience and research experience, like who are you, super person, like that is able to like study, 60 hours a week on top of, and if you do that, we kind of don't believe you. We're like, they got a 4.0 GPA and they volunteered for 2,000 hours. I think that there's something wrong here. So now like the admissions committee thinks you're a liar. So, so my advice is like, when you're an undergrad, just focus on your GPA at first. Once you've got those academics down and you say, I've got this, now you can start bringing in some volunteer activities. You can start getting clinical experience. But the bulk of your clinical experience, in my opinion, could be during 1 or 2 gap years. And the reason I say usually 2 gap years is because you can use that first gap year to get that clinical experience. And then now that you've done that for a year, you can get the letters from that clinical experience to apply to medical school in the second gap year. And that's going to make you're spending a lot of money on this process applying to medical school. And so I say do it right the first time. And it like you're young and like there's no race that you don't have to like graduate from residency by the time you're 30. Like no one is going to give you a special reward or prize if you do this efficiently. Like just enjoy your life. Like take things one step at a time and don't try to be at this rat race of like, oh my God, I have to get into med school, then I have to get into residency, I have to graduate before I'm 30, and then I have to like figure out the rest of my life before I'm 32. So just like enjoy it, take some gap years, see if you like this, like, be a scribe full time, and maybe you won't even like it. So make sure you like it before you apply and take a deep breath.
A lot of appreciation in the chat for that answer. They're like, wish you talked to me when I was first starting college. I saw that a couple times, but great answer there. A question for Kayla now is from Aditi, and Aditi is an incoming freshman to undergrad and wants to get clinical experience. There are a lot of different ways to get clinical experience. Aditi's asking about EMT versus phlebotomy versus an MA or CNA, or, many of these things require certifications and they take a lot of time. So do you have any what clinical experiences have you seen, and are there certain things that you feel are stronger than others? What's a valuable clinical experience to you?
I think that's a tough question because for us, it matters how it was important to you as the applicant. What did you learn from it? What experience did you gain? How did you translate into now feeling confirmed and in your decision and confident in your decision that this is something that you have passion for? You can go in and do something and not be excited about it, not learn from it, not grow from it. If you do that, it doesn't matter what if you're applying to med school or any other school or any other profession. I feel like Dr. Osborne just said this very well in her response. That does you no good to set yourself up for something in the longer part of your life that you're not going to have passion for. So for us, while the opportunities that are hands-on are something that are very valuable and we want to hear about, it's really how that experience translated into you now feeling solidified in that pursuit of medicine moving forward. So if you can tell us what it means to you and what you've learned from it, how you've grown, what that puts you in a position to impact patients in the future, that's what we care about.
Gotcha. Awesome. Thank you so much for that answer. And now, Laura, for you, there are applicants who, like Dr. Osborne was mentioning, have kind of different trends in their GPAs, so their academic credentials. How do you view different sorts of trends, say, from year to year in a GPA, or maybe there was a year where somebody had a dip in their GPA that's kind of out of line with how the other years went? What is your process for reviewing that, and how do you feel about it?
It's a great question. I think there's so much stress for pre-med students. And there is this great divide with certain courses, right? A lot of folks who were taking their prerequisites, they are in a sweat about orgo, And, if I don't get that A in organic chemistry, I'm going to be done. My life is over. So look, if a medical school gets a tremendous amount of applications and they're having to kind of sort through, there might be some applicants that kind of are missing the mark because of a certain grade or because of an overall GPA. But I want to talk for a minute about our process, because that's what you asked about. And maybe this will give a little bit of hope to people who maybe don't have that perfect, 4.0 or 3.7 GPA. At SGU, we're looking for students who are going to be able to get through the program. It's a rigorous program. It's based on a US program. And so we're basically looking for the positive trajectory. We know that a lot of students, especially in their first year of college, depending on, is that the first time they've been away from home? Is it perhaps a little bit of a rough adjustment with a roommate? Perhaps they've never had to be independent in terms of kind of managing their time. And so we see a lot of struggle in the first year, and it sometimes takes a little while for people to adjust. It's not over. If we see that a student has consistently done better over time, even if that means the overall GPA doesn't reach that really high, mid threes, it's not over for a student at SGU, because we want to see the trends. I talked a little bit about some of those qualities we look for, and one that comes up again and again for our committee is resilience and ability to learn from mistakes. Because when you're in medical school and you're going through the process to become a physician, there's going to be those times you struggle. And the most important part is, do you know how to pick yourself up, get some help, dig back in, learn from that mistake, and keep going? Because if you don't, it's game over. And we don't want it to be game over in medical school. So demonstrating that ability to understand how to learn from your mistakes, super, super important. So hopefully that gives a little bit of encouragement to people out there who maybe do not have perfect grades.
Thank you so much for that encouragement. Absolutely. Yeah, because that's a really big point of stress for students. And Dr. Coyle, a question for you about something that causes a lot of stress for people, and it's the personal statement. So essentially, in one page, a pre-med student has to write, okay, why do I want to become a physician, right? And you've read a lot of personal statements. Are there examples of things that you've seen that are really powerful? Are there examples of personal statements that may not be as convincing? What do you look for when you're reading one? And what can actually make a difference in somebody getting an interview?
That's a good question. Honestly, in my experience, I find that the personal statement more often than not ends up sinking someone. It's an opportunity to trip up, more so than it is to stand out in a positive way. So I generally counsel, I would avoid controversy or potentially fraught topics, with a big caveat. Sometimes potentially fraught topics or controversies are the reason that you're going into medicine. And so it's just a matter of navigating that with some aplomb and some thoughtfulness. I would say in general, when I'm reading a personal statement, or when the committee at CU is reading a personal statement, we generally want to see some discussion or excerpt of an encounter with a patient, broadly defined. It's when the personal statement is all about, I think this, and I want to do this, and I. And that's like, oh, there's no mention of patients. And isn't that kind of why you're ostensibly applying to medical school? And so folding that into the statement somehow, I think, is generally very important, at least at CU. Now, different schools may have different priorities. If it's a super research intensive place, they may not care as much. But for CU, we see our mission as to train providers to go out and take care of patients, especially in Colorado. We want to see that you have some involvement with patients leading up to that. But I would say include patients. Again, help me understand how and why you are deciding to pursue medicine as a career. Make that daisy chain so that your thought process is visible, so that I can understand why you're doing this, other than, as I said earlier, just being the next hard thing that smart kids do. And then that'll be really helpful to, again, help me, draw me along on this journey, hold my hand, and make it clear for me why I should give a crap that you are applying to my medical school. And if you can include some excerpts or anecdotes about you interacting with patients in a way that affected you, or impacted them, or ideally all the above, so much the better. But in general, I don't remember the best personal statements I've ever read. I remember a couple of really not good ones. And I think that it's important just to make sure that you don't unintentionally shoot yourself in the foot by trying to do something that makes you memorable and having it backfire. I think playing it with some margin for safety is probably my guidance to applicants.
Very good advice. Okay, so it can kind of harm your application if you don't necessarily, if you put something in there that is a red flag, maybe. So then a question for Dr. Osborne about red flags. Are there red flags that you've seen on applications or that people have said in interviews? What should somebody avoid doing that could also affect their application or their interview process?
Oh man, this is going to be an exciting one.
There's lots of red flags. It's actually fun to collect the red flags because then we just have fun stories. But being dishonest, like we're smart, we're doctors, too. So we can figure things out. Like if you're being dishonest on application, like clinical hours, really overemphasizing them. We'd rather have you be humble than not. And that number isn't necessarily going to get you in the door, especially if it's a dishonest number. I've had students who have reapplied to medical school the next year under a different set of circumstances and made their story much different the second time around as the first time around. Specifically, their financial situation, et cetera, seemed a lot more dire the second time they applied than the first time. And when you Google their address from the first application, financial situation was not dire. And so it just like we're going to look at your last application. And if it's like totally different than your second application, like now you've just totally sunk yourself. Like dishonesty is the worst thing that you can do at any stage of your career. Like you're going to make okay, so this is going to be a life lesson right now. You're going to make mistakes in medicine, right? Like you are going to make mistakes, and that's something that you have to be okay with, knowing that going into this profession, you may make a really bad mistake sometime. And you're going to get through it, and we're going to talk about how you're not perfect, and everybody's going to make mistakes in this profession. And that's like one of the hardest things to know about being a physician, is that you might make a bad mistake sometime. And that's going to weigh on your conscience, and that's going to weigh on you as a person. But the absolute worst thing you could do in that situation is to then lie about it or to be dishonest about it. That'll get you fired from a medical staff. Like making a mistake is not going to necessarily get you fired from a medical staff, but lying about it is absolutely going to ruin your career as a physician. That's going to ruin your career as a medical student if you cheat on an exam or if you lie about something. It's better to just flunk the exam and fail it in medical school miserably, get a 20%. And we're going to be like, what can we do to like make you do better on the next exam? And here's all the learning skills specialists, and here's some extra support, and what's going on. And we're going to like reach out to you because we want you to succeed. But if you like cheat on the exam and then get a 70% and we find out, now you're out of medical school. So do not lie on your application. We are very smart and we're going to figure it out. So I'd say that's the biggest red flag that I would avoid. And then these aren't red flags, but just try to avoid, we were talking about personal statements. Try to just avoid the personal statement that we read every day, which is, please, if you can, I know grandparents are very important and they're a very important part of our lives, but we read a lot of stories about grandparents that have illnesses. And so just take that into consideration. Think that might not be unique. Similarly, you do not know that you were going to be a physician since the age of 4. Please do not write that in your personal statement. When I read that, they're like, oh, I was like, Doc McStuffins and like, playing with my teddy bear. I'm like, no, like I don't even know what it's like to be a physician anymore, and I've been in this career for 20 years. Like I didn't know what it was like to be a physician until I was deep in it. So please don't be so naive that you say that you want to be a doctor since you were 5 years old. And that's the reason that you're going to medical school. That's it.
Okay. So I think we should stick on the same topic and give other people on the panel the opportunity to answer that, because yeah, you're right. I mean, lying is a no-go. You're right. That's a big red flag. What are other red flags that you've seen, maybe Kayla, on applications, or things to avoid for somebody who doesn't want to tank their chances that maybe they don't even realize is a red flag?
Gosh, I feel like lying is the top one. We see a lot of people that disclose infractions, and then we ask about infractions, and instead of taking accountability, which at our institution is one of our core values, instead of taking accountability and talking through what you learned from it, they are providing information that says, I wasn't I wasn't the person involved. It wasn't me. And quite honestly, almost all of the infractions are underage college drinking. So we've all been in that space where there was alcohol around and it was college and we are underage. I think rather than trying to cover it up, taking accountability and saying, yes, I was there, I did this, and this is what I've learned for it, or what I how I moved things forward is really important. So making sure that like these things matter, and it matters for who you are as a person and the character which you have, which is going to translate into how you treat patients and how you talk with them. Don't hide this information, share it and take accountability for it.
Dr. Coyle, same question to you.
Yeah, I just sent Megan a private message that said spot on. So I completely agree. It's the cover up being worse than the crime. So there's lots of different ways to mess something up, but your integrity is the thing that you are going to be hanging your hat on as both a professional and as a human. So own up to something. If you messed up, you messed up. 100% of people make mistakes in their life. It's how you adjust from it and grow from it and learn from it that defines, who you are and the kind of person you are. And the sooner you get to that spot where you can grow from it, the sooner you can display to the committee that you're ready to take on these hard jobs that might have serious impacts on other people's lives.
Awesome. And now the same question to Laura, but also with a little caveat too. Not only red flags, but what are some green flags you've seen as well, where you're like, wait a minute, that person would be perfect for our medical school?
Well, I was going to go with some yellow flags. So I'll do yellow flags first and then the green flags, because I agree with my colleagues here about what is the most egregious. But here's some yellow flags. There's a lot of questions in the chat about personal statements, letters of recommendation. What is the committee looking for? How do I express my why? I think people who actually haven't done the work don't really understand why they want to pursue medicine, maybe have this childhood kind of dreamy thought about what the career is all about, haven't actually tested it. That's a bit of a yellow flag. And that gets sussed out usually in the interview process, where someone's really not able to articulate in their authentic voice why they want to do this. We sometimes see this with students that are a little bit younger coming directly out of college. So as Dr. Osborne said, sometimes you do need that experience. We also think a yellow flag is someone who potentially, it sounds like their parents want them to be a physician or go into medicine, but it's really not them. So that's kind of related. Another one I would say is how this person is interacting with the interviewer. Although this is rare, on occasion, we've actually seen some things that we have thought were very concerning within the interview space itself, where people were not respectful. They didn't respect the process. We had someone doing their interview sitting on their bed. I would say that's somewhere between a yellow and a red flag, because if you can't take enough time to kind of set yourself up professionally, how possibly can we imagine you in this profession? And then green flags, I would say, sort of the opposite, right? People who own up to their mistakes. We know sometimes there's a gap in educational history, or there's some grade. Don't hide it. Talk about it. People who are able to articulate with a very strong voice why they want to be a physician, and it's backed up by those experiences, clinical experiences. And people who see that application as really a full story. Each one of those pieces are not looked at individually. It's looked at as a full story. And so take a step back, think about all the different pieces, the letter of rec, the personal statement, what does your grade say? What does your own CV or activity resume say? does it tell a compelling story about who you are, what you want to do, and what you've accomplished?
Awesome. So we don't have that much time left. I can't believe like an hour flies by, but I want to give all of you the opportunity to give sort of one last final overarching piece of advice, because there is a lot to consider for a pre-med student who wants to become a physician. But if you had to sort of give your overall theme or your main takeaway for a student who wants to get into your medical school and wants to become a physician and do this for the rest of their life, what advice would you give? And I'll kind of go one by one, starting with Kayla.
So my number one advice, and I say this every single time, do your research, know where you're going to apply. Call and contact the admissions teams. The admissions teams are going to, on all of these questions, there's hundreds of questions coming through. There's little nuances that look different between each of the different institutions. Having that conversation and knowing exactly what is going to be important to that institution to put in your application so that you can focus on that and save a little bit of time, hopefully save some anxiety, and maybe even some of the financial burden of applying to multiple institutions. Work directly with your admissions team at those institutions to tailor your content on your application to where you want to go.
Okay, awesome. So kind of making sure that you're applying and your application reads as though you're applying to that specific school, not just a shotgun approach. That's great. Dr. Coyle, for you.
I have a couple of thoughts. The first is one that might not seem like advice or very positive, but I promise you it is. At least, so at CU, we got 10,000 primary applications last year for 180 spots. Like, if I could, I would interview probably about 3,000 people, because there are a lot of really fantastic and wonderful applicants and applications. I just simply can't, right? I don't have enough spots. I don't have enough interviewers. And so it's often comes down to sort of a little bit of chance about whether or not you will get in this cycle. If you don't get in your first cycle, that might feel discouraging and frustrating, and obviously it is, but I love seeing reapplicants. When I click on someone's application and I see that they're a reapplicant, it's showing me that they've got grit, that they've got determination, and that's the kind of thing that the admissions committee looks at and loves. So I would encourage you not to be overly discouraged if you need to reapply. And I assure you that reapplicants at CU get an extra special, like, close look, because we really like seeing people who have the resolve to go through this process again, because it shows us that you are the kind of person who wants to see things through and that you are not deterred by initial setbacks. The other thing I would say is that if I were a baker and I were hiring for people to come work in my bakery, and you came in and said, I want to work in your bakery, the first thing I would ask you is, oh, tell me about your baking experience. And the same thing is true for medical school, for healthcare, right? I want to see that you've worked in healthcare in some capacity. You've been accountable to some supervisor in some way in healthcare. That's going to be like one of the most important things that people can do, is finding that work experience in healthcare to show me that you can do it. The less glamorous, the less sexy, the better, frankly. I want to see that you have gone in and done the work that no one else really wants to do and come out of it and still want to go to medical school. Like, that's a great green flag in my eyes. So I would encourage, don't be discouraged if you don't get in on the first cycle, and really prioritize getting that work experience in healthcare as a driving force for your application.
That's fantastic advice. And now, Laura, the same question for you. What's your biggest piece of advice for pre-med?
So I feel like this is, I don't want to repeat, but I do agree, especially with Dr. Coyle, about not giving up and trying to think about how to either expand your choices or how to go back into a cycle. We see that quite a bit, especially with individuals who perhaps even chose a first career and now are deciding to return to that. But I'm going to kind of go back to something that was a little bit of a theme for me, which is really understanding why it is that you want to do this. Because when things get difficult, you have to go back to that why. It's going to be what keeps you moving forward. And so take the time to know yourself, explore through experiences, through coursework, And my second piece of advice is get yourself ready in terms of your own well-being, your own mental health, trying to figure out how do you de-stress, because again, it's a long journey. So you need to have those skills, and part of the skill is knowing when you need a little bit of time to kind of blow off some steam, when you can, rely on friends or family to kind of help you along the journey.
Perfect. And now, last but not least, Dr. Osborne, what advice do you have for pre-meds who are watching today who want to become physicians?
I agree so much with every piece of advice that was just given, and those were all the things that I wanted to say. It very much reapplicants. I'd say probably 30% of our class is reapplicants. What Laura said about just do this for you, not for your parents, not because you have been playing with Doc McStuffin since you were 5. Like, do this because you really liked OChem and you really liked general chemistry and you really liked bio. And those were like really interesting classes. And it makes sense to you. And you like how the murmurs and cardiac physiology makes sense. And it's fun for you to learn. Like, you are going to be spending a really significant amount of time on this. And so I really hope that it's something that you enjoy. And if you're doing it just because you want to be a physician or because that's your expectation and you think you're going to make a ton of money doing it, and you definitely don't do it because of that reason. Do it because like this is a really cool career. And someone had asked in the chat, like, you can't picture yourself doing anything else. You don't have to, no, you can picture yourself doing something else. Hopefully you can picture yourself doing lots of things, but do this because it's so interesting and you really want this career. But also remember, there is no pot of gold at the end of this rainbow. There is not like a happiness that happens as soon as you graduate from residency. It's a wellness that you have to build into your life starting now. And please stop holding your breath. Please enjoy this time, build in the wellness now. How this is a marathon, not a sprint, someone else said. How are you going to be able to survive this career for the next 50 years? And it's only if you really love it.
Thank you so much. Really, to the 4 admissions experts who have been on today, I can't thank you enough. This has been so helpful, both in the chat and the Q&A and just answering the questions verbally. And thanks for spending an hour of your Saturday with us. Take care, everyone. And so now we've heard from Dr. Adams, the former Surgeon General of the United States. We had an hour session about everything you need to know to get into medical school. And we had an incredible panel of current admissions experts at medical schools. The next hour is going to be dedicated to the MCAT, and it's something that Dr. Adams actually mentioned is incredibly important. But first, I wanted to share Health Admissions IQ, an incredible new resource from Med School Coach. HAIQ, which you see on your screen here, it's a comprehensive database. It has admissions data, essays, and tools designed to help you build a smarter application. And it offers 4 free features, which we're kind of showcasing here. The first is that the medical school rankings and data section lets you compare schools side by side, including things like MCAT and GPA averages, tuition, application and interview numbers, and in-state versus out-of-state preferences. You can also review each school's mission to better understand fit, not just statistics. And then second, the secondary essays prompts, things that Dr. Kelly and Dr. Ruby were talking about. There's a database here that includes prompts for every USMD and NDO program. And this allows you to prepare early, recognize common themes in those prompts, and stay organized before that application rush. And then third, the school list generator helps you evaluate your competitiveness by entering your MCAT, your GPA, your experiences, and it gives you a clearer sense of reach, target, and fit schools. And that's one of the most important parts of your strategy. And then finally, the application essay manager keeps your personal statement, activities, and secondary essays all in one place. It even pulls prompts directly from your school's list so you can see what to prioritize and how to stay on track. And so overall, HAIQ, as you see here, it helps you move from guessing to a more structured and strategic approach, researching schools, building a list, and then managing all of your essays in one place. So if you're interested in that free resource, you can scan the QR code on the slide, and it's free and a great way to stay organized and make more informed decisions as you prepare for your application. But next, I'm excited to introduce two of the associate directors of MCAT at Med School Coach. That's Alex Starks and Dominic Chu, who are going to talk to you about everything related to the MCAT. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Dan, and welcome everybody to our hour of MCAT fun. I hope everybody's enjoying their pre-med experience so far. First thing I'd like to ask is we'd like to know who exactly we're talking to. So in the chat, if you can let us know kind of just what stage of the journey you're on. Are you currently studying for the MCAT? Are you undergraduate, high school? That'll help us out. And the other thing is a nice reminder for the questions and answers. If you have questions, put them in the Q&A, because we're going to save a lot of time for at the end of our hour to address those questions. So it's kind of just hard to keep track of the chat. So put them in the Q&A. All right, so a little bit about myself. I've been in the MCAT space for over a decade, from when I took my MCAT in 2016. It's actually the reason I didn't finish my medical education, is I just really enjoyed being in this space. During that time, I've worked with hundreds and hundreds of students one-on-one, but also helped create a lot of content, video content, lots of practice questions for various companies, including Med School Coach, that are in that MCAT space. So that is me. Dominic, if you want to go ahead and introduce yourself.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dominic. I've been with the company for around 5 years now, and I've had a great time learning more about the MCAT than I did when I took it on my own, and then teaching it as well. But something that I've really specialized in the last few years is kind of developing strategies that are replicable across many different question types and passages, particularly in cars. I feel like when I was first starting to study for the test, a lot of it felt like it depended on my kind of natural test taking skills. But I found that if you develop a system that's is consistent and replicable across many different things, that can be a great pathway to success. And so I'm happy to talk about that a little bit today.
All right, so here is our plan for today. We're going to all get on the same page for what the MCAT is about, what it looks like, what the format's like, what the scores are like, a bit about why MCAT is so important in a way that the SAT and the ACT weren't, if you've had that experience getting into college. We're also going to talk about how to build a study schedule. So that'll be a great value for everybody who's interested in actually taking the MCAT, for sure. And then after that, like I mentioned, we're going to focus a lot of time answering your questions. So let's go ahead and move on and talk about the MCAT format. So not only is the MCAT a huge endeavor because it's hard, it's also a really big test of your stamina. On test day, you will be answering questions for about 6 hours with a total sitting time checking in and out of the testing room for about 7.5, sometimes longer, depending on how long it takes to get into the actual exam. So let's talk about what that looks like. So you will arrive to the testing center pretty early, probably about 7 o'clock, 7:30 in the morning. There will be a quick check-in process, and then you'll be led to the testing room where you're going to get a cubicle. When you sit down, what you'll see in front of you is a desktop computer. You'll have a keyboard. You'll have a wired mouse, something you don't see very often anymore. And you also have some scratch paper. You'll have noise-canceling headphones, and that's it. That'll be your whole testing experience. So you'll have to go through some like sign-in procedures on the computer, and then you're going to start the very first section of the exam. This first section of the exam is like the chemical and physical sciences. We'll get into what exactly that entails here on our next slide, but that's going to take 95 minutes. You'll have 59 multiple choice questions. After that, you'll have a quick break. You'll be able to leave, use the bathroom, get something to drink, and then you'll come back in for a critical analysis and reasoning skills section. It's going to feel pretty similar to reading sections you've taken for like the SAT or the ACT, other standardized exams. It has some of its own unique qualities to it, but it is largely the same. So that'll take 90 minutes. Then you'll get to leave. You get to have a lunch break. You get to eat, you get to use the bathroom if you need to. Hopefully take some deep breaths and kind of relax. You've made it through half the material at that point. When you return from that and return to the testing room, then it's the biological and biochemical sciences. You'll do another 95 minutes of that testing. You'll get one more small break. Then you'll get to come back and you'll finish off your testing with the psychology and sociology section. And so that'll be the content that's tested in that final section. You'll have a couple of screens to go through on your computer to decide whether or not that was a good enough performance. If you won't know your score, but if you felt that you did your best, then you'll be able to score the exam. But you also have an opportunity to void your exam. And that's really like no consequences to voiding it. Just means you have to definitely take it again. But it's there, in case you start feeling ill or get a migraine during the exam. There's always sort of a like an emergency escape button that you can use. All right, so now let's talk about the actual content that you'll be tested on. So the MCAT tests all of the foundational sciences that you'll learn in undergrad that are pretty applicable to medical school. So it'll test a year of chemistry, and then it'll test either a year or a semester, it depends on how your school does it, of organic chemistry, a semester or a year, again, depending on how your school has it, of biochemistry, and then a full year of physics. These are the percentages breakdown in that first section. You still get a little bit of biology. It is a biology exam after all. The car section, that humanities section, ostensibly you don't need to know any content. It is useful to have humanities strengths. So if you do have electives in your undergrad schedule, I recommend probably taking some writing classes if you want to be prepared for that section. But technically, you don't need to know really anything outside of an 11th or 12th grade vocabulary. The bio and biochemistry sections is predominantly biology, and that's going to be your first year of biology. And that's like freshman year, it's that biology. It's not 300 level genetics. It's not 400 level cellular molecular biology, but it is a year of the biochemistry. So biochemistry shows up in that first and the third section, and that will be majors biochem. So like the real stuff, like your 400 or 500 level classes. The psychology and sociology, that will also be somewhere around like a semester of each of those. So if you take a Psych 101 or Sociology 101, you will have covered all of the content you need for the MCAT. So it's not too bad. All right, so if you are new to the MCAT world, I think one of the most jarring things about the MCAT is what the test looks like. And I know I can remember the first time I opened up a diagnostic test, starting to prepare for my MCAT. I didn't know what it looked like. I had no idea what I was getting myself into. And boy, was I surprised. So a lot of people have that experience, and we're looking at a real MCAT passage that you might see something very similar on your actual exam when you take it. And what we're seeing is a research article that's been edited to make it a little bit more palatable to read. And so there's information about the experiment. There's information about the molecule, apparently, that they're interested in, that scientists are studying. And then we see this schematic or this apparatus of some machine they're using to study. All can be extremely overwhelming. After a fair amount of experience and practice, it'll seem much less overwhelming. But again, if you're new, this can be really, really intimidating. So the reason why I like to look at what the MCAT passage looks like is to really emphasize that it's not just a science test. It's not just a memorization test. You have to know a lot of science for the exam. I think, for most people, you'll know the most amount of science they ever have on test day. On that one day, it'll culminate into that day. But then you have to apply it to these weird situations that you would have never read about before, that you have no experience with. But if you can keep a level head and just recall, those foundational science experiments and science content, you'll probably be prepared for that. It'll take some time to get used to. So the next thing we're going to talk about is MCAT scoring. So this is an actual screenshot of a sample student. This is what your real score report will look like when you get it back a month after taking your test, because it takes a month to score your exam. So the score ranges for all 4 sections go from 118 to 132. The middle, or the mean, is about a 125. On some sections, I think now it's like more like a 125 and a half. But that 125 is your middle. When you add all those scores up, it will come somewhere between a 472. That was if you didn't answer any questions. All the way up to a 528. That would be what's considered a perfect score. Very, very rare that something like a 528 happens. Now, everybody asks like, oh, what is a good score? What score do I need to get into medical school? And that is a really hard question because it sort of depends, right? Like, what school do you want to get into? If you want to get into Stanford or Yale or something, then yeah, sure, you need like a really high score usually. But if you want to go to a well-ranked medical school, it doesn't have to be a super elite score. And so the median score for matriculants is a 512, I believe. At least that was the last data that I looked up was a 512. And that's pretty competitive. That's an 84th percentile. So that means you scored as well or better than 84% of people taking this test. That's a score you can, hold your head up high and be confident that you're mature enough and like academically ready for the rigors of medical school. Speaking of that, let's talk about the admission odds next with your MCAT score. Now, I want to point everybody's attention to the bottom right of the table. We see this percentage. It says 41.9%. That's the, this might have been last year's, but that is roughly the percentage of acceptance into medical school for anybody who applies. Unfortunately, those are not fantastic odds, less than 50%. And it's really apparent when we look at this data that a good MCAT score helps you in a way that a high GPA just doesn't. For example, I want to draw your attention to the upper right cell where we see the percentage 82.9%. So that is if you get a 517 or higher, which is a very elite score, that's amazing score, and also have a GPA that's pretty competitive, 3.79 or higher, you have an 83%. That's double the odds of just like the standard of all applicants pooled. That's pretty significant. Now, if we continue to look at that column for that 517 number, we can see, sure, the percentages go down the lower your GPA goes, but not by all that much. So if we pay attention to that MCAT score, we see a lot more green which is good, with that higher score, again, in a way that a high GPA just doesn't translate. And I hope the reason why makes sense. Every school has a different GPA. I think about my undergraduate college, which was not a pre-med college. I studied math. And the pre-med, the sciences were not very strong. And a lot of those classes were pretty easy A's, if I think about it. So my GPA from that school is not the same as somebody who went to, a much harder, a much more competitive school where getting those A's in the pre-health sciences was much more difficult. So moral of the story, an A is not an A, but a 517 is a 517. So that's how medical schools use that to sort of equivocate people during their applications. So from here, Dominic, I'm going to hand it over to you. If you can take everybody through kind of how to go through and design a study schedule, that'd be great.
Thanks, Alex. Hi, everyone. So big picture wise, the company Med School Coach, we recommend a 3-step process, right? First, we start off with a content review phase where you read your books and develop a kind of foundational knowledge set of the concepts you'll be tested on. Then step 2 is kind of third-party practice questions, whether it's UWorld, Jack Weston, Kaplan, or Princeton. This is an opportunity for you to practice applying the content that you learned and integrating with new information you might be given on the day of from the question stem or the passage that you're reading. And then during this process, if you realize that you're forgetting some content or you're weaker in one area than you realize, then you can always add in intermittent content review. And then afterwards, for step 3, right leading up to your actual exam, we recommend that you solve actual AAMC practice questions, right? So the AAMC website has a bank of questions and exams that are supposed to be the most similar resource to the actual test. And now, overall, I don't think you'll really find anyone that will disagree or criticize us with this big picture plan. But I think the real difference is what are the nuances and how to best lean into the benefits of each phase and how to kind of avoid the common pitfalls that people make the mistake of falling into. And so the next couple of slides will kind of be talking about how to go about doing that. So first is timeline, right? So that overall process that I just described usually takes between 3 to 6 months. And where you fall on that spectrum can depend on a couple different things, right? Number one, how much time do you have to study? Are you in class or do you have a full-time job during the day? Or are you someone that's has cleared out your schedule just so you can study for the MCAT, right? So for example, if you're someone who can study full time, as in 40 hours a week or more, then 3 months might be enough for you. Whereas if you're someone that's trying to juggle research, volunteering, classes, or a job with studying, you might be closer to the 6-month end of the spectrum. Another consideration that you might want to think about is how well do you perform on the SAT or ACT when applying to college, right? Typically, in my experience, it's rare for someone to score higher on their MCAT percentile score compared to what they did on the SAT or ACT, unless there's some story behind it, right? So if you scored in the 75th percentile of your SAT when applying to college, but your goal is to score in the 98th percentile for the MCAT, then something you might want to consider is, do I need to study more than other people that I know because I'm wanting to make that jump? Or am I someone that really kept up with my science classes in college, or did I tend to cram and then forget after taking each test? Those things can all kind of play a role into how much time you might need to study for the exam.
That's a really good point, Dominic. And one thing that I'll just like add in, so these 3 and 6 month, like those are like periods of time that like make a lot of sense. With a lot of my students that I've worked with, I found that like around the average amount of time the student will need to get a goal score they're happy with, which of course changes with each person, is minimum 500 or 600 hours. That's a lot of hours. Something Dominic, you just mentioned, if you keep up with all the sciences, and let's say, after each of these foundational sciences that you take a class and you become like a tutor, like a peer tutor at school for, which is a great idea, by the way, then you may not have to study all that much. You just have to get used to the exam because all that content is fresh. I know for me, the time from taking those classes to like starting to study for my MCAT was a long time. It was like 5 or 6 years. And so I remembered nothing and had to start at the beginning of like, what is methane type of content. So it took me, I think I studied for seven months for that. So it's really, really, really variable. And it does sometimes take up to 1,000 hours for some people to get ready for the exam. But if you really want it, you'll get it.
One more kind of concrete number that I typically tell my students is try not to go below 10 to 15 hours a week. Something that Alex had referred to on a previous slide is the time point where you'll probably know the most science is the day that you take your exam. So part of that is he's part of that is implying that it's all about timing, right? As you're studying for this exam, as you're learning new things, at the same time, you're forgetting the stuff you studied a month or two ago, right? And so I found that if you're not able to put in around 10 to 15 hours at minimum, the increase in months or weeks that it takes you to get ready for that exam is not a linear increase, right? You have to kind of account for how much forgetting you'll do over time and how much restudying and rememorization you have to do. And so typically, if you can do at least 20 hours, that should put you in a pretty good spot, and more is ideal, is optimal. Right. So when it comes to what resources should I use for the content phase, right? Step number one of that three-step plan. Typically, I recommend either Kaplan or Princeton Review. The other books like Exam Crackers or Blueprints tend to be sufficient for students who are really keeping up with the sciences in college, and they didn't even really need to study all that much to prepare for the actual exam. Whereas if you want to really be thorough, these two companies seem to be the best bets. And in terms of which one I prefer, personally, I recommend kind of a mix. Each of these companies have their pros and cons. So for example, Princeton tends to be a little more detailed, a little more nuanced. Some people find that to be a little too much, while others like that level of thoroughness, while Kaplan's tends to be on the more succinct side. Um, that can be, and depending on what areas of strengths or weaknesses you have in the sciences, you might want one over the other for that particular section, right? So, for example, if you're weaker on math and physics, I really recommend the Physics Princeton book. That book is around, if you're looking at my camera, it's like this thick. And it's that thick because it has so many practice questions. Each chapter talks about a specific topic, whether that's circuits or waves. And the first page of that chapter is typically the easiest question you could ever see on that topic. And the last page are questions that are slightly harder than what you would see on the actual exam. And then it does a really good job of progressing you through those levels of difficulty. Whereas, for example, the Princeton biology book or the Princeton psych-soc book, they tend to be a little more detailed than what you would need to even score a 520. And so depending on your kind of evaluation of your strengths and weaknesses, one or the other might work better for you. When it comes to other resources like videos or podcasts, the Med School Coach YouTube channel has a great lecture series by the guy who actually onboarded me when I first joined the company, Ken Tao. He does a great job of having these 5 to 15-minute videos that really hit on the high yield topics while also making it interactive. And so I think that's a great resource if you're more of a visual learner that you want to supplement your books with. And obviously, podcasts are great if you have long commute times and you can just listen to something on the way there, right? Now, one thing I'll say about how to use your books, right? This is a common pitfall. A lot of students will try to speed through your content phase, right? They'll try to do some brief highlighting and they'll try to finish really quickly. But at the end of the content phase, they realize they've read 7 books that are all pretty thick and they don't really remember much from doing that. I think one of the best ways to kind of counteract that time efficiency issue is incorporate some recall exercises, right? So I recommend to my students, read a couple pages, then close your book, and whether it's out loud to yourself on a whiteboard or a piece of paper, try to regurgitate the information that you just read and what you understood. And you can do that in different ways. One way is to try and understand why the company, Princeton or Kaplan, wrote about these topics in a specific order. They're probably trying to get you to make certain connections between the different foundational sciences, right? And if you're able to catch on to those while reading, and then kind of emulate teaching that to yourself or someone else afterwards, then you know you've kind of identified all the things that the book was trying to communicate to you, right? Another way is if you're able to regurgitate it in a way that is organized differently, but makes more sense to you, that's another kind of confirmation that you become familiar with that topic. One other thing I'll say is the I guess pitfall of ending your content too quickly and starting your practice questions and practice tests too quickly is that your practice tests start to lose some meaning behind them, right? So when you're taking a practice test or practice question, practice passage, there's typically a kind of multi-step pathway for every single problem, right? Step number one, you recall the information that you already memorized and studied. Then you try to integrate that information with the new things that the question stem or passage is telling you. And then you apply it in a way that you may or may not have practiced doing so before to try and solve the question in front of you. But if your content isn't there, you'll never know if you got that question right or wrong because of your content being lacking or if it's because of that application step that you're missing. Right. And so it really is important to be comprehensive with your content review before really tackling those practice questions or practice tests. Right. And then when it comes to timing again, right, one of the reasons that students tend to want to start doing practice tests on week 1 or week 2 and do them on a weekly basis is because they've heard that from their friends that one of their main regrets is not taking enough practice tests or not doing enough practice questions. And they spent too much time doing content, right? But there has to be a balance, right? Based on what I said earlier. And so one of the best ways to make sure you stay on schedule is to, number one, figure out how much time you have for content based off of how many practice tests and AMC questions you want to solve later on. And then based on the set of books you bought, figure out how many chapters per day and per week you need to read to finish your studying on time, right? And so that will take a little bit of math where you count the number of chapters you have, the number of weeks you have, and you divide it. But doing that and creating a study calendar will really help you stick to that ideal timeline that you set out to follow. Right. So now it comes to, we're on to step 2 and step 3, right? Where you take the practice questions and practice tests. So phase 2 overall is optional. If you have the time, we really recommend that you practice with these third-party questions, right? Because it's a supplemental resource. The AMC questions, there's a lot, but it's not unlimited, right? So if you're wanting to have extra practice, the third-party resources are a good bet. Now, one kind of key point to pay attention to is that these third-party questions are, one, tend to be more difficult than the actual AMC questions, but also two, they're different stylistically, right? They ask you to piece together these foundational concepts in slightly different ways, and that can be apparent in different sections more than others, especially the psych-soc section. I always tell my students that the third-party psych-soc content is usually the most different from the AMC relatively to the sciences. And so making sure you have that in mind and making sure that you do AMC practice questions leading up to the exam is really important, right? Because those are the questions that you'll learn how the AMC really wants you to think through things. And so for here, when it comes to practice exams from the third party and versus the AMC usually has around 5 to 6 practice exams available for you to try on their website versus third party. There's, depending on what resources you have available, you can have 8 or 10 to maybe even 20 extra practice tests. And so part of this is going to be figuring out based on how much time you have, when you want to take those, and making sure that you save enough time to do all the AMC practice tests near the end of your studying plan.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and jump in and just add something real quick about the third-party materials. You're going to hear a lot of opinions from a lot of people about what, like, what materials should I use? What are the best? Like, everybody needs to be using this third-party material. And I can tell you, I've worked with so many students and they have different resources. Of course, I have my favorite, which I'm actually I guess I'll share some of my favorites here in a second. Um, but it's not necessarily like what resource you use, it's how you use it. So something that we haven't talked too much about throughout this studying process and the planning process is really will be the deciding factor of whether or not you reach a goal or not. And it's going to be the degree of how active you are and how purposeful and thoughtful you are while you're doing all of this work. So you can certainly put in thousands of hours studying for the MCAT. Some people spend years studying for the MCAT, but because of, for lack of a better word, academic immaturity, it's just passive and it's not consistent, and you're not building up momentum towards a goal. So if any book set that you use, or if you're going to use a course, I think I saw somebody in the chat earlier ask about different courses that you could use. They're all fine. They'll all work. Even you just using all of the free Khan Academy videos for all of the content, it will absolutely work. The key is how active and purposeful you are. The suggestion that Dominic gave a little bit ago about having his students read some pages, close the book, and like see what you can remember, see what you can regurgitate. That's fantastic. That is an excellent example of being active, taking ownership of your learning, employing that metacognition, thinking about how you're thinking. All of those are the skills and the types of study habits that if you're going to make it, because medical school just gets worse in terms of like how much studying you have to do and whatnot. It just keeps going. And so like MCAT and this time, if you're able to, step up your game in terms of how good you are at studying for this, studying for academics, you'll be in a good spot. So definitely keep that in mind whenever you're selecting third-party materials. It doesn't matter how much you spend on it. It doesn't matter which one it is. It's how you use it.
Yeah,
Um,
I'll just add
yeah, go ahead,
on real
Dominic.
quick because I love that point that you're making in terms of being purposeful and how you use the resources and time you have. A couple of things, a couple of tips that I give my students. One, the questions on the MCAT that are typically the hardest are ones that ask you to make connections between different sciences or different topics, right? So for example, sometimes they'll test you on a physics topic within biology, right? So they'll test you on how voltage or potential works when it comes to the nervous system and neurons with action potentials and membrane potentials, right? Or maybe you're reading a passage about the circulatory system, and there'll be a physics question about fluids, right? And so one strategy that I recommend when reading through your books is alternating the different topics. So rather than starting with let's say organic chemistry, and then because you think that's your weakness, finishing that book completely, and then moving on to biology, finishing biology completely, and then moving on to biochem. Maybe a better strategy is to do 1 or 2 chapters of biochem, then do 1 or 2 chapters of biology, then general chemistry, then physics. And what you'll realize is there's a lot of different connections you can make between the books in addition to within each book, right? And so alternating that will actually give you the opportunity to process the similar information concurrently, right? Another kind of quick piece of advice that I can give is I've had a lot of students come to me or start tutoring, and the first thing they say is they really want to focus on test taking strategies because they've already studied content on their own and they feel like they did a good job and they're ready to move on to practice questions or practice tests, but they're stuck at this plateau. They're not seeing the improvements in their score, despite having taken a bunch of practice tests on their own and reviewing them over a long period of time. And through our discussions, I'll find out that they're having difficulty with how dense these science passages are. And usually the reason that these passages feel so dense and overwhelming is because your content isn't where it should be, right? If your content is at a really good place, that makes processing new information that the test is giving you on the day of a lot easier. And so really want to highlight that point Alex is making in terms of trying to really lean into doing purposeful studying to get your best outcome. Absolutely.
So on screen, actually, if we can just go back one slide real quick, we haven't had a chance to talk about it. If you want a free, completely free full length, one of the 3 full lengths that Med School Coach has, this is a QR code, or you can use the actual code for MCAT. Now these exams, I worked on a lot with a fantastic team, and so I think they're very good. I think they're very representative. We worked really hard to control for things like word length, figures, question answer logic. So a lot of energy went into making these. They're also the most recent exams that a third party has produced. So there have been like some newer exams released, but they're old content. And so Med School Coach, these passages that were written for these exams, they're based off of, they're the most recent because the AAMC, the official material, they come out with new questions every year. And so updating of exams, updating of question banks is something that in the third party world, we all have to do. And so that's something that I'm proud of for these exams. They're definitely be the most up to date in that regard. So hopefully everybody likes it. It's not easy, so maybe save it for when you're done with your content review. All right, so for this targeted content review, this is for your phases 2 and 3. So this will be when you're doing primarily practice questions after you've read your books. Content review never goes away. So what these questions are for, one, give you lots of experience. Absolutely. Get you reading the passages, answering the questions, get a lot of experience doing that. But also, like, you want to be exposed. You want your weak areas to come out. You want to be just steamrolled by a passage on electrochemistry, for example. That is not a bad thing. That's just showing you where you can go and put some effort in and increase and sort of secure your score that you're scoring at. So a couple of things that I want to recommend and stress here, first of all, is its importance. So for every question you do, you'll probably spend about that same amount of time reviewing it. So if you take a full length and it takes a day, 8 hours tomorrow is going to be reviewing it. You don't want to skimp over your correct answers. You want to make sure that you got it right for the right reasons. And you want to put special time and attention into ones that you got incorrect. You want to take note of the content areas that you'll go back maybe throughout that next week and study again, which probably means going back to your book or YouTube videos, or if you're taking a course, Kaplan, Princeton, Blueprint, Informing Future Doctors. Those are like the courses I can think of off the top of my head that I think are high quality. And you just go back to those videos, relearn that content. One resource that I'm going to highly recommend for this in particular, if you guys are familiar with the website Jack Weston, they have a question bank that includes something called fundamental questions. And it's really the only place that you can go to get truly targeted questions. It's not the best thing to do just like for practice. You would want to use it for the areas that need help. So you'd find that topic and then you'd be able to generate a set of questions. And the good news is that's actually free. So that's where I send all my students during the targeted content review is, do a bunch of follow-up questions after you've restudied that content. So Dominic, do you do anything real special for your students for targeted content review?
Yeah, I think the biggest piece of advice I usually give is during that review process when you're doing practice questions and trying to get better at it, is to try and make a cue-based system, right? So whenever I'm reading this type of passage, I should think about X, Y, Z. Whenever I see in this physics question that I'm missing these two variables, I should always think of these two equations, right? Or whenever I'm stuck in a problem because I'm trying to figure out how to move these variables in a way that makes this relationship work, try expanding them, right? So if you can, when you review a question, it shouldn't just be, oh, I now understand this question or this passage, right? But the thought process should be, what can I do moving forward so that every other passage from now on, I won't make that same mistake again, right? And so typically I say try to avoid things like, oh, I just have to not try to pay attention more, or I need to try and not miss these types of words more, right? But saying every time I see this, I will do blank, right?
That's great advice. That's great advice. All right. So something that I wanted to share with everybody. In my experience, a lot of pre-meds, like the majority of pre-meds, we make it through our undergrad experience without having the opportunity or experience of coming alongside like a mentor or a tutor to help elevate, not just like maybe not just help, right? Not I'm having trouble with orgo or something, and so you get a tutor. Not necessarily that, but someone to not do not only that, but also to elevate your critical thinking skills and your ability to take a test. And for the MCAT, the barrier of getting into medical school, if you think there's a lot of boxes you have to check for getting to medical school, right? But if you ask people, they'll say the MCAT is the most difficult to get past. This may be a really good option. So it's something that at Med School Coach we specialize in, and Dominic and I actually spend a lot of our time training our staff, something that other tutoring services don't really do, training, and so ongoing support and continuing education. So I would strongly recommend if you want extra help, or if you're struggling, you're not really sure what to do for the MCAT, you've tried it before, or you've taken a course and it didn't work out, you're not sure where things aren't lining up, this could really be the answer. So if you want more information, the QR code that will book a totally free meeting with an enrollment specialist who can talk to you about what that looks like, what the experience would look like, and they can understand your story and give some insight into like if a tutor is a good fit, because it also isn't a perfect fit for everybody. It's not a blanket sort of solution to everything. So they'll be able to give you some insight on there. So that's my recommendation, is to consider that as an option for your prep. So I think now we are ready for questions and answers. So I know I haven't been looking at the chat. So if you've put questions in the chat that you would like answered, if you could put them over in the Q&A section, that would be fantastic. I'm going to open the Q&A and we'll just kind of start from the beginning. Let's see, what's a good one here? Let's see. Dominic, I'll let you weigh in on this one. How do accommodations work on the MCAT? Do they offer extra testing time more than just the 7 hours and 27 minutes?
Yeah, so accommodations is possible. There's just an application process that's pretty grueling from what I've heard. But just recently, I've had a student that was able to split their test across 2 days, right? So they take the first two sections on Friday and then the last two sections on a Saturday. And even during one of these sections, they were able to kind of take a elongated break at whatever time point they choose. But obviously, that's kind of more on the more extreme side, right? I've also heard of accommodations that are just giving you a little bit extra time on each section. And so it really depends on kind of your unique situation that might be requiring accommodations, but they definitely are possible, and you can request it.
Yes, just to echo that, the application process, they do require a pretty recent like evaluation. Some of the reasons why people will request accommodations are for things like ADHD, dyslexia, some like numerical processing. It's usually like processing disorders and whatnot. And so if you have one of those, if you've traditionally had accommodations, definitely encourage you to explore that process, because if you want it, if you need it, then you should have it. Uh, it is difficult, and the AAMC has a reputation of not giving full accommodations to people. So you might get some of the accommodations that you need. For example, if you traditionally are given like a 4-function calculator, that is an accommodation. You might get that if you apply for it, but doesn't hurt to try. All right. Here is another question. This is a fun question here. And Dominic, I'll see what you have to say on this. Are the MCAT questions relatively straightforward, or are they difficult to understand?
I think usually they're easier than they appear, right? So there's a lot of kind of tricks, whether they're math tricks or kind of content tricks that help you kind of simplify what they're asking, and find a shortcut in getting to the answer. But if you're not able to identify those things, then these questions can seem like they're asking you to do a lot more than you have to. Um, I think the main difficulty for the MCAT is probably number one, endurance, right? It's a 7.5 hour exam. And so you need the kind of stamina to stay concentrated throughout that time period. And then two, it's usually this integration process, right? You have to typically read a passage and use the information that's being presented to you right at that moment to try and solve this new question. And that can typically be a little daunting. And if you're strapped on time, you can miss some details that you needed from the passage to solve the question. But once you get the hang of kind of time management and your content's where it should be, those things tend to be a lot easier.
Agreed. I would add that improving and understanding what the question is asking and looking for those patterns throughout, and you'd want to look for those patterns probably not with a third-party material, but when you are using AAMC, the patterns of the question stems and how to make them simpler. That is probably the toughest plateau to get past, I think. But it's also probably the biggest return on investment if you really pay attention. There are actually, I'm not going to be able to pull up the actual studies for you guys right now, but if you want to take my word for it, I've read some interesting cognitive psychology studies that show for really any exam, what they call masters are the ones who score highest. They spend double the amount of time understanding the question compared to the people who score the lowest. And again, this is pretty much on any exam, not just the MCAT. And in my experience, that's the same for the MCAT. Here's a really good question. For students who tend to stop in the 510, 515 range, so I assume a plateau in the 510 to 515, what are some strategies that can help them break through to the 520 range? So the first thought that I have is, because there certainly are strategies, and we'll talk about that, but is to think like, why do you necessarily need to? And the reason why I bring that up is because it may take more than what you feel is really worth it. Because moving from a 515 to a 520 is a lot different than moving from a 505 to a 510. So as the higher you go, every little bit of improvement is tougher and tougher and tougher. So that's the first thing I would think is, well, that's already a fantastic score range. You'll go to a medical school. So inventory, if you're just trying to reach for a 520 to boost your ego, which is not uncommon at all. So yeah, just do that little inventory first. Make sure that you really need or really want that sort of boost. But Dominic, I'll ask you, for your students, when they move from that 515 to 520 range, what are the biggest things that you have them do?
Yeah, let me start a tier lower. I'll start with if you're stuck at the 508, 510 range, and then I'll go to that next part. Typically, I found that even students who are quote unquote the worst test takers, if they know all the content they should, they typically get a 508, 510, right? And so if you're not hitting that score and you're in the lower 500s, you probably still need to work more on your content on top of probably doing test taking strategy sessions, right? When it comes to breaking through from a 515 to a 520, that typically is more so now in the range of lower yield material, right? At that point, most likely you're getting all the kind of easy to moderate level questions correct. And now it's more of that niche content or some kind of nuance in the passage that you're missing. And that's harder to kind of generalize in terms of what everyone needs to do to break through. But typically at that point, it becomes a little harder to increase your score incrementally.
Excellent.
One question I'm seeing on my end is someone's asking, should you take a diagnostic after one round of content review or before? I can quickly answer that and then see if Alex has anything to add there. I recommend taking it before you start your content phase, right? So I think overall you need to think about what can you take away from taking the diagnostic, right? What are the benefits to lean into? I think the common misconception is that it'll tell you what your strengths and weaknesses are so that you can focus your content review on those topics, right? Unfortunately, each test only tests you on a very, very small amount of content that's in your set of books. And so if your content is pretty patchy, depending on what test you take as your diagnostic, you can get a pretty wide range in score. But on the other hand, there's still some other really important benefits that you can try to lean into. So number one, how are these questions asking you to think through these science concepts, right? If you're able to get a sense of that before you start reading your book, then you can always try to lean into that memory of how they're going to test you on this while reading paragraphs and paragraphs of something that sounds like a textbook, right? Something else is you've probably never taken a 7.5 hour exam before. And so going through that experience will teach you, wow, this is a kind of physical exam as much as it is a kind of cognitive one. And that might encourage you to follow my advice. And when you're studying 1.5 hour blocks, right? If each section on the exam is 1.5 hours, then you need to practice being able to sit still and concentrate for that length of time. So if you start doing that when you're reading your books and are solving practice questions, that'll set you up for success on test day. Anything to add, Alex?
No, I think that was pretty thorough. Yeah. I see one here that is a great question that I get all the time. Is it better to not answer a question or to guess? So absolutely we should address this. So the MCAT, every question is worth exactly the same amount. So a really hard one, a really easy one, worth the same amount. And there is no penalty for guessing. I'll be honest, it's been too long since I took the SAT for me to remember if that was an SAT thing or not. I think it was. But this is a no penalty test, so you should never leave anything blank. And so I tell my students, if you're not sure, don't spend all day on the question, because, you know, it is a timed test. You need time, actually, and it's a lot of time pressure, actually. So you need to give every question roughly the same amount of time, which turns out to be about a minute or so, minute and a half. And so you want to keep yourself moving while you're taking the exams, and always pick a letter of the day. So if your letter is A, every time you truly have no idea, just choose A, move on, never think about it. So my answer to that.
One thing I'll quickly add there, it's kind of answers a slightly different question. But I always get asked when I come up against a hard question, should I try to stick with it and spend the extra time at that moment in time and try to finish it before moving on, or should I skip? And how do I make that call, right? Something I recommend to my students is if you can't figure out the method or strategy for getting the answer within the first 30 seconds of reading the question, then you should skip for now and then come back to it, right? So even when you're solving later questions, unconsciously your mind will be processing that question and trying to bring up old content that you studied. And who knows, maybe while you're reading a subsequent passage or solving a subsequent question, that'll trigger something in your memory that'll help you solve that question you just skipped, right?
Excellent. I have one question here. I think we probably have time to answer. There's a few questions about this. Is it reasonable to be taking one of the classes that are tested on the MCAT while you're studying for the MCAT? And then also, what sections are reasonable to self-study for the MCAT? First, I think sometimes it is reasonable to be taking a class the same semester you're studying for the MCAT. That can be okay. You're going to need to probably work a little bit harder, because most people on those topics, when they study for the MCAT, it's their second or third time through that material. So, you know, you want to be competitive. You want to be able to spend a little bit more time in that. So budget your time accordingly. Definitely doable. And in terms of the self-studying, I just think that it's kind of the wrong attitude, and trying to think what you can get away with for the MCAT. It's just not that kind of test where you can cut any corners. Now, if you're in a situation where you really have to, your schools don't offer sociology or they don't offer psychology or something, and you're just not going to be able to take that, sure, you can, but it's not an ideal situation. And it's kind of just not the right attitude. You want to do this test right, just because, again, there aren't any shortcuts. So.
All right. That was an incredible presentation about the MCAT, Dominic and Alex. That was really, really kind of comprehensive, included everything you really need to know, and that was great advice. Thanks so much for taking Q&A from the audience as well. So this next hour now is going to be a panel with current medical students. I'm super excited for this. I'm going to be moderating, but we're also counting on everybody who's watching to write questions into the Q&A as well. We're joined today by 3 current medical students. We have Carmen on, Muskan, and we're also going to have Rachel will join us. There's going to be 3 current med students. There we go. There's Rachel. And we're going to be asking questions for the next hour about what it's like to be a medical student, not only getting into medical school, but also being currently there. So thank you all for joining us. Okay. And for the sake of trying to get through as many questions as we can, as we're answering questions verbally, if there's questions in the Q&A, you're all welcome to kind of answer those directly. People will be asking questions the whole time, and we have almost 600 people on right now, which is incredible. So the first thing is, I'm going to ask kind of each of you to just briefly introduce yourselves and say where you are in your journey, kind of where you're from, that sort of thing. And then we'll get started with questions. And we could start with Muskan there at the bottom.
Hi everyone, my name is Muskan. I'm on TikTok as Move Meals Med, and I'm a first year medical student in an integrated 4-year MD MPH program. I would pretty much describe my pre-med journey as it was very intentional and authentic to myself. I wasn't entirely sure that I wanted to go into medicine from birth. I wasn't one of those kids that grew up watching Grey's Anatomy and knew from the beginning. So I always knew that I had an interest in physical well-being and advocacy, and then I was really intentional throughout undergrad of just exploring that and exploring alternative career paths. So also delved into those. And then by the time I was a second year in my college, I realized that medicine was the journey I wanted to go on, and that's when I really started to pursue it. I took one gap year before medical school, and yeah, I'm currently a first year.
Welcome. Next we have Rachel.
Hi, everybody. My name is Rachel. I am a third year medical student. I'm actually finishing up third year in a week. So rising fourth year now. Super excited. I'm from Virginia. My pre-med journey, I took a gap year to work and I also did a master's before I started med school. Yeah, I could talk more about that later.
Awesome. Thanks so much for joining us. And then we have Carmen here as well.
Hi, everybody. So my name is Carmen. I'm a fifth year MD PhD student, so a little different. I'm in an 8-year combined MD and PhD program where I do the 4-year MD and the 4-year PhD accelerated in between. I'm currently in my 5th year, so I've done 3 years of medical school, took my step 1 and step 2, and now I'm in my 2nd year, wrapping up my 2nd year of my PhD in neuroscience. My research is focused on neurotechnologies and trying to restore speech in stroke patients, so it's pretty cool to me. And I guess my journey to get here, I didn't think I was going to sign up for nearly another decade of training, and probably would have told you were crazy if you told me I was going to be an MD PhD student. But I really fell in love with research. And undergrad, I went to Indiana University, fell in love with neuroscience, fell in love with translational research, and did a gap year where I spent that year doing my undergraduate research, continuing that in my undergrad lab, and ultimately decided that I was going to do a PhD and become a physician scientist. So we can talk more about that later.
Perfect. And so I'm going to be asking questions directly and kind of choosing each one of you to answer. But for the first question, I want everyone to answer this one because, we can start with Muskan, but medical school is very different from everything you do before it. It's very different from high school. It's very different from college. And, what was the biggest shock that you had when you started medical school? What was different about it? And what advice would you give about making that transition to medical school?
Yeah, I think I might have a kind of unique angle on this because I grew up in the Southeast. I went to college in the Southeast, and in medical school, I'm currently living in the Midwest. So it's my first time I've been away from home. So I think for me, the biggest transition has kind of been adapting to finding ways that I don't want to say be my own support system, but kind of like externalize that. Something that I talk about a lot on my TikTok is I'm very physically active. And so for me, that's a big way that I center myself. So I think really delving into my habits has been important. And I think I've had to be a lot more intentional about taking time for myself, which in undergrad, I think it came a little bit more fluidly, especially because in undergrad, I was really involved in extracurriculars, and in medical school, especially you'll hear in M1, the focus is really to just kind of figure out how you study and focus on academics. So I think that was a large adjustment for me, but I think it's a work in progress. And I think Carmen and Rachel can probably speak more to like how they've figured that out later on, and I can probably take advice from them.
Yeah, then awesome. Rachel, what was that transition like for you?
Yeah, it was different because I'm from Virginia, undergrad in Virginia, so moved to Philly, which is like not far, but still it's like you're like your first time away from home for real. I think for me personally, one thing that helped with the transition was that I did the master's beforehand, which I also did in Philly. So that helped me in terms of like I kind of learned how to study for real in like the master's. And also like was able to that was like I'll say like I had much more time during my master's in med school, of course. So I was able to like find the ways to like make time for myself. Like I did Pilates, things like that, like so to take care of myself. And then also like academically, when they say like that whole fire hydrant thing, it's so real. Drinking out of a fire hydrant. And so I think that master's helped me like it was like the master's was like the fire hydrant on like 50 and then like med school is like on 100. So it's like it helped me slowly progress to that. And I mean, obviously, if you're not doing a master's or anything, you can still transition to medical school and be able to make that be able to take that into consideration. But just knowing like the amount of information that's coming to you is so much. But being able to process and compartmentalize, and what's the word? Oh my goodness. Time management is so important. That is one big thing. Yeah.
Yeah, so true. It really is like drinking from a fire hose. I remember thinking like in the first, like probably half year of medical school, I was like, that's more information than I did in all of college. It's like nonstop information. So Carmen, how is that transition like for you?
I think honestly, I had a lot of imposter syndrome when I started. I think we all do. I think my biggest advice, because it is like so much information, you feel like you ran through all 4 years of your bachelor's degree within the first 2 months of medical school. And you have to just remember that everybody else feels the same way. And, some people might be better at like hiding that fear and anxiety and that overwhelming, but like just know that your like students are also going through this. You're not the only one going through this. And just because it's hard at the start doesn't mean that you're not like going to be able to push through. I feel like honestly the most difficult part of medical school was the beginning, just because you're transitioning. But by like, I would say second semester, first year, you found your people, you found your group, you found your flow. You just got to hang in there the first couple months and lean on your friends as well. So.
Yeah, true. And so speaking of leaning on your friends and kind of having a social life while also studying all the time, a question for you, Muskan. What have you noted kind of to be a way that you can balance being a student, studying all the time, but also maintaining a social life and also maintaining the ability to do other things like be on social media and make content?
Yeah, I think you have to find an outlet, and that outlet doesn't have to be necessarily going out. It doesn't have to be anything. Like, I think defining what social means for you can mean a lot of different things. Whenever I was an undergrad, I think that social used to mean spending a Friday night with my friends. But for me, I've kind of turned a little bit more intrinsically in a sense, and I've been taking a lot of group fitness classes. And I think that's been kind of a way to like compound both getting activity in, but then also getting socialization. So, like for example, in undergrad, I did races and things that were mostly me training one-on-one. But now that I'm kind of having a little bit lack of time, I've been waking up earlier and doing workout classes earlier in the morning, which has been a way that I've been able to see some familiar faces and get socialization. So I think it would be a lie to say that social life doesn't change when you get into medical school, but I think that you can prioritize and find time however you want to. So if that means going out on a weekend, that can be how you define it. But for me, I think it's just changed a little bit.
Yeah, good point. And we have a question from the Q&A from Christina for Carmen specifically. And the question's kind of about what you touched on before about being an MD PhD. And, what are the differences in the application process there? And then what is it actually like to be an MD PhD student? And, is there anything that you felt like gave you an upper hand there? It's obviously very competitive. So a question from Christina for Carmen.
Yeah, lots of awesome questions. And honestly, I feel like not a lot of people know about the MD PhD route. You can also do a DO and a PhD also if you're leaning towards that route. Yeah, so the big question is like, why would you do this? And what is the difference between doing the MD versus the MD PhD at the end of all of this? And so they say an MD PhD is good for the person that sees their work week being 80% research and 20% patient care, whether that's surgical or, clinic. That's about the split. So if you're, super extrovert and you don't really love being in the lab, it's probably not like the way that I would go. And the type of research is different that MDs and MD PhDs typically conduct. So as an MD, you can do all kinds of science. You can do basic translational and clinical, but your time and your contract with the university is really only going to give you the resources and time to do clinical research. And what does that mean? The difference is basic research is going to be your wet lab stuff where you have mice or you have cells and petri dishes and beakers and all those kinds of things that you've seen in your undergrad labs. And translational means that those things that you're doing in the lab have a direct clinical benefit, but you're not actually working with patients. So you're doing cancer treatments in mice is kind of like a translational idea. And then clinical would be doing like a chart review on this cancer treatment in patients. Like what were the outcomes? What was their like recovery rate? What was their, those kinds of things. So that's kind of like the three umbrellas. So you can do research as an MD or DO in any of those fields. It just takes a little bit of different training. And so the good thing for the PhDs, we're really trained and focused on how to do that basic and translational science. So we are in the lab for 4 years. We get 4 years dedicated to learning a specific science. So like I said, my field is neuroscience. I did 3 years of medical school. I took my neurology shelf. I did, my neuroscience in first and second years, but it is nothing to the degree of what I'm learning in my PhD. Where I'm learning about in medical school, I learned about Alzheimer's, and of course we learn about, like the misfolded proteins and things, but I'm learning down to like the molecular level of what's going on in my neuroscience PhD courses. Not only that, we get experience in grant writing. So we have to write an NIH grant. We have to submit for one of those. So it's really good opportunity to learn how to get funding, learn what that funding process means. And additionally, we are publishing and defending a thesis that, no one's ever thought about before, which it takes a lot of work and it's exciting. But that training really sets you up to, when you're an attending one day, to leverage a contract where you can get your own research lab. So that's kind of where the majority of MD PhDs will want to go. But the degree is so variable. So you could have your own lab one day. You could be a surgeon. You could be a clinician. You could work at the NIH. If you didn't want to practice medicine ever again, you could go work for this, like some pharmaceutical company or biotech. The degree is so broad, and I love it because, physician burnout is a huge problem. And, I think having the PhD and the freedom to kind of navigate and find side passions in my research is something that was really important to me, thinking about the long term. And a major reason a lot of us MD PhDs choose this route is because, we like to say that to practice medicine is one thing, but to advance it is another. And as an MD PhD, we get to do both. So it's awesome because I'll give you an example. And I don't want to take up too much time, but just my research, for example, we're using neurosurgical patients. And so I am analyzing neurosurgical patients' brains. So I get to talk to them in the epilepsy monitoring unit, and then I go home and then I research literally what their brain was doing during those tasks. So it's really cool overlap between science and medicine.
Yeah, that's super awesome and kind of an interesting way to spend your time too and really learn something in really deep detail. A question for Rachel is next from the chat, and it's from Olivia, who asks kind of about when you're having your application, you're creating it, is there something in particular that you felt like was made you a strong candidate? Because there's, everyone has their story, and was there something that you feel like you highlighted mostly in your application, or something that made your story unique when you were applying to medical school, and kind of how did you convey that to medical school admissions committee?
Let's see. Okay, so when I was applying, so what I did actually a master's program that had like a linkage program to the med school. I did DPMS, so I'm at Drexel. And so like the program already was kind of tailored to like unrepresented minorities in medicine. So underrepresented, sorry, minorities in medicine. So I tailored my application to that. I am a first generation American. My parents were not born in America. I'm Ghanaian, so was able to talk more about that and being like, trying to blend like growing up like with Ghanaian culture, but also like in America and trying to figure things out on my own because my parents didn't go to school here and like different things like that. I think that's one thing that helped me stand out. But I also like with the program that I did, it was kind of tailored to that. But I think that even if I was applying to med schools, like just straight on, I probably would highlight that as like that's a big part of my story. And also like unique experiences that like you have like throughout your time here. So for example, I worked with the football team at my school. It was like I worked with sports medicine. And so like that's not like a common thing that you hear for people. Like a lot of people are like, oh, I was a scribe, I was an EMT, which is there's nothing wrong with that. But like that's something that came up a lot in my interview was like doing that. Something that stands out to you that like kind of stands out as something I would highlight. And obviously like talking about the lessons you learned from it or like why that taught you or showed you wanted to do medicine more and things like that.
That's great. Yeah. Awesome. I appreciate that answer. And now I want to move on to a question from Hannah, which I'm going to kind of ask each person individually because it's about a day-to-day life of somebody who's in medical school. And I know that the years can be different. First years could be different from second year, third and fourth year and beyond with a PhD even. But a question starting with Muskan, sort of what does a day-to-day look like for you right now?
Yeah, so I'm in a 18-month preclinical, which I think is becoming a little bit more common. So that means that I'll pretty much finish all of my content by the time I'm in December of my M2. So it's slightly accelerated, I guess, compared to a traditional like 24-month program for preclinical. So a lot of my day is just study, study, study. I'm grateful that my medical school doesn't have mandatory lecture for most days. So a typical day is that I'll wake up. I'll usually do like a minimum of an hour of Anki just to kind of review. I'm not like a Anki master. I know some people like really love Anki. I'm curious, Carmen and Rachel, what you both think about it. I'm kind of on the side of I use it as a tool. It's not my whole life. So I probably do like around an hour and then I'll just jump into my lectures. So I typically like to watch them at home and watch them at a faster speed. And then I also use kind of a mix of my in-house resources and third-party resources. And I usually will try to work out in some form. And then I usually am an early sleeper, an early riser. So that's kind of what my day looks like.
Okay, so a lot of content, a lot of learning details about medicine and diseases and anatomy. Okay, so
Yeah,
that's your
very much
time right now.
classroom based right now.
Yeah. What about you, Rachel? What's a day-to-day look like for you, maybe over the last year or in your clinical experience?
Sure, yeah. So yeah, I'm on my clinical rotations now. And I mean, depending on the rotation, like life is so different. Right now I'm on IM, so I'm in the hospital like 6:30, and I'm back home typically like between 3 and 5. And then like I'll usually take like an hour or so to decompress. Usually sometimes it turns into 2 hours. And then I kind of go, that's when I start doing my studying. I'll do my Euro questions. I'll do some Anki. Mainly I use Anki right now to do my incorrects. Like I did the UWorld to Anki add-on thing. I can put that in the chat too. But usually that's what I use Anki for now. I'm not also an Anki master at all. Like during preclinical, I probably barely used Anki. I use Anki a lot for like farm, like stuff that's more like memorization stuff. I use Anki more for that than like trying to learn like concepts. But yeah, I'll do that. I'll do practice questions and then like try to be in bed by like 10, 11. But also like things change. Like on surgery, I was at the hospital at 5 or 4:30. So obviously I was sleeping at like 8, 9, and just adjusting it as the rotation allows. But my biggest thing is because like you're still trying to balance studying while your clinical stuff, like usually during downtime, like while I'm at the hospital, but like things are kind of quiet. That's what I maybe do like a quick Anki, like a quick Euro block, like on my iPad or something like that, or my laptop. Finding times in between to do some work is a good way to balance your time. And then my weekends, I'll study more or like if like our rotations are 4 weeks or 8 weeks. So like for the first 2 weekends, like I'll probably chill and then like lock in later. So like taking time to actually like sleep in because you've been in the hospital all week, stuff like that. So yeah, you balance it.
Yeah, true. And so a lot of people are asking what Anki is. It's sort of like a digital flashcard system. It's kind of getting you to memorize certain pieces of information with spaced repetition. So then, Carmen, you touched on a little bit of what your day-to-day is like in your PhD, but kind of every year it can be so different, right? What is your day-to-day like now? What was it like before, and how does it vary?
Yeah, it's crazy how different every single year is. I would say, I went through the first M1 through 3, like our other panelists, and I think they're essentially like the same. I took step 1 and step 2, and then I started my PhD. The first year of our PhD, they actually have you rotate through 3 or 4 labs to decide where you're going to do your PhD. So I spent the majority of my first year just figuring out, what PI I wanted to work with, what kind of techniques I wanted to learn, and ultimately, what my thesis project was going to be. So your second year is when the research really like ramps up and you're expected to start putting output. My Mondays and Wednesdays, I'm in the operating room, which is super cool. So we are there for awake craniotomies. So all of our brain surgeries are on awake patients, which is super cool. So I get direct patient interaction. And so we have these electrodes that we put into their brains and we record language tasks. So I study language. And so while these patients are awake and talking to us, we can record their neural activity in the operating room while they're getting a tumor resected or an epilepsy site resected. And so I actually get to hold my patient's hands every time I'm in the operating room. And then so I get like direct overlap between patient care and my science, which is like the dream for me. So then I'll analyze the data. Then Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays are focused all on my research. We have lab meetings, and it's basically I'm just staring at a computer coding on MATLAB those days. So yeah.
Gotcha. Pretty cool. That's awesome. So you get to spend a lot of time in the OR now, which is great, and your research with that. And so a question for Rachel is from Kendall, who asks, kind of, what are your favorite things and maybe your least favorite things about clinical rotations, because they could also be very different depending on what you're on. What have been some of your experiences on those rotations, and what have you liked and maybe not liked about it?
Okay. My favorite thing, I like being hands-on. Like that's how I learn, that's how I am. So I like the hands-on of it all. I like actually doing things. I mean, we can't do much, but we can do more than just like sitting in the classroom. So that's my favorite things about it. I think my least favorite thing is like trying to find the time to study as well. And then also it's like sometimes what you do on your rotations or like what you see on your rotations is not what the test question would be. Like on the test, like the answer would be like, no, we do this. But in reality, like you see this. So like trying to learn like clinical medicine for the exams and like clinical medicine for like real life. That was kind of hard. But I love clinical stuff and I love when you're more hands-on. So like on OB or on surgery, like I love that. I mean, I want to do surgery, so obviously I like that. But and I realized I like with neuro and psych where it was less hands-on, it was more like talking to people. I like was like, because like I like the hands-on of like clinical year. So I think that was my favorite part of clinical year. And my least favorite part is like after all of that, then gotta come home and study.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so true. A lot of studying. Medical school is pretty much nonstop studying. So a question from Will from Muscon about studying and about tests is what are the exams actually like? Is it like in terms of details, like are you doing multiple choice questions? Are you having any like oral examinations? Are you doing fill in the blanks? Is it pass fail? Like what are tests actually like? How do you get evaluated as a
Yeah, I think this really depends med school to med school. So I'll just kind of speak broadly from my perspective, and I think a lot of MD programs probably share the similarity. I'm a pass-fail curriculum, so that comes out to roughly like a 60 to 70% on each exam. My medical school kind of uses a block-based system, so we have a total of 7 preclinical blocks, and I only have one exam per block, so it ends up being I think this is a little bit more unique to my school. I think some of my other friends' medical schools, they'll have exams like every 3 or 4 weeks. For me, I only have one exam per block, and it's pretty much like an all or nothing. It's still pass fail. And so that's pretty much how we're evaluated. It's all multiple choice, nothing written, nothing oral for the content part. We also have a doctoring skills class, and that's kind of, if you've heard the term OSCE before, that's kind of where that comes in. So we do this simultaneously with our curriculum. So in that class is when I learn like my doctor skills, I guess you can say. So I'm at the point right now of taking a full patient history and conducting a physical exam. So now we just do a physical exam based on the blocks that we're in. So I'm in my cardiology, pulmonology block right now. So I'm learning those full exams and I'm testing on those as I go as well. So it's a little bit different from undergrad in that sense, but it's very structured and consistent block to block. The only thing that changes, I guess, is content.
Yeah, and so on that same topic then for Rachel, what are the exams like later on in medical school when you're on your clinical rotations? And is it like the shelf exams? Are you studying for STEP during your clinical rotations? Because you're fitting in a lot of studying between your actual time in the hospital, but what exams are those like?
Yeah, so we have shelf exams after every one of our rotations, except research and career, those are like separate. But like your core ones, like your OB, family med, surgery, psych, neuro, internal med, you have a you have a shelf at the end, which is like 110 to 90 to 110 questions about that rotation. So that's what you're studying for. And then step two is basically like a culmination of all your shelves, basically. So during the school year, you are still kind of studying for step. You're just focusing on like one subject. And then, of course, internal medicine is like a mix of a lot of things. So for your internal medicine, you're kind of studying for step two. But after I finish this year, so after next week, then I'll do like take some time off to actually like focus on step two studying. That's kind of how most people do it for their clinical rotations.
Gotcha. And now a lot of people in the Q&A and chat have been asking about research experience because not everyone likes to do research. Some people love to do research. So kind of Carmen, for you, how did you get involved in research before even applying to medical school? Was it an extensive amount? Did you take any time specifically to work in labs? And did you have to have like publications and some sort of record of how much research you had done to make yourself competitive for these programs?
Yeah, so I did read some of the comments in the chat with really good questions also. So to get into a lab in undergrad, I tell people like there's no really qualifications. Like they know that you've never done this before and they're like prepared to train you in accordingly. So what I did, I actually went through my department website and I looked through all the faculty. And so if you go to your school's like, I don't know, neuroscience department, you can actually see like all the professors and all of the research that they do. And so when I was thinking about getting interested in it, I went through all these different PIs. I made a spreadsheet and I wrote what they, what they studied and then their emails and everything. And then I just cold emailed, excuse me. So yeah, I just sent them a cold email and I sent my CV saying, I don't have any experience, but I read this paper and this paper and I thought it would be really cool. I'm planning on going to medical school and I think this would be a great opportunity to learn more about this disease, et cetera. And I sent it to probably 10 people. Not all of their PIs are going to respond. But if it's a lab you're really interested in, just keep emailing them and they'll finally get the gist. So that's how I got started. I started my junior year. I know a lot of people will start research like earlier if they're planning to apply to medical school like right after graduate or like to start medical school right after and not take a gap year. I would recommend like maybe starting your sophomore year. But I knew I was going to take a gap year, so starting my junior year was fine with me, and I wasn't interested until my junior year, so that was okay. And then I worked probably 25 to 30 hours most weeks in the research lab. I was able to get credit towards my degree to do research, which was really cool. So as a junior and senior, we had this like 400 level elective that went towards our degree for neuroscience, and research was included in that. So that made it really easy for me to be able to do that. And then by the time I wrapped up, so then I had 3 years of research experience before I applied to an MD PhD. I had 2 posters, 1 talk, and 1 first author publication by the time that I had submitted my application, because I know a lot of people care about that. And yeah, I would say to honestly be competitive and to be honest, just to really know that you want to do this MD PhD, you need at least 2 years of research. That's a personal thing. A lot of people say that, but I don't think a lot of people actually really understand what it is to do a PhD, and like the responsibility and the effort that it takes until you have your own project as an undergrad. So if it's something that you think you're interested in, I would really push your PI to give you like autonomy on a project where you come up with the thesis, where you are doing all the experiments, where you are really the boss and navigating this project to really know if you want to do a PhD. That'd be my biggest advice because it's hard. It's really hard.
Yeah. That's fair. And, when someone's applying to medical school, they sometimes people think of like checking the boxes, but I completely disagree with that. You should really do the things that you're interested in. So a question for you, Muskan, is sort of how did you find the things that you were interested in doing before you applied? Did you have any particular clinical experiences or volunteer experiences or research that you felt like were really valuable to you and that came across in your application?
Yeah, absolutely. This is actually one of my favorite questions, and I worked as a pre-health advisor at my medical school, so this is something that I talked about a lot with other pre-health students. There is no one experience or no one thing that you need or have to get into medical school. The only thing that I would argue is a non-negotiable, as far as an application goes, like there will be no med school, except that Carmen will speak for like MD PhDs that will have like a research requirement. But other than that, there's no medical school that will say like you have to like volunteer at the hospital or you have to like do research in this department. Like the only thing that I would argue that you definitely need is you need to shadow before you go to medical school. You need to have some form of clinical experience because that's really the only way that you know that you want to go into this career. There's no other way to like truly know unless you get yourself in it. As far as like what you should be doing, I would say that you need to just do what you want. Like I think every pre-med will have a very similar application. You're going to have some MCAT score, you're going to have some GPA, and you'll probably have some shadowing or clinical experience. And then where you're going to stand out is how you reflect on those experiences and what you do that's actually going to fill your bucket because in my medical school interviews, I was never asked about like very generic shadowing or volunteering. I was always asked about things that were unique to my application. So for me, I was a personal trainer and I taught group fitness and I started a volunteer fitness program at my school. So those were things that really kind of shined through on my application and things that I was able to positively reflect on. So there was no one thing that I think you have to do other than just affirm your interest in this career.
Yeah, and it comes across like if you're doing the things that you really enjoy, it comes across in your application, it comes across in your interviews. And like we heard during the Dean's panel earlier today, like those are the types of things that really make a difference when they're deciding who to interview and who to admit to the medical school, because it is really competitive, but that's how you stand out. You do the things that you're truly passionate about. And so a question for Rachel is going to be next, because you know, people know that they want to become a doctor, right? But then beyond that, what kind of doctor? How do you choose a specific specialty? How do you know, beyond just generally knowing you want to be a physician, how do you know what kind of physician you want to be? And how did you go through the process of deciding what specialty you wanted to pursue?
Yeah, sure. So I came into med school knowing what I wanted to do. I'm going to be applying orthopedics later this year, which is really crazy to think. But I came in knowing it. But the reason I say I knew is because I had like extensive experience in it, and like lots of clinical time in it. So I think that's how you can decide what you want to do. I would think like definitely trying to shadow in it would help you like determine if you actually want to do this or not. So like with my sports medicine in undergrad and then like my job after I graduated, I was a medical assistant at an ortho clinic. So just seeing all of that for like a year, I guess I did football for 2.5 years and then working for a year. So that's about 3 years of having that clinical experience that let me know like, okay, this is something I like to do. But also, even though I had the idea that I wanted to do this from the beginning, um, I still took my third year clinicals like with an open mind because like you never know. Like I probably maybe I like absolutely love peds like after my rotation or something like that. So doing that, having an open mind during your clinical rotations also helps you decide what you want to do. And I know that some people, it's like, so for things like competitive, like ortho or derm or neurosurgery, it's better to know early so that you can like prepare your application for like getting research experience and stuff, but it's not the end of the world. Like if you don't know and you decide in your third year, I would say you probably need to decide by the end of your third year. So like maybe like February, or I guess every third year is different, but like before, maybe a couple months before your third year ends, you should make a decision about what you want to do. But keeping an open mind during third year and then shadowing in many different things while you can, it will help you decide.
Definitely. And I want to ask our other panelists the same question, because choosing a specialty can be really challenging. And we even heard from Dr. Adams earlier today, the former Surgeon General of the United States who applied to internal medicine and then switched and went into anesthesiology. So for you, Carmen, how did you decide on like what you're interested in particularly in terms of specialty?
Yeah, I actually started medical school thinking I was going to be an ortho bro also. I was interested in spine surgery and very quickly realized that that was not for me. The thought of an ankle now makes me crazy. But, but you will learn these things on your clinical rotations and also just like through your coursework. You'll realize like, oh, like I'm actually really interested in the kidney. Like the kidney's really cool. Maybe I want to do internal medicine. But I think your third year is so like crucial in finding that. I think there is this push to figure out what you want to do quickly because of, you only have 4 years. If you want to go into something incredibly, competitive like dermatology, orthopedics, neurosurgery, plastics, you really do have to start bumping your application and, making those networks and things because 4 years flies by. And so I understand that. But if you're even, I think if you're even like a little bit interested in those competitive specialties, start shadowing those like your first year. If you think dermatology might be cool, start shadowing. If you think ortho's cool, start shadowing them. If you think they're all cool, you can shadow whoever you want, which is the beauty of your first and second years and even your third year when you get free time. So yeah, I would just say dabble in everything, but definitely if you're interested in those competitive ones, start shadowing those early. And I kind of stumbled into neurosurgery because of my research. I honestly like saying I'm interested in neurosurgery is like really scary and imposter syndrome is like what but just I fell in love with my research and it just set like beautifully within neurosurgery. So I don't know, it just kind of happens.
Yeah, no, that's very fair. And it really does happen. And shadowing is such a great way to do it. A couple of years ago, with Med School Coach, actually, I recorded like a virtual shadowing series, which is completely free for people who just want to see what different specialties are like. There's like We have doctors from 25 different specialties just kind of saying what they do on a day-to-day basis. So that's a good way to kind of see what different specialties are like. And so I want to ask that same question to Muskan then, sort of how are you making your decision about what you want to pursue beyond just graduating and becoming a physician? Like, how do you know what you want to do your residency?
Yeah, oh my gosh, this is definitely a hot topic for me right now, and everyone that's kind of in my support system kind of gets at your load of it pretty much every week from me. Yeah, I would really echo what Carmen said. I think like shadow, shadow, shadow. I think it's really fun being a medical student because I'm allowed to now scrub into surgeries, which is super fun. I know that I'm interested in surgery, but for me, I think kind of narrowing it down to surgical specialty has been difficult for me, but it's been a really fun process as well. So as a medical student, being able to see clinic as well, but now also have a little bit more of an active part in it, being able to take patient histories, scrub in and help where I can has been really fun. So I would just recommend as a pre-medical student, you absolutely don't need to know what specialty you want to go into. And I would say even as a medical student, I have so many mentors now that switch their specialty M2, M3, and there's really never a time too late. You'll even hear stories of people switching a year into residency. I think you probably want to try to avoid that if you can, but there's never a point in life that I think it's too late. So I would say the best thing you can do is just expose yourself to as much as you can because you don't know if you haven't seen it before. So
Absolutely. And now a question for Rachel is kind of about balance, because applying to medical school is very challenging and you have to balance so many things in your life to create an application and to sort of show your experience over the years that you're a pre-med. What was it like balancing coursework and making sure you had good grades and doing all of these other activities before you applied? Like, how do you fit it all into your life?
Yeah, that's really really tough because sometimes it's very hard to like get off balance. But first thing I like live by a calendar. Like if something is not in my calendar, it's not happening. So like even just like learn managing your time period is like the best thing. Like I literally put in my calendar like clean your bathroom because like, being able to like balance your life because you have so many things to do. But also knowing like and it's hard. It is hard, but sometimes like you have to do other things. Like it's not just like your books because like you have to be a well-rounded student. So you do need to do some extracurriculars. So sometimes literally being like, okay, this weekend, like I won't study the whole weekend. Like I can go do this volunteering activity this weekend. Like, but also like planning it like, okay, my exam is in like 4 weeks. I have some time. So like this weekend I have the time to volunteer. So just fitting things in where you can. Like it really is just like a puzzle piece, but you can fit things in. That's how it is. But also knowing and reflecting periodically, like, okay, that exam went bad. Why? Oh, I spent this whole week doing XYZ instead of studying more. So then you reflect and then you can go back and adjust as needed. I think that is also the part of like being able to balance is like recognizing like, oh, I'm off balance and then trying to get back onto it. That's a big thing. But yeah, I think my biggest thing is my calendar. Like I have Google Calendar on like everything. It's always open. Like just being able to and then like following like a to-do list. Like every week, like I have like what I need to do this week. And then I can schedule my life around that. So I think that's big.
Definitely. And that organization goes a long way. So the habits that you pick up as a pre-med student are the same ones that may help you get through medical school. And obviously you're going to have to adjust things like, detailed ways to study or how to keep your life in balance. But making sure that you have a good grasp of time management is only going to serve you well as you go to medical school and residency and beyond. And so a question for Carmen, now that you've been through several years of medical school, a question from the chat is about, now that you've been through this process, you've kind of seen first, second, third, fourth year, is there anything you wish you would have known when you were a pre-med, when you were applying about what medical school is like and what is going to make you successful that you wish you had known when you were
Yeah, I think, to be honest, I think the most successful med student is the most interested med student. So when you are going into your rotations and let's say you're on internal medicine and you are assigned a patient that has end-stage renal disease, and you are going to not only be better as a physician, but also, your scores are going to be really good because your attending is going to going to notice that you care. But like just going the extra mile in reading about like end-stage renal disease and like going on up to date and like just being interested and reading, even though like the kidneys are the furthest thing away from the brain that I don't even want to know what goes on in those, but just being like in the moment, learning everything I could and soaking up everything, even if I knew it wasn't my specialty, it's just going to make you a better physician in the long term. And yes, of course, it's going to help you on your boards and, you know, getting those good clinical clerkships, but you really do get out of what your education, of what you make it. And I know like there is this laundry list of things that you need to study, you know, every single day. You got to do your 40U world and you have to watch these lectures and all of these things. But if you really take the extra time, if you can find it, just to find the niche things that are, you know, just to go a little bit deeper if you can about your patients, I think it's going to make you a well-rounded physician.
Definitely. And so I'm trying to get through as many questions as we can, so I'll just keep it going. For Muskan, another question is about the personal statement. When you were preparing your application and you were writing your personal statement, a lot of people can get writer's block and kind of just sit there at a blank page, staring at a blank page and not knowing what to write that's going to convey this idea of why you want to become a doctor. How do you go through that process of ultimately getting a polished personal statement ready to be sent off as part of your application?
Yeah, no, this is a great question. It's arguably one of the most important pieces of an application, and it also is such a great way to kind of synthesize your interest and figure out what you want your peak of your application to be. I would recommend start as early as possible. I wrote, I think in total, there was probably 6 drafts I had, but I also had 3 different angles of a personal statement. Like I think sometimes I look back and I chuckle at it because I had 3 completely different, I don't want to say different stories, but like different kind of avenues I was going to go down my experiences. And so I started very early. I started for an application that was due end of May. I started writing my personal statements. I started drafting them in December. So that gave me a lot of time that like sometimes you have those shower thoughts or like you're lying in bed and you're just like, I think this could be an angle I could go at, or this is something I could add to it. So start early, just write when I think it's really hard to just tell yourself like I have to turn in my AMCAS in a week. Like let me start my personal statement because that's not how creativity flows. So start early, write lots of drafts. I think there's a fine line between getting opinions from people and maybe kind of hearing from the peanut gallery. So I would say kind of trust your sources as far as who you're gonna have read your personal statement. I didn't have too many people read mine. I think it was honestly just like my mom and my pre-med advisor. So kind of take that with a grain of salt as well. But I think you know yourself, so just take time on it though, I'd say. Don't rush it.
Perfect. Question for Rachel is kind of this idea about maybe something that people tend to see on social media sometimes, which is like medical school can be like glamorized sometimes. It could be sort of romanticized, but it's not always rainbows and butterflies, right? Like what's a common misconception that people have about medical school that might not be true? Or I mean, what is it really?
Yeah, I think like, I'll go both ways. So one misconception is that people feel like you have to study 24/7. That's not true. Now obviously you do have to study, but like there are days where I literally do not open my laptop, or if I do, I'm watching Netflix, because sometimes you really do need to take like a break. Like, you can't go forever. Like even last night, when I came home, it's so funny. I came from the hospital, I was talking to my mom and I'm like, oh, I'm gonna close my eyes. It was like 4:30ish. I'm like, I'm gonna close my eyes for a little bit. I woke up at 12 midnight, and it was like, because I'm just tired. Like your body does need that time. And like I was like, oh my gosh, I was supposed to study, I was supposed to take a practice shelf, but sometimes you really do need to take that time off. So I think that's the misconception. People think that you have to be on a million times, like the whole 24/7, and you don't. But at the same time, med school is not always cute. Like there are really tough times. Like there are times where I'm like, I haven't talked to like any of my family or friends for like 4 days because I have this like, big exam coming up. Like sometimes people think like, so it's not like you're not, but people think like, oh, because you're in med school, like obviously you're so smart and like you can do it. And it's like you can because you're in med school, but there's still like you do need to put in some work. Like some things come easier than others. Like renal made no sense to me. So I knew that I had to go extra hard in renal. So like my renal studying was tough. It was hard. So you are smart enough to do it, but sometimes you do have to put in that extra work. And I think that's like the balance of it all. Like they're like, oh, you're in med school, so you're so smart, you know it. And it's like, yes, but it's still hard and I still have to study. I think that's one of the things too.
Yeah, and like what Timothy just said in the chat, like you kind of are constantly having to it's almost like medical school is this big performance and it's not right, but there's so many like evaluations and it's nonstop and there's exams and there's rotations and things, but ultimately you do the best that you can and you learn, and in the process medical school is all about learning and becoming the best future physician that you can be. And a question about sort of in that vein for Carmen is, what's been the best part of med school so far for you, but then also what's been kind of the worst or most challenging or most difficult part of medical school for you?
I think the best part of med school, hand down, was third year clinical rotations. I am a super extrovert and I love interacting with patients. It brings me so much joy. And so just getting to see all of these different specialties and just interacting and chatting with these patients every single day. So I'm half Mexican and I have improved my Spanish, and I live here in Houston where we have a huge Latino population. And so being able to like give care in like Spanish and English has been so amazing. And just like the impact you can make on one family is just the best. And then also the worst part, I would say the first like 6 months of med school is the trenches. It's hard. And I will be honest, mental health was like not great. I know everyone's like, yeah, you need to prioritize your time and you need to like find ways to have a life outside of medicine. It's way easier like said than done, and a lot of people struggle. And so I talk very openly on my TikTok about like my mental health when I started medical school, and I did start Lexapro. I started an SSRI because of the anxiety just like every single day of starting medical school, and like just the overwhelming feeling I felt. I woke up every day and I was like, oh my god, I still have so much to study and I still don't know what I really like did yesterday. So getting and leaning on like my psychiatrist and doing that really helped me get through the first 2 years. And yeah, so just don't be scared to ask for help if it is like overwhelming and overbearing. Like your school will have, well, I think most schools are now like giving you a couple like free psychology appointments or like therapist appointments. So look into that when you're looking at which schools you're interested in. So my school gives us like 3 free sessions. And so I, started there and then escalated in the way that, my provider and I thought was the best. And looking back, it's the only reason I stayed in medical school. And I'm so glad, that I leaned on those resources when I did. So yeah, don't be afraid to ask for help is the biggest thing.
Yeah, thanks so much for sharing that, Carmen. I know a lot of people are resonating in the chat and the Q&A, and it's a really good point because it is real. This whole process is incredibly, it could be isolating at times. It could be very stressful. It could be anxiety inducing, and it's like the future is unknown. But being able to lean on other people, especially other people who are going through a similar journey like you, could be really helpful. And earlier in the day, I saw a lot of people sharing their LinkedIn's and kind of groups and people who want to communicate with each other who are all going through this together. And I think that could really ease the burden at times. And it's really people collaborating and not just competing with each other, because we need physicians and we need people who care about taking care of people. So a question for you, Muskan, will be next. It's sort of about when you were preparing and you were making a list of schools to apply to and you were getting your letters of recommendation, like how did you stay organized with all that? How did you decide who to ask for letters of recommendation? How did you decide where to apply in terms of which medical schools were going to be on your list? Like, what's that process like?
Yeah, absolutely. I think those are two of the more important pieces to an application. I think making a smart school list is as important as applying and doing all the preparatory steps. So as far as making my school list, there's a resource from AMCAS if you apply to MT schools called MSAR, MSAR. That's correct, guys, right? It's been a year for me, so I was just wanting to make sure. Okay. So MSAR is a really great resource, and I think you pay like a one-time fee. It's pretty minimal. And with it, it has a list of MD schools and their range of MCAT, and then like also their 25th to 75th percentile. So you'll hear a lot of different mixed opinions on this of like how many you should put in what range. I think like just applying to a majority of schools that you're within their 25th to 75th percentile for MCAT, or at least within their quartiles, because as sad as it is, I think that is a factor that is inhibiting or can be very important on an application. I talk about this a lot on my TikTok because I had a weaker MCAT score, and I think that my application was good, and that's what kind of got me through. But I think it was really important for me to make a smart school list that I knew my MCAT score wouldn't inhibit me from, and no, like my admissions officers wouldn't not read my application because of my score. So making a smart school list, I think using MSAR is great. As far as looking for letters of rec, you'll hear some different opinions on this. I think a general rule of thumb is that it would be great to have a physician on as writing one of your letters. And then for me, one of my other letters came from a research physician that I was doing work with throughout undergrad. And then I also had one of my science professors, and then I had a non-science professor. So I had a total of 4.
Gotcha. And then a similar question for Rachel then, like, what was your process of getting letters of recommendation? What was your process of kind of making yourself as competitive as possible for medical school? Because it really can be so stressful, and it takes years to get to the point of feeling like you're ready to apply. What was your process of kind of getting the necessary steps in?
Yeah, so for me, my undergrad GPA was not amazing. And like in knowing that, I was like, okay, I'm going to most likely do like a post-bac or like a master's or something. So that was my first step, was knowing that I probably needed a little something else. But because of that, I like tailored my applications and things like that to that. So um for my letters of recommendation, I think I also did a science professor. I think I did one of the doctors that I worked with during my gap year. And then this is so long ago. Oh my gosh. This is like 4 or 5 years ago, so I don't remember. I don't remember my last one, but I knew I did people who really did know you. I think that's one big thing for a letter of recommendation. Like not just like, oh, I did this science class, like let me just ask them. Like people who actually do know you. Like my biology professor, she was my freshman year one. So like I hadn't really been with her academically through that, but I was like a RA, and her daughter actually happened to be one of my students. So like I was still like in touch with her like that. So it was somebody that like really could talk of like for me, and things like that. And I had another biology professor who actually I had multiple classes with, but whatever. But also finding like outside experiences. I was looking for places that also were looking for like well-rounded students. So like, because I knew that my GPA wasn't amazing. Other places where I could like shine in. So that's another reason why I decided to take my MCAT after graduation, so I could take the time to really like study and like kill it, as opposed to like trying to study and take it while I'm still in undergrad. Just looking at what you have and seeing what you can elevate in. So I knew my experiences could be a strength for me. So like making sure I had strong, I got a letter of recommendation from football. Now I'm thinking about it. So knowing where you can get certain things at, is good. So looking at what you have, seeing like, okay, my GPA is pretty good, so maybe I need to like bump up my volunteering. Like, so that's how I would say I did that.
Perfect. And we're running out of time, actually. We only have time for a couple more questions. I wanted to ask Carmen, Ashley asked, would you consider the MCAT harder or your STEP exams harder? And so like, what's the hardest part of medical school? What was it getting in? Was it being in medical school? Was it the MCAT itself? Was it step 1 or step 2? What would you consider to be the hardest?
Step 1 was created by the devil. You cannot pay me to take that test ever again. I think I would take the MCAT over step 1. And step two, okay, so step 1 is pass fail now. So it's like it takes that like stress off, they think, but no, it's hard to pass. So you're still stressed, but at least you don't have to worry about scores. So that makes, step 2 is an easier test, just because you have more like clinical background and experiences to like answer these questions. But the stakes are higher because now you're like trying to get into your dream specialty. So 0 out of 10 for all of them. But you will pass and you will get the score you need, and you can pass the MCAT, all of these things. So it will be fine. Just know that it's hard, but every physician had to take these exams. And so it's kind of exciting, right? So you're going to be one of them.
True. And so for the final question, I want to ask it to everybody because it can be very discouraging to be a pre-med at times. It's incredibly competitive, or it feels that way, and there's so many things to do, and it's such a long journey. But there are so many different ways to become a doctor, and if you truly want this, you can make it happen. And so the question that I have for everybody is, if you had to, summarize everything, if you had to give one major or main piece of advice to the pre-med students who are watching this, whether they're in high school or they're in college and currently applying, or they're non-traditional applicants who have had a completely separate career before going to medical school, what would that biggest piece of advice be? And we can start with you, Muskan.
Yeah, this is a really important point. I think it'll kind of be twofold. I think first is find your why, and the second is define your moral compass and don't stray away from that. I think it's so easy to compare yourself to others. It's so easy to lose yourself in this process. But if you continuously tell yourself that this is my moral boundary, this is where I can thrive while also respecting myself, I think that will take you far. And I think also always coming back to your why will be really important, especially in those trying moments. I know for me, the MCAT was the most daunting part of my pre-medical journey. And I know a lot of people, it can kind of tear them down. For me, it was actually very affirming, even though it was a tough time for me, because I think I had to continuously remind myself as to why I was pursuing medicine in those moments. So just continue to look for your why, continue to lead by your moral compass. And if you start to kind of get lost in those moments, I think it's really helpful to go back to activities that really fuel you. So whether that be shadowing to kind of remind yourself why you love it, or leaning into family and friends, or things that fill your bucket is very important.
Thanks so much. And same question to you, Rachel.
Yes, so I definitely second that. Remembering your why always, but also like no matter where you're at in your journey, knowing that it's your journey. I think when you start comparing to others, I think that's what really gets you discouraged and things like that. So knowing your journey, knowing knowing your end goal, which is also part of knowing your why. And then I completely just lost my train of thought. I am so sorry. Um, can I come
Yeah,
back?
no worries. We can go to
Yes.
Carmen and
Oh
we'll
my
come back
goodness,
to Rachel.
sorry.
Okay. So Carmen, so biggest piece of advice for everyone who's watching, for students who know they want to become physicians, what would you say?
I would say I want to answer this in two ways. So I guess like as a pre-med right now, I would say focusing on like who you are and who you want the admissions committee to see you as. Like every part of your journey is crafting this story that you're going to tell an admissions committee why like that makes you want to be a physician. So do things that you care about, do things that make a cohesive story to show and broadcast like who you are, why you love medicine, why you're doing this, and why like you are passionate. I think is going to get you into medical school. But secondly, once you get in and all of this stuff, you're really going to deal with imposter syndrome. And I think as an underrepresented minority in medicine, that has been the biggest like daunting factor of being in medical training. Only 2% of physicians in the country are Latinas. And so, getting used to being in rooms that I will never see someone that looks like me in took a lot of acclimating, but just remembering like your cultural background and your community is a strength that you bring as a physician, and just leaning on that and seeing, just because someone doesn't look like me, you are paving that way for it now, and they better get used to seeing your face there. So just remember that it's a superpower.
Absolutely. And Rachel, kind of going back to you then about your biggest piece of advice for everybody who's watching.
Yeah, so the comparison thing is super big. Like that was something I definitely had to like fight and still kind of fight. Like sometimes I'm like looking on people, I'm like, dang, they seem so figured out, but like you never know what other people are actually going through. So when you like definitely focusing on your journey, and also knowing that like your journey is your journey, and you don't have to follow what everybody else's journey is. So like I said, I took a year off. I didn't take my MCAT until after graduation. I worked, and then I did a specials master's program, and then went to med school. Like, so knowing that there's so many different options for you to get to medical school, as long as you remember that that's your end goal, and just being open to different avenues of getting to your end goal, I think is the biggest piece of advice I can give. And obviously work hard and just know that you can do this. If this is what you want to do, you can do this always.
Great advice. Thank you so much for Carmen, Rachel, and Muskan joining on your Saturday and giving such excellent kind of experience about what you've gone through and how everyone who's watching could really benefit. So thank you so much, everyone, for joining us. And now we have our final hour of the Premed Experience, which is going to be actually a kind of live case from a software called Full Code, which Dr. Nelson and I will be working through. So we need everyone who's watching for the next hour to help us. We have the two of us and 500 more people who are going to be helping take care of this one patient. Dr. Nelson, welcome. How are you?
Thank you. I'm doing great. I apologize. I kind of popped in the mid context there. So, but I heard some great stuff. And, as far as the imposter syndrome goes, I'm like 3 decades into my career and still feel imposter syndrome. So I don't know if that ever goes away.
Fair enough. I'm going to share my screen here just so we can see the case. Let me know if you guys all see this right now, this case introduction. Do you see this here?
It says,
It's loading.
now we do. Now we're on it.
Okay, amazing. So for the next 1 hour, we're going to be working through a live case. We have Dr. Nelson, who's an emergency room physician who deals with these cases all the time, but we need all of your help as well. This is something similar to what we actually did on shadowing.medschoolcoach.com, where you can get up to 35 hours of shadowing credit, which you can use on your medical school application. The first 25 hours are from Virtual Shadowing 1.0, and then we have 10 hours of similar cases to this, where we go through cases together, and then you take a quiz after, and you get credit for doing it, which you can use on your application, and it's completely free. But we're going to be kind of going through this case, but we need all of your responses in the chat because you're going to guide what we do. We're just here to help facilitate. We need all of your help about solving this specific case and helping this patient. So with that, I think we're going to get started. Is that all right with you, Dr. Nelson?
I'm excited. We haven't done this for a while, so I'm ready to get back in it.
Absolutely. So we have a patient here, and there's an EMS report, or from the ambulance. They say that they were called to a ship port for an agitated passenger. EMS found the patient agitated, confused, and diaphoretic. The blood pressure is 210 over 135. The heart rate's 130, respiratory rate is 20, and the patient is sitting at 100% on the arrival. There's no trauma, and the ship doctor reported no medical history per the patient, but they weren't really able to confirm because of confusion. He was seen 2 hours before the arrival on deck, behaving normally at the bar. And so the triage nurse tells you there's a 25-year-old male with acute agitation and hypertension on arrival who goes direct to the resuscitation bay. Dr. Nelson and everyone in the chat, is this patient sick? What's going on? What are your thoughts?
This patient's in tough shape, very critical patient. Could deteriorate very rapidly and even die, within minutes. I've seen, cases like this where, they passed away within, the next 10, 15 minutes if we weren't able to kind of turn things around. So yeah, definitely a sick one.
So what in this report tells you that they're sick? What's concerning to you specifically from what's already been mentioned?
Yeah, a few things. One of them is the decreased level of consciousness, the agitation, confusion. The other one is the big one, the vital signs, that super high blood pressure. They're also tachycardic. And then the third thing for me is this young age. We really shouldn't have such, abnormal vital signs and, changes in mental status at such a young age.
Okay, so are you okay if then we get started? Because when I
Good.
click begin, we're going to need to do things hopefully kind of quickly, and I'm going to need everyone's advice on what to do next, because this is kind of like a sort of like a live simulation. So we'll get started. All right, so we see the patient in front of us, and if we read here on the left, this is Tong Rivera, who's 25, who presented with acute agitation, and the patient was unable to provide any history. EMS found the patient with a passport and a small bag of white powder and $2,400 in cash on his person with no other possessions. So what are your thoughts already? What should we do? Everyone in the chat, what should we do first? This is the patient right in front of us.
Let's get this patient on a monitor so we can keep an eye on his vital signs. And also ask somebody at the same time to start an IV.
Okay, so let's attach a monitor right here, and then we'll be able to start with stabilizing the patient by getting an IV. So we see a lot of numbers and things like that on the screen, and we have paramedics and EMTs who are in the audience actually who have done this for their career, have a lot of experience. So we're going to rely on a lot of people with advice about what's going on. The heart rate's 134, oxygenation is 100%, 99, 100%, respiratory rate's 22. Temperature's 38 degrees Celsius, and the blood pressure is 225 over 135. So in the chat, sort of what's abnormal about these numbers? What's a normal heart rate? What's a normal blood pressure?
Great question.
And Dr. Nelson, I'm not able to see the chat, so this is all going to be you seeing it.
Yep.
You reporting back what
I'm
you're
not going to
finding.
give away the answers. That's right. But everybody's on it. That's good. We got
What are they saying? What are you all saying?
140 over 90 is kind of the upper limit of normal, kind of for most people. I mean, I know there's some adjustments based on some comorbidities like diabetes and prior heart disease and stuff like that. But let's just say for emergency medicine, we like 140 over 90 as kind of the cutoff for normal. And then for heart rate, we like to see things between 60 and 100. And in this case, both are abnormal.
Gotcha. So just to review what information we have the patient's age, height, weight. We also have no past medical history reported, no medications reported or allergies, and there's an unknown family and social history. So the patient looks like he's having a seizure right now. What do we do?
Let's give some lorazepam. Let's give 4 milligrams IV or 2.
So we're gonna give lorazepam now. Oh boy, oh boy. I don't have Okay, so let's see here. We're gonna give medications here. We're pulling it up. We gotta find it. And why are we giving lorazepam? What's this
For the
for?
acute seizure, that's one of the best medications that will abort an active seizure. You can also give it too for the elevated blood pressure, especially if we're considering like a toxidrome. So absolutely, kind of will treat both things.
Okay, what else should we give? Because it looks like we gave the lorazepam, but actually the patient's doing a little better.
All right, they're back on their back.
So, yeah, so they're back on their back. So you wanted to give lorazepam because the patient was seizing, and it has to really be done quickly. So good thing you already asked about getting an IV in, right?
Correct. Yeah. I mean, if we didn't have an IV, we could give some midazolam or Versed, IM, or we could give diazepam, which is Valium. We could give that rectally. You can also give midazolam intranasal. So there's a lot of different options, but IV is the fastest and the most effective. So.
And there's a lot of things that we could do, like kind of ask a review of systems if the patient can talk to us. We could do a physical exam. We'll obviously build a differential diagnosis over the next 45 minutes to hour. There's investigations we could do, like blood work, imaging, and then a lot of interventions. So for those in the chat, what should we do first?
So there's been a lot of great suggestions so far. One of them I would start with is just the ABCs. Any critical care patient, I want to make sure that their airway, breathing, circulation is all intact. And then also kind of simultaneously ask one of my staff members to get an AccuCheck, a bedside glucose.
Okay. All right. So we see in general the patient's agitated, diaphoretic, or sweaty with a GCS or Glasgow Coma Scale of 13. So let's do the ABCs, which first being an airway exam. And it tells us that the airway is patent without obstruction or stridor. The B is the breathing portion. There's bilateral symmetric breath sounds with normal chest rise. And then C is the circulation, and there's 2+ peripheral pulses with a normal capillary refill. Okay, so we did the ABCs. What should we do next?
I usually try to intervene on these as well as I'm checking them. So as I'm checking an airway, if he's not maintaining his airway, I would consider a controlled airway. It seems like he's maintaining his airway okay, but with the B, I would place some oxygen.
Okay. Oxygen here, so we can actually do that. And why do you place oxygen? Is there something that tells you this patient should get more? If the pulse ox says 98, 99, 100, do you still feel the need to do that?
I do, because during the resuscitation, as you saw, the patient had a seizure. His oxygenation status may change. His ability to ventilate may change. So it's a preventative thing that's a pretty risk tolerant.
And the options we have for oxygen there's 4 different ones. There's nasal cannula, non-rebreather mask, non-invasive positive pressure ventilation, and back valve mask. Which one would you pick when you're giving oxygen in this patient?
Yeah, we could probably talk about that for a whole hour, kind of based on different scenarios. But for this particular case, I would start with a nasal cannula, 4 to 5 liters per minute, just because I don't want to agitate this patient further. And by putting him on, positive pressure ventilation or even a mask that can sometimes fuel that agitation, whereas the nasal cannula is pretty well tolerated.
Gotcha. And his heart rate is still quite fast in the 120s. Blood pressure is still super high at 214 over 128. Should we intervene right now, or should we still do other things like a physical exam first? What's everyone in the chat thinking?
Looks like there's some variable answers. Some want some testing like a tox screen, some blood work, maybe some further physical exam, like a neurologic exam. I probably would, do a little bit more examination, as well as kind of simultaneous order labs and imaging. And then, depending upon what my differential, I may kind of go down the additional medications.
Okay, so what should we do first then in terms, like, I have the exam open here. We have
Yeah, let's do a neuro exam.
Okay, so for the neuro exam here, what are we seeing? We're seeing that the patient's agitated and confused, face symmetric, normal bulk, tone, and strength in all extremities, no truncal ataxia or nystagmus.
Good. Okay. So that's a bit reassuring that there's no focal neurologic defects. I do want to lower his blood pressure, semi-urgently. Sometimes lowering the blood pressure too fast can actually work against you. So I'm very cautious about just kind of bottoming out that blood pressure. We've given him that lorazepam or Ativan, which should have helped some with his blood pressure. It seems not to have. So we could try some other things, like
what?
nitroprusside would be a good option. We could put that on a drip and titrate that drip.
Yep, so we have a lot of options for blood pressure.
Let's
Just
do
to lower.
nitroprusside. Yeah.
We have nitroprusside as an option. And what is nitroprusside, or why do you go to that over all of the options that we have?
Yeah, good question. I like nitroprusside because you can titrate it very slowly, go up on the dose, and it brings kind of a gradual blood pressure reduction. Whereas some other medications you give in a bolus form, you get these big peaks and valleys with the blood pressure. So the fact that you can titrate it. The other thing too is with nitroprusside, there is some adverse effects like cyanide poisoning. Interestingly, is a adverse effect of nitroprusside, but that's more of a intensive care unit. If they're on it for long, more than 3-4 days, then you get some toxic metabolite buildup of cyanide from that. So, but for the next few hours, I'm comfortable using it.
Fair. So the blood pressure here has already responded and it's lower. It's 160 over 96. But something that I notice is now the heart rate's actually gone up from the 120s to the 140s, which is even higher. So do we have to do something about that, or is that just a natural response to what we've already given?
I would intervene on that because that's a pretty significant change, and that tells me that lowering his blood pressure, now his heart rate has to go up to kind of compensate for that, which tells me he doesn't have enough volume. So I would start some IV fluids on him.
Okay.
Also, with the blood pressure, that's as much of a reduction as I'd want. You definitely don't want to take people from that 200 plus systolic all the way down to less than 140 in minutes. You want to do that over hours so that the brain vessels have a chance to kind of adjust to that lower pressure.
Gotcha. And we have a lot of options for fluids too. So
Good.
that's going to be the name of the game today, I think. But we can do
Let's see what the
500
chat people
milliliters.
want.
So we have a bunch of options. I want to ask everyone in the chat kind of which one of these would you pick? There's normal saline 500 milliliters. There's a liter, D5 normal saline bolus, half normal saline infusion, LR, normal saline, lactated ringers infusion. Which one should we choose? What are people saying, Dr. Nelson?
Everybody's on board with normal saline. That's exactly what I would choose. And I would go the 1 liter bolus.
All right, let's bolus a liter of normal saline then. And
we would be a little more cautious if this was an elderly person with potential heart failure, but with a younger person with a assumably normal heart, we're going to do okay with a liter right off the bat.
So now the heart rate's in the 130s, which is a little bit better than what it was.
Yeah.
We fluid. There's a lot of things we could do next, but what should we consider in the chat? Should we do more exam findings? Should we do more investigations? Should we intervene on things?
Well, I'll give you my opinion. I would do some more physical exam techniques and then go on to my investigation. So I would want to do like an abdominal exam, skin exam, checking his, for any abnormal rashes or kind of signs of other conditions that may be causing this.
Okay, so let's do an abdominal exam because that's what you mentioned. And the abdominal exam shows that it's the abdomen's diffusely tender to palpation with hyperactive bowel sounds, no rebound tenderness or guarding. So diffusely tender to palpation, that's not great, is it?
No, that's concerning. Yeah. It's throwing up some other red flags here.
Yeah, and so you mentioned skin exam too. So skin exam shows that the skin is warm and dry with no rashes right now.
Good. And then we've done our kind of cursory heart and lung exams on our ABCs, but let's do a better heart and lung exam.
Sure. So let's do a full cardiovascular exam, which shows that there's a tachycardic rate or a fast heart rate, regular rhythm, no murmurs, rubs, or gallops. And then the pulmonary exam shows that the lungs are cleared to auscultation bilaterally, no retractions, no wheezes, ronchi-ralls.
How about his musculoskeletal? Any edema?
Okay, so we're looking for edema and things like that. Normal range of motion without bony point tenderness. And now we have a couple of other exam options. Should we do that head, ears, eyes, nose, and throat exam, or is that not relevant?
I would definitely look at it. You know, it can give you a sense of volume status. What does mucous membranes look like?
Sure. And so the mucous membranes are dry, normocephalic, atraumatic, pupils are equal round, and reactive to light at 6 millimeters, and the extraocular movements are intact. Is 6 millimeters normal? Is that big? Is that small for the pupils?
That's on the larger side, so I would say that's dilated.
Okay. And then neck exam, should we do
Yes,
that?
please.
So the neck exam, there's no masses, the trachea is midline, supple with full range of motion without C-spine tenderness. And now a couple of other options are the genitourinary exam. Is this relevant in this patient?
Only because we're probably going to have to put a Foley catheter in, but I would put that on delay for now.
Okay. And what about a back or flank exam?
You know, I would if I'm not finding kind of consistency in my evaluation, I may log roll this patient at some point, just to get a quick peek at the back, but not right now.
Okay. And then there's also at the bottom, perform psychological exam. It's going to be kind of hard to do that right now with the patient more agitated, but we can do that, right?
Yeah, we can see what we get out of it.
In the psychological exam, the patient's agitated, confused, and unable to answer direct questions.
Sure.
Whew.
And those physical exam findings kind of are consistent with our top differentials at this point, which we'll go through in a minute. But you know, specifically the dry mucous membranes reinforce that response to our IV fluids.
Yeah, and you know, we can the patient is agitated and confused, but we can still ask a review of systems and kind of see what the patient tells us. We can go ahead and do that if you're all okay with that. We can sort of ask, hey, like, how are you feeling? The patient's right in front of you. You can go ahead and try, right?
Right. You can ask if he's on any medications or allergies to medications, stuff like that too.
So the patient just says, I don't know what's going on. What other things can we ask? What other systems should we ask?
I would maybe jump to the medication history and allergy history, see if he's able to give us any
So there's
social history stuff.
no reported medications, no reported allergies.
Okay.
And so in some questions on full code, you'll all be able to see that we can even type in questions directly to the patient and ask them, and sort of like an AI will give us responses. But there's not even that option here because the patient's so confused.
He's so critically ill. Yeah, that makes sense.
So we can just ask certain review of systems questions.
Yeah, let's ask about how about like neuro? Does he have a headache?
Yeah, let's ask. So the patient says head hurts. Okay, that's important to know. Why is that important?
Yeah, because we're still dealing with this super high blood pressure. Sometimes we don't know if the pain is causing the blood pressure or the blood pressure is causing the pain, but it's definitely something to keep in kind of the litany of data that we're obtaining.
Okay, should I ask about eyes?
Yeah.
All right, let's see what the patient says. My eyes are okay. Ears, nose, throat.
Yep.
It says what? I don't understand. All right. And then let's ask about cardiovascular. Patient says chest is tight. So like, why is that concerning?
Again, when the blood pressure is that high, that puts a lot of stress on the heart. So it's telling us that his heart is not tolerating it.
Gotcha. And now respiratory too.
Yep.
Patient says, I'm scared, I can't.
Okay.
Why is it important to know like that a patient's scared? Is that kind of associated with certain things? Does that give you additional information that's valuable?
Absolutely. And when people are critically ill, they'll often feel this kind of impending doom, and that really should tip you off of, okay, I got to keep my ears open here because something's going on.
And I like to ask about gastrointestinal. I'm a little bit biased because I'm a GI doctor, but let's find out here. It hurts everywhere. Okay. All right. Not great.
Makes sense.
Any other systems here for the review that you would like to ask about?
I'm okay for now. I think I want to get going on the imaging and lab. So.
Okay. So you know, something that the patient mentioned, and I want everyone in the chat to kind of tell us if this is important. They said, you know, they're scared and their chest hurts. So if the chest hurts, what does that kind of tip you off towards? What could be happening and what should we check?
Yeah, I definitely need to check an EKG.
Right. And hopefully everyone's kind of in agreement there in the
Yep.
chat. We're gonna get an EKG then. We can go ahead and order that. And then this is the response, you know, this is the EKG that we have right now. And reading
The rate's a little slower. That's good.
yeah. So this is what an EKG looks like, right? And Dr. Nelson, you look at these all the time,
Yep.
and I think we might need some help from everyone who's watching to evaluate this and try to understand what are we looking for? How do you go about reading this? Does anyone have any thoughts about how we should evaluate this EKG?
Yeah, throw your thoughts in the chat. I'll kind of just start talking a little bit as you guys are answering as well. Again, we could spend hours on this because there's a lot of information that can come through an EKG. But in an acute situation like this, really what we're looking for is ST segment changes, specifically ST segment elevation, which would indicate an acute myocardial infarction, an area of the heart that is not getting blood flow. So, you know, I'm not seeing ST elevation in this EKG, which is reassuring.
And the heart rate also looks a little bit better than it was before, which is great news. So we've kind of ruled out the main things, and like you said, we can spend so much time going over EKGs. But the main takeaway with this is that it doesn't look like this 25-year-old is having a heart attack or anything kind of similar to that, despite saying that their chest hurts. But if someone says their chest hurts or it's tight, absolutely need to get an EKG, right?
Excellent. I agree.
Okay. So that's that for the EKG. And you mentioned something super early on when we just started the case when I was freaking out and trying to figure out what to do because the patient was seizing. You mentioned we should check a glucose. And now that the patient's like a little bit more stable, we can do that. Why do you care to get a glucose in this patient?
Hypoglycemia is a common condition that will cause seizures. So, and it's something that we can rapidly correct. So,
Okay.
and rapidly test for.
That's something we can test right at the bedside pretty much.
Correct.
So
Yep.
we can get a finger stick and we can do a lot of other things. So, you know, we can start with that finger stick blood sugar. And let's perform that and see what the result is. 92, normal, right?
Good. Okay, that's helpful.
That's good. And there are a lot of labs that we can get, and there's imaging that we can get. And these are things that we're going to have to pursue. But when you're working in an emergency room, how are you kind of coordinating all this? Because there's doing the exam, there's talking to the patient, there's getting the vitals, there's, you know, doing interventions. How are you as the lead doctor in that emergency room handling all of this?
Yeah, it's very dynamic. I mean, there are things that are happening simultaneously, but then there are also things that have to happen linear because there's only one of me. So I will kind of jump back and forth. I'll do some history taking, and I'll do a couple, maybe do the ABCs, and I'll ask some more questions, and at the same time I'll be ask one of my team members to start drawing blood. Someone start an IV. Another person, would you please get an EKG? Another person, would you please tell the CT folks that we're going to be bringing this patient over shortly, and kind of moving as many balls forward as at the same time.
Yeah, it's kind of like that show that's out right now, The Pit. I don't know if you've watched it, but there's a lot of things going on in an emergency room, huh?
Yeah, it's very real, actually. It's kind of scary.
There you go. So we've done a couple tests. We've done an EKG and a finger stick for blood sugar. I want to know, for the people who are watching, what labs should we get? Because we have a lot of options, but what are you thinking of right away in the chat? And Dr. Nelson, I'm going to rely on you to let me know what people are saying, but what blood work should we order?
There's been a lot of people chiming in for a tox screen, so we'll do a urine tox screen, which may require a Foley catheter or at least a quick cath to get that. We'll do a CBC that's been mentioned. I agree with the complete metabolic panel, troponin to test for any ischemic damage to the heart, even though we have a reassuring EKG.
Right. So you mentioned complete blood count, so I'll add that right now.
Yep.
I'll also add a basic chemistry because you said complete kind of metabolic panel, so that's a Chem 7 as well as you mentioned, you know, liver function tests. Kind of going through piece by piece, do you think we should get an arterial blood gas?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think we should get a type-in screen?
No.
Calcium
No.
level? Coagulation panel,
No.
D-dimer,
No. Heck no.
lactate.
Yes, lactate. Lactate and lipase.
Okay. So lactate's going to be super important, as is lipase, and we'll talk about that in a little bit. What about mag and phos levels?
Yeah, I would, because you can get some real weird, biochemical changes with these scenarios.
And what about a pro-BNP?
No.
Troponin, you said yes.
Yes.
And then urinalysis, you said
Yep.
yes. Okay. So I'm going to order those, and they're all going to come in, and we can talk about each one individually and kind of go through them pretty quickly. But we can perform them, and it usually in real life takes a while to come back, and you might be getting certain results back, but not all of them at the same time, right?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay, so you kind of have to take the information as it comes.
The fastest one is usually the arterial blood gas.
Gotcha. And so kind of going through piece by piece, we see a urinalysis. And what were you checking in the urinalysis? What do you want to know?
Mainly for a tox screen, but also, you could have end organ damage when you have this high enough blood pressure. So looking for, white cells, red cells, elevations of the BU and creatinine.
Okay. The troponin, which tests for a cardiac enzyme,
Correct.
right, is normal.
That's reassuring, but that's not 100% reassuring, because that can take at least 3 to 4 hours for that cardiac enzyme to leak into the plasma to be detectable.
Okay. And then the phosphate and the mag are normal, right?
Yep.
Lipase is 68. What are you checking for with a lipase, and why is that important?
Yeah, his belly was very tender diffusely. He was even able to complain about that, even though he wasn't able to answer many questions. So looking for pancreatitis.
Okay. Lactate here is 7.2 millimoles per liter. Let's be normal here. And then an ABG, or arterial blood gas, shows the pH is 7.26. PCO2 is 37. PO2 is 100.
Okay, that's reassuring.
And we have all of the LFTs, which are normal, which is great. And then the Chem 7, or the basic chemistry, is also pretty normal. The creatinine's a little bit elevated at 1.7, right?
Okay.
But maybe. And then the complete blood count shows that the white blood cells are 14.9 thousand. Is that normal?
That's a little high.
Yeah.
I would like to see a differential in that. I would imagine we're going to end up calling that demargination from the seizure. So any seizure or stressful episode can cause your neutrophils to demarginate, come out of the interstitium and into the plasma, and briefly elevate your white count right after that stressful episode.
And so we have a bunch of blood work now. There are some other labs that we can consider. They're very specific. They're more niche, like a Tylenol level or blood cultures. Which ones of these should we do? Do you think we should do a Tylenol level?
do.
The patient can tell us what's going on. So Tylenol level, and as I scroll through here, let me know if there's anything you'd want, like
creatinine. CK. I would like a CK. Yep.
Okay. And then things like, any CSF fluids. Do we need to do a lumbar puncture on this patient right now?
We might, but not now.
Okay. ESR, ethanol level.
Yes, ethanol level. Yep.
LDH, osmolality, peripheral smear, and aspirin level.
Yes.
TSH, maybe the thyroid, something's going on. Urine tox screen.
Yep.
Okay. Let's perform those. Do you have any suspicions of what some of those tests might show? And
I think it's going to be our good friend cocaine.
Oh, okay. All right. So you have an idea. So then, you know what? Before we perform those tests, why don't we make a differential, right? So
do it.
We're going to rely on everyone in the chat here. There's a lot of options for what could be going on, but the patient's not really telling us because they're confused. He's agitated. What should we add to our differential? What are the options for what could be going on so that we can think about it before ultimately coming to our correct answer? What is everyone saying?
Let's see. Drugs, intoxication, GI, cocaine overdose. Yeah, good stuff. Drug OD.
Okay, so kind of going through allergy, immune, nothing really here. Cardiovascular.
Yes, I would put hypertensive emergency on there.
Hypertensive. What about atypical chest pain? Would you put that, or less likely now? I'm going to put it, but less likely now because we
have a secondary diagnosis. Yeah.
Okay. Let's see, cardiac. Let's see what else is here. So those are the options that we have so far. Dermatologic, probably not. Endocrine or metabolic, thyroid storm, is that something you'd consider?
Yeah, absolutely. And that's where we're cooking a TSH, and another person on the chat said
Hyperthyroid?
rhabdomyolysis.
Absolutely.
If that's an option, definitely.
Look into that. What about something like hyperthyroidism? Would that do it or not
Yeah,
really?
absolutely. It could do that.
Let's see what else. Adrenal crisis, or is that different?
No, that's the opposite.
Okay, let's see what else we have here. Environmental. Hypothermia, human bite, heat stroke. Could it be heat stroke? Would you
Could be.
include that? Not really. His temperature is 38 degrees Celsius.
Yeah,
So
I mean that
great.
kind of ruled it out pretty quickly, but initially before we had that, sure.
Someone said GI. Which specific GI issues would we look for? Could this be?
Well, I'm still considering ischemic bowel. I mean,
Oh, so mesenteric ischemia,
yeah,
maybe. All right. Pancreatitis, we sort of ruled out, but it's something we were thinking about before. So the whole abdomen is tender. Would you put spontaneous bacterial peritonitis?
I don't see any evidence for peritoneal fluid. So,
Toxic megacolon.
boy, yeah, that's getting into your world.
Fair. So what about neurologic? Let's see if there's
Yes.
anything in the neurologic, because the patient does have a headache. They seized, so maybe status epilepticus briefly.
Yeah, and also a subarachnoid hemorrhage. We
Yeah,
need to
there could
rule
be a
that out
brain
still.
bleed going on. And the reason that we're making the differential diagnosis kind of long, you would say, is because if we're not thinking about what it could be, then you might miss it, right?
Correct.
Okay.
So hemorrhagic stroke or subarachnoid hemorrhage, either one of those would fit.
That, okay. And then a couple more things to consider. Let's see, psychiatric.
Yeah, it'd be hard to have a
Nothing,
conversion to sort of this dramatic.
nothing here. Okay. And then toxicologic. I want to think about this one for sure. So alcohol intoxication or withdrawal.
Withdrawal, definitely withdrawal.
What about something like cocaine-induced angina, maybe?
Yep.
Let's see what else here. Overdoses, various overdoses. Any specifics, any sympathomimetic ingestion,
Correct.
maybe?
Yep,
Okay. All right. So I think we have a pretty broad differential. Do you agree?
sure do.
So then there's still more testing that we can do to try to get to this. We obviously planned for these labs, so we can go ahead and perform them first and see what comes back. All right. Let's scroll up here. Okay. As they come back, we're going to be ready to discuss them to see if there's anything. And there is a big positive in all caps on the urine tox screen for what you said, cocaine. Okay, that's super helpful. The TSH is normal, aspirin level's normal, alcohol level is low. Creatine kinase is elevated. What does that
Yes,
tell you?
that is from the stress on his muscles from the seizure, as well as the high blood pressure causing some ischemia to his muscles. So the muscle cells are dying, and they release creatine kinase, which is intracellular of muscle cells.
Gotcha. So we have a lot of labs. And did you have any other thoughts on labs or anything else right now on the blood work specifically?
Nope, it's kind of what I expected.
So then, the patient was having a really bad headache, though. Patient was having abdominal pain. I want to ask everyone in the chat, what imaging should we do? Because we have a lot of tools at our disposal for this 21-year-old and a 25-year-old, and we really need to get to the bottom of this. So what imaging should we do right now?
Yeah, I would do a head CT. Whether you do a CT abdomen pelvis, that's, a little bit more of a discussion. I would maybe do an upright abdomen to see if there's free air, and then kind of monitor clinically. But, I'm old, so
Yeah.
I tend to do less imaging than some of my younger colleagues.
Totally fair. Totally fair. Who thinks we should do a CT of the head? Is anyone in agreement? Okay.
Definitely.
Why don't we go ahead and get the CT of the head then and see what it shows? Because you're trying to rule out anything dangerous going on in the brain.
Correct.
So the CT of the head is done, and here is what it shows. Can you see that on the screen?
Yep.
Okay, and we like an interpretation, which is great, but it shows normal without evidence of mass or hemorrhage. This is kind of like a cross section of the brain, right? Like, how would you describe what we're looking at here?
Yeah, look, the feet are kind of sticking out towards you, and the top of the head's kind of into the screen, and we're taking kind of a slice. right through the center of the brain there, and we get multiple slices as we go through the entire system. And what we're looking for is intracranial bleeding. So if there's like a subarachnoid hemorrhage and that was acute within the last few hours to days, it's going to show up as bright white in areas that shouldn't have that. And also it's going to cause some mass effect, we call it, where it pushes structures away from the midline that are supposed to be in the midline.
Okay, so we've done the CT of the head, and now that we've done that, I mean, the heart rate's still in the 130s. Is there something that we should intervene upon there while while we're getting our imaging to kind of continue to stabilize the patient? What does everyone think?
I'm comfortable with the heart rate in the 130s. The cocaine is still on board. The kind of antidote for that is time and benzodiazepines, like we gave with the lorazepam. But if it starts going above that 140 to 150, that's kind of where my threshold is. 140 to 150 is where, okay, now we need to start intervening. Maybe another dose of lorazepam, IV, would be how or we could dial up the nitroprusside.
Gotcha. So do you think right now we should intervene by giving more lorazepam or kind
I
of
would. Yeah, we know what's causing it. He's at risk for another seizure, so let's give another 2 milligrams of lorazepam.
So you're going to give another lorazepam bolus. Let's perform that. Okay. Lorazepam bolus given. Amazing. Now, we've done some interventions. We've done a physical exam and asked a pretty comprehensive review of systems, but that abdominal pain is still pretty concerning, right? And, I'm biased with this as well, but I think that we should continue getting more imaging. Does everyone agree that we need more information, whether it's x-rays or CAT scans? Which ones would you get first?
Well, yeah, the dinosaur here would do an X-ray first, but that's not how. There's many ways to do this. So I'll kind of go with the chat folks. So
is anyone saying we should maybe do a chest x-ray to look at the lungs first, because the patient was maybe having a little bit of difficulty there while we get started?
Let's do that.
We can do a quick x-ray of the chest and kind of make sure we're not missing anything there, right?
Yeah, we'll see the free air under the diaphragm if we have a perforation.
Let's see what the x-ray of the chest shows. So here's what we have. And Dr. Nelson, are you able to sort of evaluate what this shows? I don't know.
Looks beautiful.
Yeah, it's normal lung fields. This is a kind of a cross section of the chest. There's no edema or an infiltrate. There's no pneumonia going on, which is good. Okay.
Beautiful. Now we can do our CT.
Now we can do our CT. So our CAT scan, should this be of the chest or should this be of the abdomen pelvis?
Abdomen pelvis.
Okay. Abdomen pelvis. Let's do it. CT. And why a CT scan over maybe an MRI, for example?
It's a matter of time. MRIs, you can see a lot more soft tissues, but it takes a lot more time to get the images. The patients have to lie more still. It's a more uncomfortable patients. It's more expensive. CTs we can get quicker and see almost as good.
Okay, so I'm all in agreement with ordering a CT abdomen, and let's see what that shows. This might be for all the marbles, as they say.
Love it.
All right, so Dr. Nelson, are you able to help us read this CAT scan and kind of let us know at least what we're looking at, and then we could also read the report about the findings too.
There, so I'm seeing, liver, gallbladder. I see the
liver here on the left with the gallbladder. Yep, it's probably the pancreas over here, right?
I see the kidneys kind of towards the back as the patient's lying facing up. I see a little bit of the spleen on the other side, on the left side there.
Yeah, so there's also an interpretation, and we rely on, when you're in an emergency room doctor, you're getting reports for a lot of your scans, right? Some things you look at yourself and get a quick idea, but then you also look at what the radiologist says, right? About the report.
There's some funny looking masses or different density in that pancreas there that I'm a little concerned about. I can't actually read the report. That's too darn small for me.
What does the interpretation tell us? At the bottom,
I'm having a hard time. Multiple spicular shapes in the rectum and lower sigmoid foreign body. Oh,
there
we go.
Multiple circular shapes in the rectum and lower sigmoid, which is the kind of the lower part of the colon, concerning for foreign bodies. Otherwise, normal solid organs, no free air.
That's fantastic. That's very helpful.
Why is that? Why is that? What does that? What does that tell you?
That we need to empty the mule.
What is that? Okay, all right, interesting. So what in the chat, what does everyone think is kind of going on? Because we have to figure out now, based on that differential that we made, what is actually causing the patient's concerns, what's causing them to be agitated and confused, and what are those foreign bodies?
Yeah, you caught me on that one. I was kind of assuming recreational, but boy, he has an ongoing supply leaking into him.
Yeah, is that what everyone in the chat is saying?
Yeah.
So, Dr. Nelson, before we kind of work on managing this situation and kind of communicating with other teams, could you kind of give a story of what you think happened? Because we use the context of what EMS told us when they brought the patient in, combined with the physical exam findings you did and the vitals and the blood work and the CAT scan and all that.
Yeah,
What do you think
absolutely.
is going on?
So, you know, with the bag of powder with him, I kind of assumed he was on some sort of recreational event with cocaine, but he's actually smuggling it, and so he has ongoing packets of cocaine in his rectum, which need to be removed because he's one of them is leaking and causing it to be super high levels of cocaine.
And so when there's super high levels of cocaine, how does that kind of impact what you saw on the vital signs or the presentation?
Yep.
Like, how does that cause those symptoms?
So it's a sympathomimetic overdose, basically. So it's accelerating all of our sympathetic receptors or adrenergic receptors. So it's causing tachycardia and hypertension. It can also cause hyperthermia, it can cause rhabdomyolysis, as we saw. So absolutely, it's fitting exactly with our clinical picture.
So when you kind of have this known almost diagnosis now, do you have to intervene on it in some way? How do you solve this? Do you have to communicate with some other teams and get consultants involved with the case? Are there additional medications you would give right now, or what would you do next?
Yeah. Well, I would not give a beta blocker because we can make things worse with that. So I would definitely continue titrating that nitroprusside and giving lorazepam until those packets are out. And I would not try to remove these packets on my own because I could cause, you know, further spillage of that in a more acute crisis of this sympathomimetic.
Yeah. Would you get anybody else involved? Would you get
Yep.
neurologists,
I'd,
cardiologists, or surgeons? Like, who would you talk to about this case?
I would talk to GI and see if they feel comfortable doing it via scope procedure, and if
Fair enough. And what I would say is, if I got the call from you, I would say our guidelines recommend not doing any endoscopic procedures because if we rip a bag, then more contents could spill, and so it's incredibly dangerous. What we would say is either talk to the toxicologist, which we probably should, or the general surgeons about
yeah,
this too. So do you think that we should consult anybody else right now?
I would contact both of them, the toxicologist and the general surgeon, because
Oh.
you're exactly right. That's exactly why I don't try to take them out because I've
Yeah.
seen plenty of cases like this as well.
Yeah, because this is a very common actually situation, and that's
Yep.
why it's one of these examples. But we'll consult the toxicologist who says this is some form of a hypertensive crisis. In a young patient, an ingestion could be a possibility, so definitely there. And then you said we can talk to the general surgeons,
Correct.
right? So we'll give a consult out to our general surgery colleagues, and
That's a
you
good
probably,
case.
yeah, you probably interact with them a decent amount, right? The general
Yeah.
surgeons.
Yeah.
So this is what they say when you reach out. Based on the clinical presentation, I can take the patient to the operating room for exploratory laparotomy. So what does that mean? What would they do?
Yeah, they would open up and just look around and take care of anything that they see.
Okay, perfect. So then kind of getting into the handoff, we need to finalize our diagnosis and we need to know what's next for this patient. So should we admit him to the ICU? Should we admit him to the floor, prep for the operating room, or discharge him?
Prep for the OR.
All right, prep for the OR. So you kind of come up with a disposition for the patient or next steps once they leave your emergency room from the resuscitation bay. And then what is your final diagnosis for this patient? Everyone in the chat, all together, what do we think is going on? I know we talked about it a bunch. What is everyone saying?
Cocaine-induced angina, drug overdose.
Yep. What was the ingestion?
Sympathomimetic. Yep.
So it's this cocaine is a sympathomimetic. There is an ingestion. The contents likely spilled. got absorbed into the bloodstream and caused all of these effects. And we need to go ahead and remove those foreign bodies and kind of help the patient survive, right?
Let's do it.
So then for the handoff, then we're going to prep for the operating room with a diagnosis of sympathomimetic ingestion. And already the patient kind of has gone through a lot. He seized right when he got there. His vitals were all over the place. We did a lot of things to help stabilize, but now it's up to the surgeons to do definitive therapy and fix the situation, right?
Absolutely. And it was an impressive kind of display on there when he started seizing. I haven't seen that before on this.
Yeah.
Before.
So I'm gonna go ahead and finish, and I guess we'll see how we did. Hopefully we did well. 99.3%. That is, I think that's
our best score yet.
Okay, amazing. So I'm gonna cancel the sort of screen share here right now, and let's kind of talk about this very briefly. So that was a really interesting case. What are your thoughts?
I loved it. It was fantastic. And
yeah, so,
like totally caught me off on the mule packet.
So everyone in the chat, I'm seeing people are really saying this is emergent. So this is kind of full code simulations, and we have 10 hours of these that Dr. Nelson and I have done, which you can find on shadowing.medschoolcoach.com. And it's kind of this virtual shadowing 2.0 that we did, and you get to see how Dr. Nelson goes through these cases, and then you take a certificate, like a little quiz at the end, and you get a certificate for it, and you do all those 10 hours, and you can put that on your application to medical school. And that combined with virtual shadowing 1.0, also on the same website, that'll give you 35 hours of shadowing for medical school. And that's valuable time because it's not always possible to get into hospitals and into offices to shadow. And this is accepted by medical schools. We've asked deans directly, and they love this because it shows that you're interested in learning more about what doctors do. And so any kind of thoughts on this case specifically, Dr. Nelson, and also on shadowing and virtual shadowing? Because it's shadowing.medschoolcoach.com. It's completely free.
I think both 1.0 and 2.0 forms of that virtual shadowing are amazing. Like you said, they're comparable to in-person shadowing. That's one of the positive things that came out of COVID was it showed us that there are some things we can do virtually that are equally as good as in person. And shadowing being such an kind of a passive process that these are really valuable, and they really go at what you're trying to get out of shadowing, which is understanding what the daily responsibilities and roles of physicians are in different specialties, and it really hones in on that. So I think it's a fabulous option for students. As far as the case go, I love them. I have so much fun doing these with you. We've been doing these for over a year now, and I look forward to every one of them. So, and thanks for all the help from the chat people. It was
of course, yeah. Thank you all. Well, thank you all for your help. And what a day, right? So we've had a full day of different things. So Dr. Nelson, earlier today we had an hour kind of Q&A and fireside chat with Dr. Jerome Adams, who's the former Surgeon General of the United States, and then we had a session with admissions experts, Dr. Ruby and Dr. Kelly, about how to get into medical school in 2026. And Dr. Nelson, I know you've worked with a lot of students, just like the people who are on today, about how to get into medical school, and you've done a lot of mentorship and advising. What's that process like, and how do you work with somebody to help them get into medical school if somebody watching now wants to work with you or somebody else?
Sure. Yeah. I just contact someone at Med School Coach, one of the enrollment personnel, and they'll get you where you need to go as far as connected to an advisor. I think it's very invaluable. The reason I do it is because when I was going through my pre-med journey, there wasn't really any advising at the undergrad level. And sadly, I think that's kind of still that way. And I didn't want others to flounder and suffer like I did. And so I really enjoy kind of helping students go through that process. And it's a very long, complicated process. It's a marathon. And if you try to take shortcuts or cut corners, it just makes it even longer. So the advisors can kind of help you build your story and present yourself with your best foot forward.
Yeah, absolutely. And for everyone who was on, we learned from those experts. We learned from we heard from MCAT experts at Med School Coach, Dominic and Alex, and we had a dean's panel. There were 4 admissions experts from medical schools who gave their Q&A answers about what they look for when they're looking at applications and deciding who to interview and accept to their medical schools, which was awesome. And then we had a panel of current medical students in different years. And then this session to kind of show you what being a doctor is like. I mean, this is what you do on a daily basis in the emergency room, right?
Absolutely. And it's that team effort is so much fun.
Yeah, and so for everyone who was watching today, this is all recorded. It's going to be recorded and kind of posted within the next 48 hours or so, likely on Monday on premedexperience.com. And we've been doing this for free for the last 4 years, every year. And you could even watch previous years' recordings, which is great. So if you want to see what the deans from other years said, right? Like we've done this every year. There's, I think by now, like 15 or so different deans from medical schools who have kind of given their answers and their advice directly to you. And it is, like you said, a marathon. It's a long journey. It is challenging to get into medical school and to become a physician, but it's done. It's possible. Thousands and thousands of people do it every year. And the fact that you've all kind of been on since this morning and you've been listening and learning about this process, it shows your dedication, right? And throughout the day, I saw people in the chat sharing their LinkedIns and kind of coming up with groups to network with each other. It's kind of like a group effort. And so I want to reassure everybody, yes, it's challenging, but it's possible. It's worth it. And the fact that you were here today goes a long way as well. Med School Coach is here to support you with so many different resources. There's a lot of free resources like the Health Admissions IQ and virtual shadowing and, premedexperience.com and medschoolcoach.com. I can't thank you all enough for being on today and taking the time to learn. And if you have any questions, you could always reach out to the great people at Med School Coach.